This is Audible.
Break So Soft, a dark billionaire romance. Love So Dark Book 2. Written by Stacia Black. Narrated by Lacey Laurel and Scott Ryder. Chapter 1. Callie. The bass of the club beat vibrates through my feet and up to my rib cage. I close my eyes and everything tight in me loosens as my hips start to sway with the beat. There's that delicious electricity in the air. Bodies are thick on the dark, crowded dance floor. The music is so loud it drowns out every other thought. I could be deep swaying and lose myself out here on the dance floor, and I'm tempted. My eyes snap open again because, no, I'm not here to lose myself. I've done enough of that over the last 4 months. For most of June and July, I barely left the house except for work. Then I went out, very reluctantly, with some coworkers for happy hour one night and discovered something amazing. It's the same thing that's drawn me out tonight. I'm here to fucking feel alive again. Or as alive as I can be with the most vital part of myself amputated from my life. My son. Not thinking about that right now. Not thinking about any of it. Several people enter the club behind me, and I finally move forward. The stiletto heels I'm wearing force me to walk in a certain way. Back straight, hips swaying. If I'm honest, I'm fucking strutting. I own it. This is my catwalk. The club's so crowded, I doubt anyone's looking at me particularly, but I imagine they are. I'm commanding every eye in this place. They are all on my fucking beck and call. I revel in it, the power I have in this moment. It's not all in my head either. When I sit at the bar and cross my legs, casually fluffing the wild shoulder-length red hair the wig I splurged on last month, I don't just feel like a queen on her throne. The people in the sphere around me respond to me as if I am one. A couple of women look down at their own dresses self-consciously. The man sitting beside me immediately angles his body toward me and away from the woman he was flirting with moments before. I hide a smile as the bartender, also a man, notices me among several people vying for his attention. He leans in as he asks what I'd like to drink. Vodka tonic, please. Put it on my tab, says the guy sitting beside me. I only spare a cursory glance in his direction. He looks to be in his mid-40s, far from old but a little out of place in this particular club scene, in his business shirt with his tie loose and askew. Yeah, it's a Thursday night, but it's 11 o'clock. He couldn't change into something a little more club-appropriate? I smile at him charmingly, but shake my head with a strong no. Number 1, it's my firm policy never to accept drinks from men. I'll never be indebted to any guy in any way, shape, or form. And number 2, he's just a little too eager for me. I got it, I say to the bartender and slide some cash over the bar. Keep the tip. The bartender grins at me, bright white teeth against ebony skin. Now, he, on the other hand, could be a possibility. I'm a sucker for a great smile. He grabs a mid-shelf vodka and pours some in my glass. I lean in, elbows on the bar top, cleavage unabashedly on display in the form-hugging electric blue dress that I'm wearing. How's your night going, handsome? I ask, elevating my voice to be heard over the music. His grin widens, though I wouldn't have thought that possible a moment ago. My eyes zero in on his lips. They're so inviting and thick. Luscious is the only word that comes to mind. Immediately, my mind pictures his big body underneath mine, those lips sucking on my nipple. Better and better since you walked up to my bar. Oh, yeah. This guy is looking like a more attractive candidate every moment. I toss him a flirty smile as well as an eye roll as he presses the spout to fill up the rest of my glass with soda. You know what? I don't even care how often you've used that line. I laugh, then take a sip of the vodka tonic. It's a perfect mixture. I nod at him approvingly. You're cute enough to pull it off. He puts a hand dramatically to his chest like he's wounded. Oh, man. Cute? That's the kiss of death. I've been downgraded from handsome to cute. I'm about to respond back when he holds up a finger and says he'll be right back. Unfortunately, the bar is swarmed with people wanting drinks as the club really hits its peak traffic. I finish up my vodka tonic, enjoying the slight warmth that settles under my skin from the alcohol. It's the only drink I'll have for the night, but it's brought a lovely looseness to my limbs. I manage to catch cute bartender's eye and toss him a finger wave as I head for the dance floor. I slip, squeeze, and push my way through to the center of the dance floor. Being surrounded by so many people doesn't make me feel claustrophobic. It's actually one of the few places I feel safe. A Lady Gaga classic blasts out on the speakers, and again, I soak up the beat through my feet. It's so loud and enveloping. I can feel it throbbing in my ribs. My body can't help but move, and I lift my arms up over my head. My movements are barely just a hip sway at first, but soon, my whole body is in sync with the music. I roll my torso and then pop my hips back on every downbeat. The song switches to a dark industrial techno mix, and I close my eyes and sink into it even more. It's so awfully sensual, erotic. My hand runs from my neck down the sides of my body. I feel my nipples pucker and the telltale slickness between my legs. Yeah, hell yeah. I drop down and then slide slowly back up, my hands rubbing the insides of my thighs as I go. Everyone around me is dancing similarly, grinding. Sex and desire steam in the air around the floor as the dance goes on and on. My arms float back up into the air as I groove deep in the dirty rhythm. The music swells as electric violins drop in on the top of the techno, sending the melody through the roof. God damn, I feel like I might be having an out-of-body experience. My head goes loose on my neck as I drop it and continue dancing with the beat. Until suddenly, there's a body at my back. Invasive hands on my hips. Someone grabbing me, not letting go. And in my head, I'm back there, always in that room. Always hearing his voice. I'm taking everything from you, you shit piece of nothing. Oh God, wearing out every hole. I can't breathe. No. The word gallivances me into action. I swing around and bring down my arm in a T-bar action to knock his hands away from me. The dude jumps back with an oof of surprise, rubbing his arm that got the brunt of my fist. What the hell? He looks at me like I'm nuts. A stranger. Not Gentry. He's not Gentry. Crazy bitch. He turns away from me and disappears into the crowd. And then, the noise and crush of bodies that seemed so comfortable and inviting moments ago is suddenly jarring and just way too much. I gasp in half a breath and then choke it out again. I press my palm against my chest like I can force my lungs to expand correctly. Damn it. I'm past this. I'm stronger than this. God damn, motherfuck, shit, cunt. I manage another half a breath, but it's not enough. Not nearly enough. I only feel more lightheaded. So goddamned weak. Something I swore I'd never be again. I look around and see a couple people watching me. Most are too busy dancing, lost in their own worlds. Men with their hands on women and women grinding right back up against them. Normal. Not freaking out because a guy touched them. Fuck. I stumble out of the center of the dance floor. I swallow over and over. Sometimes that helps me breathe again. It's not working tonight. The guy at my back, it was too much like. It sent me immediately back to that place. Hands grabbing me, all those hands. Almost blindly, I keep stumbling forward. I'm still hiccuping for air. Shit. Fuck, this is a panic attack. I haven't had one in weeks. God damn it. Why here? Why now? Sweat soaks my forehead and I keep staggering forward until I make it to a wall. Somehow I've managed to stay on my feet in spite of these ridiculous heels. I have no fucking idea how. I sag against the wall and bend at the waist, trying to remember what the therapist chick said I'm supposed to do. Step 1. Acknowledge the attack. Right. I'm fucking having it. Got it. Then I wince. She talked about not just realizing it's a panic attack, but acknowledging that there's nothing to do but wait it out. There aren't shortcuts. Damn it. I hate this. I try to suck in more breath and fail. Breathing techniques are next. Belly breathing. That's what I'm supposed to do. I blink rapidly and try to slow down and breathe in the way she taught me. Not these quick, shallow breaths from my chest, but breathing in deep from my diaphragm. That apparently means from your belly. After another few hiccups, I manage a breath where my belly expands, and I know I did it right. Now if I can just manage another one. Try to remember, your panic is based on a fear about something that's not actually happening in the present. I remember the conversation in the counselor's cozy little office, like it was yesterday, even though it was actually several months ago. I went back to the women's center I'd gone to when I first got pregnant. After that horrible day, which will never be spoken of, I wanted to get a full panel of STD testing done, even though condoms had been used. My breathing stutters, even letting my mind near the periphery of thinking about it. I close my eyes and take another deep belly breath. I scheduled an appointment with a counselor only because I knew I ought to. I forced myself to keep the appointment because of Charlie. He didn't need a mom any more fucked up than I already was. So I went. Usually, the fear is based on something that's already happened, or something that you're afraid will happen in the future. To really get rid of the attacks, we need to get at the root of that fear. Why don't you tell me what you think is driving the panic, Callie? I never went back. I love my son and will do anything for him. But I can get through this on my own. I know the source of the panic, of course. The day which will never be spoken or thought of. No doubt the nice counselor lady would want me to break a cardinal rule I've set up since then and, talk about it. Which would require thinking about it. Both of which are strictly off limits. It's the past. It has nothing to do with me or my future. Or it wouldn't if I didn't keep having these fucking flashbacks and resulting fucking panic attacks. But getting pissed about it doesn't slow these attacks down. I've learned that well enough. There's nothing to do but ride them out. So I do. I give myself up to it, do my best to belly breathe and ride it out. This one isn't as bad as others I've had. Within 5 minutes, I'm able to stand up and I can breathe mostly normally again. Just a few hiccups here and there. I glance toward the exit to the club. The easiest thing to do would be to run with my tail between my legs, but what then? I go curl in terror under the covers for another week? After all, I'm just a poor little victim. I'm what they fucking made me. See? Sometimes it takes just one session to break a bitch. I shudder at the memory of Gentry's voice. But this time it doesn't bring on another attack. I let the anger burn through my veins. My eyes pop open and I ignore the fact that I'm sweaty and probably look like hell. I glance around the dark little alcove I've been freaking out in. No one's even noticed me back here. This club has lots of dark little cutouts in the walls. If I squint my eyes, I can just make out some shadows in additional alcoves that I imagine other couples have discovered when looking for a discreet escape from the crowd. Interesting. Then, I turn back to the dance floor and march my way back out into the mass of people. I start to move to the music, But I don't lose myself in it this time. Every move is calculated. I dance my way through the people, eyes scanning every man as I go. I pass the ones already attached to a woman. I see a couple guys working the crowd. They approach a woman dancing on her own, always doing that move of coming up behind her and then putting their hands on her body, without her consent. Some of the women welcome the hands, others don't. I'm not naive. I know this is how it goes in clubs. It still makes fury burn in my belly, and I want to go stab the pointy end of my stiletto into their instep. I want to yell at them, ask permission, never touch without asking. Instead, I ball my hands into fists and pass by. I edge by a group of women who are all dancing together and laughing. Obviously friends out for a good time. I pause, then smile and join the periphery of their group. I'm easily welcomed in. One of the girls, who's voluptuous with wild curly hair, holds out a hand to me. That's more like it. When I grab it, she spins me. It startles a laugh out of me. I dance with them for a while. Wow, I didn't realize how much tension I've been carrying. It works its way out of my shoulders as we dance. It feels good to earn my sweat this way. It's also a good cover to watch the crowd and keep up the hunt. That's when I find him, my target for the night. He's medium height and build. Medium's a good word for him all around. Not too handsome, but far from ugly. He's not aggressive in his dancing either. He approaches women to dance, but he does it from the front. He moves into their space and holds out a hand in invitation to pull them closer, giving them the choice to accept or decline. More often than not, the women give him a sweet apologetic shake of the head no. I roll my eyes in disgust. A lot of those same women are fine with the backside grinders, but this guy's a gentleman and he gets the brush off for it. The song changes and the woman he was dancing with moves away from him. I roll my eyes. Idiots. That decides it. He's the one. I thought I might have to dance in his vicinity waiting for him to be free, but no. Looks like I can move in right away. I head toward him. The transition to the next song is smooth, and it's a sultry beat. The guy is just turning in the crowd, still moving his head with the music, a little awkwardly like he's trying to figure out where to go next. I slink up to him, eyes at half-mast and licking my lips for good measure. I'm not big on subtlety. His eyes widen when he notices me. A smile lights up his face, and he starts moving with the music more. He looks like he's about to do the not-so-smooth move into my space ritual I've seen him do with the other girls, but I beat him to it. I step into him and drape my arm around his neck, my breast crushed against his chest. "Wanna dance?" I hiss into his ear. "Yeah," he chokes out, nodding his head at the same time. I smile, but barely pull back. Instead, I drop my face into his neck. He smells good. Well, he might have overdone it a little on the cologne, but at least it's not one of those obnoxious smelling ones. He didn't douse himself in Axe or anything. It's a fresh, cool, beachy smell. It feels like everything else about this guy. A little overeager, but really kind of sweet. I slide my leg in between his so I'm straddling his thigh. Then I dance the fuck out of the song. And when I say fuck, I do mean fuck. I'm all but humping his leg as I writhe my hips back and forth to the beat. I keep my arm hooked around his neck but let my upper body loose. I throw my head back and arch my body, breasts thrust up, held up only by my grip on the back of his neck. I can feel his absolute focus on me, how completely I've captivated him. To him, I'm a goddess who walked out of nowhere and chose him. Oh yeah, my blood heats. I feel the beginning of the rush I've been seeking all night. I roll my torso once, twice, then I pull myself back up toward him in a dramatic whip so that my fake hair flies and a little bit of the lightheaded feeling comes back. It only feeds my high. I grab Mr. Nice Guy's face and kiss the fuck out of him. I don't bother with the tentative, questioning kisses. No. My tongue immediately goes for the invasion. And after one stunned second, he's reciprocating. His hands drop to my waist. My waist. He's so fucking adorable. Even with me mauling the hell out of him, he doesn't go for the ass grab. Now that's a gentleman. I pull back from the kiss, taking his bottom lip in between my teeth in a way that elicits a low groan from him. I can feel from the tent in front of his pants, where I'm pressed fully against him, that this isn't just a one-way street of sexual interest. Good. I give his lip another nip and then move to his ear again. Come with me. I have to shout to be heard over the music. I back away from him, but not before I've firmly grabbed his arm to pull him behind me through the crowd. An upbeat song with a techno beat blasts through the speakers and the crowd is going nuts. The hour has grown later and later. Bodies grind against one another. The raw sexual energy charges the floor. Instead of it making me squeamish, I absorb it. This club isn't one of those super classy joints. I picked it for its mix of grunginess, clientele, and secluded corners. Finding all those alcoves earlier was just a bonus. Even more dark little spots than I thought. Which is exactly where I drag Mr. Nice Guy. Except that as I'm heading to one of the alcoves, I spot something even better. Along the back wall, there's a small hallway that leads not to the bathrooms, but just to a couple of closed doors. Probably some offices or the janitorial closet. Absolutely perfect. Private enough for what I need, but still public enough that I can feel safe. Still, I don't lead him down into the shadow depths of the hallways just yet. My shoulders are still moving to the music when I slam Mr. Nice Guy against the wall, right where we are, and press my entire body against him. My lips are immediately on his as I push my pelvis up and into his groin and give several swirling hip rolls against him. I feel the rumble of his groin through his chest, even though I can't hear much because of the noise in the club. He tastes like stale cigarettes, but I don't care. Kissing isn't especially about enjoyment for me anymore. It's about getting where I need to go, establishing an order to things. My hand snakes down the front of his stomach, and I reach for his crotch. I squeezed unashamedly when I get to his dick. He's nice and hard. I can't feel too much about the size of him through his jeans, but he's definitely not a shrinking violet. Always nice, though I'm not actually picky. It's not about that for me. His body jolts a little when I make contact, but he doesn't pull away. With all signals go, I slip my hand down the top of his pants. He shudders when I make skin-to-skin contact, and his breath hitches while he kisses me. I don't bat an eyelash. I suck his tongue further into my mouth as my hand closes around him. I wasn't wrong. He's got a fair size to him. Aw, a sweet guy with a good package. Jackpot. I wrap my fingers around his girth and grip him firmly, then rub up and down. He leans more heavily into me, pushing himself into my palm. I roll my eyes. Slow down, buddy. There's only one driver on this train, and it ain't you. He'll learn quick enough. I brace my arm against his chest and press him back firmly against the wall. He allows it for a few moments, but then his hips are thrusting forward again into my hand. I shake my head and pull firmly away from his body. His face goes all desperate, and his questing lips try to follow me, as do his hips. I just wave my finger in his face. Nope. My way or the highway, I shout in his ear. In the dim lights from the dance floor, I can see the disappointment coloring his face. But that's all it is. Disappointment, not anger. Which is all the confirmation I need to take his hand and draw him further down the hallway, to the darkest corner at the very back. There, I push him to the floor, reach into my bra for a small foil packet, and then sit down on top of his thighs. In the dimmest light of an exit sign, I can see his eyes are wide as proverbial saucers. He swallows hard, watching every move I make. The music is only slightly muted back here, but I don't bother saying anything. His dick is still out from a moment ago, so I rip the packet with my teeth and Don't waste any time rolling the rubber down over his length. His hands jump to my hips as I reposition myself to hover over him. I pause there for a moment, about to double-check he's cool with all of this. He's just staring at me all shocked looking. I'm the last person to want to take advantage of anyone if they're on the fence at all. But then his hands on my hips grip tighter, like he's trying to drag me down onto his cock. Alrighty. I'll take that as confirmation. I smack both of his hands away hard, though. I run the show. Remember? He jerks back in surprise, and that's when I sink down on him. His hands immediately try to come back down to my hips, but I grab them midair and reposition them, pinning one against the ground and lifting the other to my breast. His cock twitches inside me as his thumb grazes my nipple. Finally, the rest of the tension twisted tight in the core of my body starts to unwind at the sight of this fucker held down underneath me. I squeeze my hips tighter around him, pinning him in place. Then, I fucking ride him. His dick isn't that big after all. Apparently, he's more of a shower than a grower. But, whatever. When I lean forward and grind my pelvis against him, my clit rubs at a good enough angle. That's right, you dirty fucker. I glare down at him. You just lay there and take it like the dirty fucking bitch bastard you are. I slam down on him and it feels good. Not great, but good enough. That desperate sensation starts to spark low in my belly. I throw my head back and ride him with more fury. It's been too long. God, way too long since I've been able to feel this. I thrust down on him especially hard, grinding my ass to his pelvis back and forth. I writhe back and forth before lifting off and slamming back down again. God, fuck that. Yes, right there. Yeah, fuck. This is nothing like when I used toys at home. Those just can't do it for me anymore. I look down at the man below me. Even with a little bit of light from the hallway, I can see the odd expression on his face. How I am blowing his mind. I'm just some stranger who came up to him, and now I'm dominating the fuck out of his dick, his pleasure, his fucking world. I lift my hand to my mouth and bite down on the side of my palm to muffle the high-pitched whine of pleasure that I can't hold in. Damn, this is what I've needed. Not wanted, needed. The knot has been winding tighter and tighter inside me. Fear and panic threatening to choke me every time I leave my house. I need control. So I take him faster, land harder, but it's not enough. I need more. I need fucking more. You fucking bastard. I slap him hard across the face, but never for a moment stop riding him. I tighten my inner walls and feel him swelling inside me. His hand clamps down on my breast so hard I bet it will bruise. I slap him again, and I'm closer than ever to the edge. Oh, Christ, almost there. The noises from my throat are uncontrollable, and I lift my hand to stifle myself again. I can't be too loud in spite of the cacophony of the club. A scream of pleasure will pierce through even that noise. But oh, God, I'm on the edge, riding that fucking edge. He starts thrusting harder into me from below. What the fuck? Red rage flashes through my pleasure. Hasn't he learned his goddamn lesson by now? I say how. I say when. Why do guys always fucking assume they can just take over? What in the hell is wrong with them? Even Mr. Supposed nice guy, fucking piece of shit. I drop even further away from the edge, and when he grabs my hip like he's going to flip me over, like he thinks he's going to be the one thrusting into me, I just fucking lose it. I use one of the tricks I learned in self-defense to heft all my weight into my chest and shoulders to keep him pinned in place. He lands back where he was with an oof that I can feel more than hear. He got dislodged during this process, so I grab his dick, shove him back inside me, and pump up and down even more ferociously. I glare at him and don't bother hiding my wrath. This is rage fucking now. Bastard must have a death wish. He obviously has no idea where my head's at, because he grabs my thighs again. His fingers need my flesh. I don't knock his hands away this time. His eyes are closed, his head back thrust against the cold concrete. He doesn't notice me slip the knife from the garter belt tied at the very front of my thigh, but his eyes sure as hell pop open when I lean over and hold it against his throat. I keep pumping on him just as furiously, but my face inches towards his. I'm on top. Got it, motherfucker? I say loud enough so he'll hear it. He nods, but just the barest bit so he doesn't come in contact with the knife. His eyes are wide with sudden terror. What a little bitch. I don't even have the knife right up against his throat. There's a good half-inch of clearance. Still, it's close enough. As long as he's a good boy, we can both get what we want out of this exchange. He's still an iron rod inside me, but he's learned his lesson. His hand drops flat to the floor like he's afraid to move. A momentary pang of regret hits. I didn't mean to scare him. I needed. I moved the knife a little further back from his neck, but still close enough so that if I need to, I could strike. Then I look down at him and take in the whole tableau. Him prone and at my complete mercy. A shudder goes through my body and my back arches in pleasure. Oh, God. Yes, right there. I grind on him deep and rub my breast against his chest. I lick up his neck and suck on his bottom lip, relishing in his filthy cigarette taste. I hear his pain groan and feel the tension in his body as he struggles not to move. Oh, very, very good boy. I have fucking mastered him. This realization, plus all the stimulation, finally sets me off like a rocket. I come quick and sharp and hard. It's gone far, far too soon for all the work I've done to catch it. Mr. Nice Guy's face scrunches in concentration and anticipation. If I was a super bitch, I'd just leave now, maybe even wave my knife at him and forbid him to get off. But in the end, even if he had a few unruly moments, he pleased me. So I continue grinding on him, clutching my walls tight around his dick. I lean over and speak loud enough so he hears. You've been such a good boy for me. You may come now. Almost immediately, his whole body stiffens and his pelvis pushes up into me once and then twice more. His eyes open in fear right after, like I'm going to punish him for it. The rush of power, the very thought shoots through my veins, surprises me. I climb off him, leaving him to deal with the condom situation. I feel shaky all over, now that the adrenaline high is wearing off. The knife is still in my hand, and all of a sudden it's like, what the fuck did I just do? Did I just really think it was okay to hold a weapon against a guy's throat? He could fucking call the cops on me. I would call the cops on me. What if anybody had stumbled on us back there and seen me? Oh my God, holy shit. I hold a hand to my forehead, then realize it's the hand holding the knife and drop it back to my side. I lift my skirt and shove the knife back into the mini sheath in my garter. It was only supposed to be for extreme situations, if I was in danger. I back away from the guy who is struggling to get into a sitting position and pull up his pants. He looks like he's trying to say something, but I turn on my stiletto heel and hightail it out of there. Chapter 2. Callie. Beep, 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 beep. God. What the fuck? No. I sleepily lunge for my alarm clock and slam the snooze alarm. I'm about to let my heavy eyelids drop closed again when I glimpse the red numbers of the clock. 7:39. Shit. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I almost fall off the bed. I sit up so fast. How many times did I hit the snooze button this morning? Damn it. I scramble off the bed and trip on my dress from the night before that's on the floor, barely catching myself on the wall. Fuck! I yell as I kick the stupid dress out of the way and haul ass to the bathroom. What greets me in the mirror isn't as disastrous as I feared it would be. Only a mini nightmare as opposed to a full-on Walking Dead extra. I tried just falling into bed when I got home last night, but within 10 minutes, I was crawling out of my skin with the need to get clean. A 30-minute shower later, and I finally felt like the club was scrubbed off me. Or at least, I was too exhausted to care anymore. I fell into bed without even brushing my hair. Yeah, it shows. I've got a serious case of bedhead going on. Even without the oh-so-sexy mattress/pillow styling I'm rocking, the image looking back at me is strange. I went in for the first time. I started coloring my hair, a nice but unspectacular auburn shade. I also cut it to just below shoulder length. My natural wave gives it some body, but I don't do anything else to it except let it air dry most of the time. Since it's flat on one side and poofy on the other today, I brush the front and pin it back with some bobby pins. A quick glance with the side mirror shows my solution fixed the poof situation. I brush my teeth quickly, one eye on the clock the whole time. Shit. I'm going to be late. I'm never late. My boss Marcy gets pissed whenever anyone on her team comes in even a couple of minutes after 8. The thought has me jogging back to my room and grabbing the first outfit I see in my closet, some pants and a simple blouse. I don't have time for anything complicated today. Like something with buttons. I don't have time for fucking buttons today. I barely give myself time to pee. Marcy gives people who are late the glare. The I'm disappointed in you and don't think I'll forget this when quarterly review time comes around glare. Plus, all week, that team member gets assigned the shitty task like debugging everyone else's code. I slip on my fancy ballet flats and then race to the kitchen to grab a breakfast bar. I snag one and then also a banana. I swing around to scurry from the kitchen and... fuck! I look down to see what my hip banged into. And then my throat closes up. Charlie's high chair. All the air is knocked out of my lungs. Everything else disappears. Needing to rush to get to work, Marcy being pissed if I'm late. Everything that went down last night. Charlie. My head drops backward so that I'm looking up at the ceiling. I give myself a moment, just this one single solitary moment, to feel it. The absolute gaping hole in my heart. Where is he this morning? Is that woman who is pretending to be his mother treating him right? I don't even let myself count to 10. 10 is too much. I'll be paralyzed if I let myself get all the way to 10. I bring my head back down and start moving again. I realize belatedly that I've been squeezing the banana so hard it's gone squishy in the middle. I'll have to eat it fast or it'll bruise. Guess it will be breakfast instead of part of lunch. I grab my purse that's by the door and then I'm out. I hurry to the light rail station, checking my phone for the time as I go. 7:51. I should be freaking out about how late I'm going to be. No way morning transit is going to get me there in 9 minutes, in addition to walking the 3 blocks to the CubeThink building. Fuck it. Stressing about it won't change anything. I keep my steps hurried, but I don't jog. No point in showing up with sweat stains only to save a minute or two. The shit will hit the fan with Marcy either way. Besides, my head is too full of Charlie. My baby boy. Well, I don't let myself linger on the feelings of self-pity that could overwhelm me and keep me in bed for weeks on end. Thinking about Charlie himself is what keeps me going. And I get to see him today. Every Friday. I get supervised visitation. That thought brings a smile to my face even as I weave in and out of several homeless men yelling at morning commuters for change. I slip onto the light rail just before the doors close and breathe out, heart racing from my frantic race here. I lean against one of the poles to steady myself as the train rattles forward. The car is packed just like it is every weekday morning. The visits with Charlie might be in the most unnatural setting possible, a fancy child psychologist's office with someone watching my every move and noting every word that comes out of my mouth. But I still get to see my baby. even if it's only for 2 hours. Once a week. My hands go white-knuckled around the pole. Oh, hell. Calm down. This is more than I got in the beginning. I just have to remember that. Right after they took him away, I didn't see him at all for 6 weeks. Even then, the only reason I got supervised visits was because I went along with the bullshit court order to get outpatient substance abuse treatment, along with taking parenting classes. Fucking parenting classes. I think that one pissed me off even more than having to be in outpatient rehab for the drug problem that I didn't have. My new lawyer was busy sending off the paperwork to get the initial sample retested and asking for a new drug test that was far more reliable. A follicle hair test proving not only had I not been on drugs the day of the hearing, but I hadn't even been in the vicinity of people doing drugs for the last 6 months. Still, I'd see my son a lot faster if I did all the other bullshit in the meantime. So I did. And, yeah, occasionally, I had violent feelings toward some of my fellow peers in the parenting class. There were some in the class who seemed like they genuinely wanted to reform and were desperate to do anything it took to be better people in order to get their kids back. But some of the others? God, they didn't deserve kids. At all. In fact, I thought the class should be pass or fail. If you failed, then you not only didn't get your kids back, but you also got neutered at the end. Not PC to say, but fuck that. Case in point, there was one guy who was a disgusting lowlife, watching porn on his phone, instead of paying attention to a lesson on current behavioral theory and effective ways to discipline one's children that weren't verbally or physically abusive. We'd all gone around and told why we were there at the start of class. Lowlife had lost custody of his kids for abusing them and his wife. Or as he put it, I'd kind of get pissed sometimes. I'd come home after a long day of work and my wife was being a bitch, and my kids wouldn't stop whining, and it all would just get out of control, Yeah, I wanted to take his phone, break the screen, and stab him in the eyeball with it. Toward the end of class, he came in grinning and told us that his wife had taken him back. He was moving in with her and the kids again. He never came back after that, and I still felt sick thinking about those kids. The fact that I was lumped in with the same category of parent as him in the court's eyes? I can't even. The double beeps of the train announcing the arrival at a station break me out of my thoughts. I look up and see that it's my stop. Shit. Today's not the kind of day to space out and miss my stop by accident. Thankfully, I'm close to the doors. When they open, I move with the crowd and am expelled out onto the platform with all the other commuters, half of whom are staring at their phones. I don't even bother to check the time. I'm sure it's already past 8 o'clock. I jog off the platform, only now remembering my breakfast bar. I unwrap it and shove half of it in my mouth, chewing as I go. It's at least another 10 minutes before I hurry into the building that houses the CubeThink offices. I swallow down the last bit of the bar, and now my mouth feels like the Mojave Desert. Must drink water. No time, though. I make a beeline for the elevator once I'm inside. My heart rate speeds up as I cross the threshold into the small boxed-in space, and I look around. It's fairly packed, and I quickly scan each face. It's only as the doors close and I've finished looking everyone over that I let out a breath. No, Jackson. Then I shut my eyes, kicking myself for even letting his name cross through my head. I'm usually so good about it. I don't even let myself think about him. His face, his touch, what might have been. God, here I am doing it again. I force my eyes back open. There's a reason I take the stairs every day. I don't need to fight through these mental acrobatics each morning, worrying about running into him in the one space we might actually encounter each other. That day I told him I accepted a job with his company and his lawyer's help with Charlie's custody hearing, but not a relationship with him, was the last that I saw him. I started working here at CubeThink the following Monday, but it's been the unspoken agreement between us that he stays on his executive floor and I never leave my workspace 3 floors below. My foot taps impatiently as the elevator rises. I want to scream each time the elevator stops to let people out at what feels like every floor on the way to Cube Think's offices, which naturally take up the top 5 stories of a high-rise. I check my phone when the elevator finally slides the last bit up to my floor. 8:14. Fuck. My whole body winces right as the doors open and I step out. Glad someone felt like showing up today. Marcy's sharp voice is the first thing that greets me. She's walking the lobby, her assistant at her heels, holding a tablet and folders stuffed with printouts. I apologize for being late, I say, my voice coming out slightly croaky through my dry as fuck throat. I try to compensate by standing up as straight as I can. What? No excuses about traffic. Or let me guess, your cat chewed through the cord of your alarm clock. No, ma'am. I do apologize, though. I feel my cheeks redden. Marcy might be a hard ass, but she's a woman I respect the hell out of. I hate being in this position. It won't happen again. I'll set 3 alarm clocks if I have to from now on. She snorts, turns away, and continues walking. It better not, she says. Then when she's almost to the door, she looks over her shoulder, irritation on her face. Well, what are you doing now? She seems absolutely exasperated by me. Follow. Yes, ma'am. I scurry and hurry after her. I only glance longingly to the water cooler in the corner before following her through the door. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I whisper under my breath as I race into the psychologist's office. It was 5:01 when I last checked my phone in the Uber as we fought traffic to get from San Jose, across town, then to the office in Menlo Park. Fucking Menlo Park. Only David's stuck-up-her-ass wife would be able to afford actually living in this area and demand custodian for the supervised visits to be at a place like this. Yeah, I got to put forth some names as options too, but David and the shrew were always going to fight anyone I recommended. In the end, my lawyer independently checked out the psychologist and agreed she's one of the best, unlikely to be biased one way or the other. I just have to eat the outrageous cost, which I can halfway manage because of my new job. Not that a $50 Uber ride to get here on time is helping my finances. Usually I take public transit, but there was a team meeting at the end of the day today. After being late to the office, there was no way I was asking to be excused early. But every minute that ticked by after 4 o'clock, I felt like my guts were being twisted. I swear internally again as I yank open the office door. Then I get into the actual psychologist's office. I note the wall clock behind the secretary's desk. 5:04. Shit. That's 4 precious minutes that I lost with my son. At least David and the shrew aren't in the lobby to see and take satisfaction. They usually drop Charlie off for the half-hour appointment with a psychologist at 4:30. Then I come for a 2-hour supervised visit. Me being late will also go into the recorded notes the court gets. Double fuck. I'm here for the visit with my son, I say quickly to the secretary. She's new, not one I've seen before. Callie Cruise. The words that just came out of my mouth feel ridiculous. I have to ask this woman to see my son. He's behind walls and doors, and I have to make an appointment to get access to him. It makes me furious if I think about it for too long. Later. I can be pissed later. The woman looks up at me with a slightly bored expression. What did you say your last name is again? Cruise. I'm here for my 5 o'clock appointment with Dr. Rodriguez and my son, Callie Cruise. She clicks her mouth several times. Then she frowns. I have a supervised child visitation for a Charles Canuck, but no Cruise. That motherfucking bitch-faced bastard. I squeeze my eyes shut so hard it almost gives me a headache before I breathe very slowly in and out a couple of times. That's my son, I say, jaw tight. But his name is Callie Cruise. My ex's last name is Canuck, but that's not on Charlie's birth certificate. David made the appointment with the wrong name just to get to me. The secretary frowns. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I have an appointment for a Callie Canuck. There seems to be an error here, and you should call during regular business hours to talk to a nurse to reschedule. Just let me go see my son. I lose my cool and get right up in her face. I've been waiting all week to come here and see my son. Just push whatever button you have to so I can go and see my son. I realize my mistake as she backs away from the desk and grabs the phone, looking for all the world like she's about to call security on me. Fuck. I wasn't shouting, but my voice was definitely elevated. I raise my hands and immediately quiet my voice so that I'm objectively conciliatory. I'm sorry. I apologize for raising my voice. Maybe you should just call Dr. Rodriguez and let her know that Miss Cruise is here. I make my voice absolute sugar and honey. Would that be possible? I smile my gentlest smile at the incompetent idiot and take a step back. She eyes me like she's waiting for me to go all super freak on her, but I stand patiently like Molly McDo-Gooder, and after a moment, her posture relaxes and she gives me a smile in return. Yes. All right, she finally says. She pushes a few numbers on the phone and repeats what I said. She gives several nods as something is said on the receiver and then looks back at me. I'll buzz you through. You can go directly back. It's the last door on the left at the end of the hallway. She's still eyeing me like she can't quite trust me. So I make sure to walk at a perfectly steady pace, even though I want to flip her off and run down the hall to see my son. I give one last glance at the clock before she buzzes the door to the office. 5:12. Damn lady just wasted another 6 minutes of Charlie time hassling me. Then, 20 seconds later, none of it seems to matter because I open the door and there he is. My baby. My Charlie. I open the door and he runs straight into my legs. Mama! I drop to my knees and pull him close. His pudgy little arms close around my neck and I breathe him in. You're so big, I say, choking up. The tears come almost immediately like they always do, even though I swore to myself I wouldn't cry this time. Charlie doesn't understand why Mama is always crying when she sees him. I tell him they're happy tears, but sometimes it makes him sad. And he told me once that he cries a lot too. He doesn't understand why all of a sudden he can't see me every day. I've talked with a psychologist, and it's the only way I know the little I do about what's going on with him. Charlie started having behavioral problems. He was always such a happy boy. And now he's acting out, and also having trouble sleeping when he never had problems before. She assured me that there are no signs of abuse, though. As much as I might hate David's wife, Regina, since she was the one who was the catalyst behind all of this, Charlie's incorporated her into his little world. He makes stick figure drawings that include her, David, and me, as if we're all one big happy family. I squeeze him to my chest a little tighter. If only I could protect him from the real world and how horrible adults actually are to one another. If only he never has to know. Play, Mama. He wiggles to get out of my embrace. It makes me want to hold him even longer. It's so like my little man, never satisfied with being still for long. He keeps squirming and I laugh and let him go, but not without tickling him. He squeals with laughter and the sound fills up my empty soul. God, I should have gotten out my phone to record the sound. Maybe it could get me through the week between visits. A shot of Charlie's laugh to help me write out the rough patches. I don't even have a moment to get melancholy, though, because Charlie's little hand is holding on to mine and pulling me toward the corner play area where the trains are. He grabs the wooden tracks and even manages to fit some of the links together correctly. I'm amazed as I help him make a simple circle and then some more difficult designs. He's developed so much even in the 4 months since he last lived with me. Grown so much bigger. I swallow hard. How much am I missing in the week between these ridiculously short visits? How many little daily moments when Charlie learns new words, new skills, when he has new revelations about his world, and I'm not there to see his face as he takes it all in. Mama? Charlie crawls into my lap and puts his hand up to my cheek where I only now realize a tear has fallen. Mama's sad. I shake my head and paste on a big smile, swiping at the errant tear quickly. Sorry, sweetie. I don't want to lie to him and say I wasn't crying. No more crying. Why Mama cry? His low eyebrows are furrowed deeply. I kiss his hand that touched my cheek. Mama was just thinking about how much you're growing. I'm sad I miss getting to see you grow every single day, that's all. But I'm so happy that I'm with you now. Let's focus on that. You want to make the train go around the track? But Charlie keeps frowning. I want you to see me grow. Why can't you live in the house with us? Talk about breaking my fucking heart. It doesn't work like that, baby. Mama and Daddy live in separate houses. You stay with Daddy sometimes, and eventually you'll be able to stay with Mama again sometimes. He crosses his arms. No, I want us to live in one house, now. Well, babe, I tell him prosaically, there's what we want, and then there's what's gonna happen. I want to live in one house. He even stamps his foot. I can see where this is going. He hasn't changed that much. A tantrum is a tantrum, though from what the psychologist says, he's having them more often and to further extremes. I cut it off at the pass. I stand up and grab him underneath his chest and legs, then swing him up into the air. Look who's flying! Whoa. Either he's heavier or my arm muscles have gotten way wimpier. He tries to stay stubborn, but after a few swirls in a circle, he gives in and giggles his head off. Good thing, too. My arms are about to give out. I swing him around a couple more turns, and I know I'm still going to feel it tomorrow. I lower him so that he's propped on my hip and drop my forehead to his, before sticking my tongue out at him and making a funny face. He giggles more, and I feel confident that I've distracted him from the previous subject, at least for now. I don't glance to the corner where I can feel the psychologist watching us. I'm not sure if distraction is a Psychology 101 approved method for dealing with tough subjects, but any mom knows that any and all tricks to avoid tantrums are 100% super bueno. Want to read a book now? Charlie nods, and we head over to an area that has a plush carpet and pillows set up. I pick up a stack of board books, and Charlie settles onto my lap, his sweet head nestled on my chest. I close my eyes for one quick moment, trying to memorize the feel of him against me. Then I start to read, exaggerating my voice to be all the characters. Anything to hear my baby boys laugh again. My hands are on my phone as soon as I'm back in my Uber on the way home. I text my new friend Lydia, who I've gotten really close with over the past few months after meeting her in my self-defense class. Me to Lydia. I need to get piss-ass drunk tonight. Want to make a girls' night out of it? I hit send and then slump my head back against the seat with my eyes closed. It's Friday, and it's been a long as hell week. But my sister and also roommate Shannon is gone to a week-long conference, and I know if I go home to that empty apartment, I'll just drive myself fucking insane. David and the shrew were in the lobby when I came out. I avoided eye contact, but still. If only I had made David sign away his parental rights when I first told him I was pregnant, and his response was an envelope with $200 and staunch instructions to get rid of it. I kicked the seat in front of me. The driver looks back at me with a glare. Sorry, I mutter. A girls' night will make everything better. After last night, I don't exactly trust myself to try going solo again. Plus, I just want to get drunk. I might feel the same itch, the one that wants to go on the hunt like that. But shit, after last night, I can see how fucked up it is. I'll just be normal tonight. Normal. I can do that, right? My phone pings and I look down. I have 2 texts. A response from Lydia, but also one that I missed since I had my phone turned off while I was in with Charlie. I check Lydia's first. Lydia, sure. Where you feel like going? Then I check the one I missed. It's from Bonnie, a chick I work with and part of the happy hour group I join sometimes. Bonnie, wanna go out tonight? I got VIP passes to Chandelier. I'm thinking like at 10. I perk up. Chandelier is a total hotspot. Me to Bonnie. Do you have an extra pass? Love to hit Chandelier with you, but just made plans with BFF. Me to Lydia. Checking on something. Back to you in a sec. Only another minute passes before I get a ping and it's Bonnie. Bonnie. Totally. Bring her along. Jamal scored a bunch of VIP passes through this guy he knows, who's friends with the owner. Jamal is Bonnie's live-in boyfriend, who she's been going out with since high school. He started working at CubeThink because she did, though in a different department, sales or marketing or something. She keeps waiting for him to pop the question, so they can, in her words, settle down and start having a ton of babies. Jamal, on the other hand, keeps talking about all the trips they can take traveling around the world once he saves up to buy a catamaran. Yeah, the rest of us at work can't decide if we should have an intervention to introduce Bonnie to the real world, or if it's better to let her keep living in Fantasyland. Otherwise, she and Jamal are totally, completely happy and compatible. Me to Lydia. I just got the hookup to VIP passes for Chandelier. You gotta come. It's only a few seconds before I get a response. Lydia. Shut the front door. Of course I'm in. You want to come over to get ready? Me to Bonnie. Awesome. Meet you outside the club at 9:45. Me to Lydia. Abso-fucking-lutely. Who else would I trust to glam me up? Bonnie. Perfect. See you then. Me to Bonnie. See ya. Lydia. Haha. No one. Lord knows what you'd end up looking like on your own. Probably the same ducking thing you wear to work. Lydia. Duck. Autocorrect. Lydia. Ducking. Lydia. Fucking. Fuck autocorrect. I'm almost pissing myself. I'm laughing so hard. The Uber driver probably thinks I'm a crazy nut job. Oh my God. I love Lydia. My self-defense instructor turned best friend is seriously my saving grace to the shitstorm that is my life lately. Me to Lydia. OMG. LMFAO. You are my special snowflake. Lydia. Fuck you. Get your ass over here. I'm still laughing as my screen goes dark. Several hours later, Lydia and I are glammed up and looking fab as our ride nears Chandelier. Stop that. Lydia lightly swats my hand as I tug down on the bright red miniskirt she chose for me from her closet. It's just so short, I whisper back. You've got great thighs. The world wants to see them. I feel my cheeks heat up. Does she not see the Uber driver glancing back at us in the mirror every few minutes? He's totally listening in on everything we say. The knee-length maroon dress would have worked just fine, I say, continuing my argument from earlier when she was picking out my look for the night. I should never have given her carte blanche to choose my outfit. Boring. She sings songs. What's the point of torturing yourself at CrossFit if you don't get to show off your hot bod? I bite my lip, glancing down at my bared thighs and tugging down on the miniskirt and the sparkly halter Lydia paired with it. The truth is, the outfit is hot, and I look hot in it. I also don't know why I feel so embarrassed since I've been going out in outfits that reveal just as much, if not more, for weeks now. But that's different. I'm not me when I do that. It's like I'm playing a character. I'm the vixen, the siren. But now, I'm just me, out with my friend. But I'm wearing Siren Callie's choice of outfit. I pull my silken wrap a little tighter around my shoulders. Finally, we pull up in front of the club. It's a newer place on the outskirts of downtown San Francisco, a refurbished theater built during the late 1920s that was bought by restaurateur Kennedy Benson. He turned it into one of the hottest hotspots anywhere in the Bay Area. I watched this whole Netflix documentary on Chandelier and Benson a while ago, and have been in awe ever since. A real rags to riches story. He's also the owner of several very popular restaurants in town. Lydia pays, I already gave her my half of the fare, and I step out onto the sidewalk. I've always wanted to come check out this club, but looking up at the sparkling lights of the facade and the line that goes around the block, I'm reminded of the reason I never have before. Callie, you made it! Bonnie's high-pitched squeal is hard to miss, and when I turn around, I see her grinning as she stumbles toward me on heels that seem too high for her to handle. I look down to inspect more closely and, shit, those skyscraper heels would be too tall for anybody. Damn, girl! I laugh as I catch her in a hug, stabilizing her as she battles for balance. You gonna be able to stay upright in those ankle breakers all night. Lydia steps up beside me and lets out a low whistle, checking out Bonnie's footwear. Bonnie just laughs me off. That's what Jamal is here for. She gestures back to her boyfriend, who just caught up with her. She grabs his arm and leans into him. He's tall with crazy wide linebacker shoulders. Even though the rest of him is pretty thin, those shoulders give him a hulking appearance. He stands almost a head taller than Bonnie. She grins up at him. He'll hold me while we dance. I told you before we left the house. Jamal shakes his head. You'll break your neck. Don't say I didn't warn you. Those things are death traps. She turns her head and glares at him. That's not all you said. And I quote. She drops her voice and gives a slightly growly quality to imitate his. But damn, baby, you look sexy as fucking She looks back at the rest of us. And then he proceeded to... Jamal covers her mouth with one of his large hands and turns to Lydia with a bright smile. I don't believe we've been introduced. He holds out the hand not covering Bonnie's mouth. Lydia laughs, and it's her throaty, big-hearted laugh as she shakes his hand. Bonnie yanks away from Jamal's grasp and smacks at him. He pretends to wince in pain, even though, beside him, she looks like a tiny kitten swatting a bear. Finally, she turns back toward us. Hi, Lydia. I'm Bonnie. This caveman over here, she jerks a thumb toward Jamal, is my boyfriend Jamal. You can ignore him, though. It's what I do. Oh, no, you don't, woman. Jamal growls before wrapping his arm around her waist and lifting her off her feet, swinging her in a circle. Bonnie's shrill giggles fill the night. I roll my eyes at Lydia. Yeah, they're disgustingly adorable like that pretty much all the time. Aw, Lydia says, still watching them over my shoulder. It's sweet. I make a choking noise with my finger down my throat. Lydia laughs and smacks me on the arm. The next moment, though, Bonnie's back and waving our VIP passes at us. Come on, I'm desperate for a drink. These passes let us skip to the head of the line, too. Isn't that epic? Lydia shoots amused eyes at me, and I grin. Bonnie and I are the same age. Maybe it's being a mom, but I feel about a decade older than her. Lydia is a decade older than both of us, so she and I click perfectly. And I find myself making fun of my generation to her regularly. Totally, Lydia says with a wink at me after Bonnie's turned around. We each take a VIP pass, and then Jamal is ushering us all toward the bouncer. For a second, when the bouncer eyes each of our passes, I'm sure they're fakes, and we'll all get rejected. After all, how reliable is it that Jamal just happens to be friends with the guy who knows the owner? Now that I think about it, it seems pretty sketchy to me. Not to knock Jamal, but this place is super swank. Within seconds, the bouncer has a velvet rope raised and is ushering us through. Sweet, Lydia says as she heads into the club, totally echoing my thoughts. Way to go, Jamal. I have a good feeling about tonight, she continues. Maybe you'll meet somebody. I lift and drop my eyebrows at her several times. Ha, she says, then holds her hands up dramatically. Oh, please, ye club gods and goddesses. Let the perfect single woman be inside looking for love just like me, and let her have a thing for small, athletic women with substandard hair weaves and half a college education. Oh, shut up. You make a great living doing what you love. I shoulder bump her. And your hair looks fabulous. You are fabulous. Lydia just got the weave done a couple of weeks ago, after a recent breakup. She said she felt like the extensions she previously had looked cheap. I thought she looked great, but God knows I get how refreshed a new look can make you feel. We all need it sometimes. It still seems crazy to me that always kick-ass Lydia could feel self-conscious about anything. I'm not lying either about her looking fabulous. My girl looks hot with glossy layered hair down to her mid-back, perfectly applied makeup, and bright, intelligent brown eyes. And, oh yeah, did I forget to mention the kick-ass mini dress that shows off her wickedly toned arms and thighs? Teaching self-defense and kickboxing classes at the local gym will do that for a gal. She closes her eyes and then looks back up at me. You know what? You're right. I am fabulous. And screw anybody who can't see that. She grins at me, her genuine smile that shows all her teeth. There's the Lydia I know and love. It just threw her for a loop when she and her girlfriend of 11 months broke up a few weeks ago. We've had several Ben & Jerry's action movie binge nights. No chick flicks for these ladies. No, the more blood, guts, gore, and explosions, the better. And Lydia's not the kind of girl to spend hours doing postmortems of everything she thinks went wrong with the relationship. Which is good, because then she might have expected me to reciprocate. Lydia knows there was a guy who I thought for a while might be the guy, and that things went bad right before she met me. She got super pissed when I mentioned him and started crying one of those nights when the wine had been flowing. Bullets were flying on the screen, and I broke down. She thought he was the reason I showed up to her self-defense class. No matter how much I tried to not think about Jackson, I couldn't bear to have her believing that. Not about him. He was so good and amazing, and I cut off that train of thought. How the fuck did I start thinking about this anyway? My sister Shannon is always talking about meditation now that her boyfriend's this Zen master guy. She says the hard part is stilling your thoughts because they're not only running 100 miles an hour, they're chaotic like a puppy. 1 second here, the next there. You can barely grab hold of them, and then they're gone again. Trying as hard as I have these past few months not to think about certain shit, I wonder if there's not something to what she's saying. Well, I don't know if freaking meditation is the answer. Me? I go for the grown-up version of shiny toys. Distraction. Get my mind off of it. I take Lydia's hand and drag her farther into the club. Already I can see the flashing lights. Bonnie grabs my hand and starts jumping up and down. I don't know how the hell she manages on those heels she's wearing, but there she goes, making her boobs bounce with great effect. This is not lost on Jamal, who's staring at his girlfriend's chest like all the answers to the questions of the universe can be found there. Oh, even him ogling her is cute. They've been together how many years? And he still can't take his eyes off of her. When the small dark entryway finally opens into the main club area, it's fucking insane. Laser lights flash out from the raised platform at the front of the room, where a DJ spins. Music blasts from a speaker that feels like it's right above me. People dance everywhere, illuminated only by the flashing lights and columns throughout the room that are studded with tiny neon lights like constellations of stars. The lasers scatter across the crowd in patterns that match the beat of the music. More lights spin and flash from the giant chandelier that hangs over the center of the dance floor. Even with the alternating lights, though, the atmosphere is dark, heavy, sensual. Immediately, it makes me want to go on the prowl. But damn, that's not what tonight is about. Isn't this great? Bonnie grabs my hand and screams to be heard in my ear. I wince and shrug out of her grasp. Suddenly, I wish I hadn't taken her up on her offer. VIP passes or not, my eyes keep getting caught by everyone dancing on the floor. Yeah, the line was long outside, but I could have handled the wait. This place? My gaze continually wanders back to all the bodies pulsing on the dance floor to the music. Like that hot guy over there, dancing by himself. I bet he wouldn't mind following me to a dark corner. My gaze strays to the wall. The club is huge, and from what I've heard, even has multiple levels. So many places to get lost. Cows? Lydia asks loudly. I jerk my gaze away from scanning the edges of the dance floor to looking at her. From the expression on her face, it seems like she might have been trying to get my attention for a while. Fuck. What am I doing? This is exactly why I didn't come here alone. I didn't want to deal with any of my messed up shit tonight. Yeah? I zero in my attention on Lydia. Jamal said the VIP section is up there, she shouts. pointing to some roped-off stairs that led to the extended loft-like balcony that circles above the first floor. I saw all about it on the documentary I watched last year. It's a VIP section with a small dance floor and small exclusive rooms that can be rented out. All of it overlooks the central dance floor and whoever's performing or DJing for the night. As we head toward the stairs, I realize just how crazy it is that Jamal got these passes. At the top of the stairs are more columns lit with dotted neon lights. They aren't an obnoxious neon, just a barely there scattering of light. Without the laser light show flashing directly in your face like it is downstairs. These columns make it almost feel like you're dancing among stars. The pumping music rattles through my entire being. More appear on the suspended platform. I know it's safe. There might be empty space underneath the floor beneath my feet, but the columns beside me run all the way through, from the ceiling above down through the platinum all the way to the floor below that. You know, as columns do. I'm sure we're very secure and it's an illusion of danger, but still, when the floor shakes beneath your feet with every beat of the bass, it adds a sense of wildness and thrill to each moment. A waitress in a pair of silvery glitty mini overalls and high heels that rival Bonnie's in death defiance pauses when she sees us standing at the top of the stairs. Would you like to open a tab? Jamal starts to pull his wallet out of the back of his pants. Lydia and I do the same, though we grab our credit cards from our bras. Nah, ladies, I got this tonight, Jamal tries to say. Lydia and I both shake our heads firmly. Thanks, I say, but I've got a policy, even when it comes to friends. I smile so I don't come off looking like a dick. I hand my card to the waitress. Double vodka tonic. Lydia rolls her eyes at me and orders a sex on the beach. Seriously, you have got to start ordering better drinks, she says, eyeing the people around us and not bothering to hide that she's sizing them up. You think anyone overhearing you ordering a vodka tonic is going to think, damn, there's a girl who lives on the wild side? I roll my eyes right back at her. And you've got to stop ordering drinks based solely on their names. Do you even like how that thing tastes? Lydia cracks a grin and raises her hand in a so-so gesture. I shake my head at her, and we all head to the banister to look down at the revelers below while we wait for our drinks. It's just a few minutes before the waitress is back with our cocktails. Gotta say, service in this place is impressive. Maybe it's just for VIPs, but still, I've never gotten my drink so fast. I take a sip, and it's good. I raise my eyebrows and nod at Lydia. She seems similarly impressed with her drink. She certainly downs it fast enough. I laugh at her, but I drink mine just as quickly. The club soda is just enough to take the bite off the vodka. I did come here with a plan tonight, after all. Get drunk. Dance. Forget my life for a while. Have fun. I know, a fucking foreign concept for me. Bonnie and Jamal must be on a similar page, because in the blink of an eye, their drinks are gone too. We pile our empty glasses on a tray of a passing waitress, and then Bonnie throws her arms around Jamal's neck and starts grinding her body against his, in what I can only call a loose attempt to mirror the beat of the music. The next minute, they disappear into the thick of the crowd. The dance floor here isn't large. It's just built on an extended rectangular platform that overlooks the light show below. It's not as packed as the downstairs, but it's busy. Lydia laughs at Bonnie and Jamal, and then grabs my hand to pull me in after them. I give in to her tugging and follow her. Already, I can feel the vodka lighting up my veins and loosening me. My limbs feel lighter, more liquid. Lydia starts dancing, and she's fabulous, like she's actually taken lessons. Starting out with ballet when she was a little girl, and then when she got older, she did contemporary and jazz. Now, she just does whatever the hell she wants. Hip-hop, whatever. She does Lydia. At the moment, she's busting it all out. I dance beside her, just appreciating the beauty of her movement. She embodies the music, and her hips, up to her torso, and her chest and out through her arms. She pops her hips back sharply and drops to the ground. The next second, she's back up and a sensuous wave works through her entire body, shoulders to knees. I whistle and clap. I'm not the only one. She does a 360 spin on her heels before brushing some non-existent lint off her shoulders and continuing on. I laugh more, and it feels so good. So goddamn good that I throw my head back and dance and dance and dance. We keep at it for another 20 minutes. Several guys try approaching Lydia, and she smoothly shuts them down each time, most often by coming over to me. We start dancing seductively together for a while, and most guys get the picture. They aren't welcome. Well, except for a couple that just start whistling louder. One actually tries to move in between us like he thinks he's gonna be the meat in our girl's sandwich. Lydia, not so accidentally, stomps on his foot. She's a self-defense instructor, so she knows exactly where to land to make it hurt. He jumps away from us so fast, shouting something we can't hear above the beat of the music. Probably a good thing if he wants to leave with his balls intact. Things stay copacetic after that. God, I love Lydia. She's always so kick-ass. A redhead who's been dancing near us pulls out some sweet moves. She sidles a little bit nearer and starts to break dance. There's just a small space that opens up in the crowd, but she still manages to show off some wicked skills. Lydia slows down her own dancing, bobbing her head to the beat as she watches the redhead. Red culminates with a head spin and then does one of those body flips to get back to her feet. Damn! I clap fervently. Most people in the surrounding circle are equally appreciative. Red's only got eyes for Lydia, though, her crop top covered chest heaving hard. She grins at my friend and then dips her head, hand held out. A challenge. Lydia's grin deepens further than I swear I've ever seen it. She steps forward into the small empty circle as the redhead retreats into the crowd. Lydia starts dancing and absolutely kills it with some crazy-ass moves. She's wearing combat boots, but fuck me if she doesn't go up on the toe of the damn things and do a fucking pirouette like she's a prima ballerina. Then she drops down into the splits. Oh, damn. My inner thighs hurt just looking at her. Good thing she opted for sparkly leggings underneath her oversized t-shirt dress. She's got that crazy-ass giant grin on her face as she somehow slides up from the splits and keeps on dancing. The small crowd around us bursts into applause when she finishes. The redhead looks similarly impressed. And if I don't miss my mark, Red also looks completely turned on. I smile as the crowd melts together again and everyone starts dancing. Lydia approaches Red and they begin talking. Good for Lydia. Maybe tonight's the night she'll meet the great love of her life after all. Or at least get a fabulous hookup out of it. Red looks just as athletic as Lydia. I laugh to myself as I move away to give them space to get to know each other. The DJ transitions into an upbeat dance track and my body starts to move with the beat. I don't make the mistake of closing my eyes like last night. No, I'm ever aware of all the people dancing around me. If I see any guys eyeing me who look like the kind to approach uninvited, I flash them angry bitch face, which pretty quickly switches off the light of interest. And really, it's not that bad, not in an uptown crowd like this. I watch others lose themselves in a way I wish I could. Sweat-slick bodies grind against one another. Just to the left of me, a dark-haired man holds a woman to him, her back to his chest, his one hand slung around to caress her bare stomach, while he grinds into her from behind. She's totally into it. This is not an unwelcome position to her like it would be for me. Her head is thrown back on his shoulder, mouth open, arm lifted, and hand buried in his hair, as she slithers back and forth against him. My mouth dries just watching them. They're all but fucking, right here on the dance floor. I turn away from them, but everywhere I look, couples dance in similar positions. Knees nudged between thighs, hands on asses, bodies hunting for friction. And below it all, the music, a sensual, rasping vocal over a deep bass that rings through every speaker and up through the floor. My panties get slicker with each passing moment. I glance behind me. I can't see Lydia or Red. My head swings back around, and before I even realize what I'm doing, my gaze searches out men who aren't coupled up yet. The ones who don't look like douchebags or overly aggressive assholes. Immediately, I see a couple potentials. That slim blonde guy who's laughing while he dances with some friends. All his friends are paired up, but he's alone. Then, a little bit further out toward the fringes of the crowd is a dark-haired guy who is a really bad dancer. He keeps bopping his shoulders slightly after the beat. He looks awkward as hell. But in the occasional flashes of light from below, I think I can make out that he's good-looking. I'd have to get closer to really tell. I glance back and forth between him and the blonde guy. Blonde guy seems good-natured, and he's with friends, so that means he's not too creepy. But dark-haired guy seems nervous and awkward, and that's always endearing as hell. I could be his equivalent of a knight in shining armor, or, chick in a tight mini dress who'll give him a hot fuck in the corner of a club. Potato, potato. I start to head toward the dark-haired guy when my step falters. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? Tonight's not supposed to be about this at all. Remember last night? How quick that went from 0 to super fucked up. I stand in suspended animation, racked with indecision. Tonight is supposed to be low-key, fun, just hanging with friends. No stress, just spending time with Lydia and Bonnie. Maybe I get a little plastered, laugh my ass off, share an Uber on the way home. My chest vibrates. What the? Oh, right. My phone. I pull it out of my bra and see a text from Lydia. Lydia, hitting things off with Shayna. You mind heading home solo? Wow, that was fast. Lydia's usually pretty cautious about who she lets into her life. At the same time, just the other day, she was telling me how sex-starved she was. So maybe she just really needs that itch scratched tonight. Me to Lydia. No probs. Have a blast and be safe, gorgeous. Lydia. You too. XX. I smile and shake my head at the phone, then drop it back in my bra. Even before I've really decided what to do next, my eyes start searching out Mr. Adorably Awkward. But damn it. I frown and crane my neck. He's not there anymore. I mean, not that I was definitely going to go try something with him. That's not what I was about. Really, it wasn't. But now that Lydia's got a hookup and Bonnie's with Jamal, well, I stretch my neck trying to peer over people's heads to see if I can find him again. I work my way through the crowd, halfway dancing to the music so I don't look super weird. But when I get to the spot that I'm sure Adorable was standing in, there's no dark hair. No cute, awkward body bopping slightly offbeat. I deflate a little. It wasn't like I was married to the idea or anything. I dance for a few minutes half-heartedly. My mind keeps spinning thoughts. It's just, maybe, getting with guys is my way of letting off some steam. And there's nothing really wrong with it. It's a Friday night. I'm single. I have a stressful life. People hook up all the time. Even Lydia. So what? And okay, so maybe Lydia doesn't get off on doing it in public, but people have all kinds of, things they like with sex. So what if that's my thing? It's fucking hot. Lots of people think so, and sure, maybe last night got out of hand, but I can keep that from happening again. I'm the one in control. Nothing bad would have really happened with the knife. A girl has to protect herself. It was all fine. I shake my head and focus on the music. The moment. Enough with the internal debate. I look hot tonight. The music is hot, and I'm at a hip as hell club. I want what I want, and there are plenty of guys here tonight that are up for the same thing. I scan the crowd again. I'm further away from the other guy scoped out, the blonde one, but I think I can just barely make out his group from here. I start heading in that direction. When I get closer, I happily note that the guy I first spotted is still dancing alone. I note that his hair is slightly reddish as I get closer. It's a night for redheads, apparently. A slight dusting of freckles dot his nose and cheeks. Sweet. His eyes are closed as he dances. He has much better rhythm than Mr. Awkward. He's not trying any crazy dance moves, but has a decent back-and-forth shuffle shoulder thing going on. I move into the space in front of him and start to dance. I don't put my hand on him or anything. I'm not a hypocrite. I won't touch or invade his space until I'm invited. He keeps his eyes closed, though, and I can't help the smile breaking out on my face. He's totally lost in his own world as he dances. A slight sheen of sweat on his brow that produces little curls at the front of his hairline and the base of his scalp. When he finally opens his eyes, he jerks back in surprise when he sees me there. I laugh and then cover my mouth with one of my hands. Sorry, I shout over the music. You just looked really into the music. He quickly recovers and flashes me a bright white tooth smile. Damn, good orthodontia. Gets me every time. He holds out a hand. The angle he does it makes me think of a handshake, but I give my hand over anyway. His nice smile gets even wider, and we start to dance. After a few moments, he uses a hand he's holding to spin me, then roll me back into his chest. It's like a salsa dance move or something, but I gotta say, crazy impressive. He just positioned me, applied force, and there I went twirling and spinning. Oh yeah, Blonde Dancer is definitely the best choice for the evening. I'm all smiles as we keep it up for several more songs. It's rare that I actually want to stay on the dance floor with a guy for longer than a single number. I'm usually all about getting down to brass tacks. Well, for the whole month that I've been at this, I have needs. A guy can fill them. Ensue mutually beneficial exchange. Speaking of, this has been nice and all, but I'm not big on foreplay. I take a quick glance around. VIP or not, the crush of bodies is at a good enough density to be inconspicuous. I lean up and into Blonde Dancer's chest, sling one arm around the back of his neck, and push into his body. It'll look to anyone watching like we're just dancing intimately. I lean in. How we doing, big boy? No one should notice my hand traveling down his chest to the front of his slacks. I'm not disappointed. It's only a simi, and I have to follow him when he jerks back in surprise. But he quickly perks up to full mast in my hand. The bold junk grab rarely fails. I move my body with his and look up into his eyes, eyebrow arched. Who in the hell is this femme fatale inhabiting my body at the moment? I don't know, and I don't question it. It feels fucking amazing. His pupils dilate and his hand on my hip grips harder almost reflexively. Oh, yeah, he's into this. I stroke him a couple of times through his slacks so he really gets the gist. Then I turn on my heel and start walking through the crowd of dancers toward the stairs. When I look over my shoulder, he's still just standing there with a kind of dazed expression on his face. I give a slight huff and crook my finger so he gets that he's supposed to follow me. A slow, lazy kind of smile comes over his face, and then he's quickly at my side, a hand possessively on my hip. I brush it off but grab the front of his shirt so he knows it's not a rejection. I lead him down the stairs. The VIP floor might be a little more upscale and all that, but I'm looking to get lost in a much larger crowd. The darkest of the dark, little forgotten corners. The constant light show is briefly blinding once I get to the bottom of the stairs, but I can already see an area that'll be perfect. The neon lasers project from the central DJ platform down and outward toward the middle of the club. There's an area off to the back right that barely gets any light at all. I'm not really bothering with the polite, dance my way through the crowd thing this time. I make a beeline in the direction of the dark corner. I'm in heels, but Blonde Dancer is the one struggling to keep up. Sheesh. I'd think he'd be more motivated by the promise of a hot piece of ass. If he doesn't think a little hustle is worth it, I'm sure there are plenty of other candidates out there who would. My brief irritation fades when we get to the corner of the club, and I realize the space isn't just a tiny alcove, but a whole room. In fact, there are little rooms all over the place between the dimly lit columns back here. I look around and grin. Damn, this place is my new favorite spot. They know what a club is really for. I grab Blonde Dancer's forearm and drag him into an unoccupied couch in one of the small side rooms. In seconds, I've got him down and I'm straddling him, rubbing back and forth. The thin pieces of fabric in my thong and his slacks provide excellent friction for me. I want to throw my head back and revel in my arousal. But no. There are still too many unknowns about the situation. Instead, I ride him and look down in satisfaction at the man beneath me, completely at my mercy. They shoot pornos at this angle, but it's always the dude holding the camera. I get the appeal now, though. Being on top and mastering another person. Dancer Boy reaches around and tries to get a hand on my ass, but I swat him away before he makes contact. My eyes adjusted to the dark a while ago, and I can see his startled expression. I don't bother hiding my glare, but at the same time, I dip down and kiss him hard. I don't care if he feels like these are mixed signals. They really aren't. I'm in control here. Why is this difficult for them to understand? His hands can only go where I put them. The kissing is nice. He's even good at it. His tongue stays pretty much put. He's not trying to shove it down my throat. He lets me guide the kiss. Good. He's learning. I feel like he deserves a reward. Again, my hand snaked down the front of his chest, past his abs. He's not overly built, but his stomach doesn't have a punch either. I can definitely work with this. I grab his cock and give it a good stroke through his pants. He's rock hard and bigger than before. I give him a wicked grin. Oh, yeah. He definitely knows where this is going, and he's on board. I also like the nonverbal thing we've got going on. Compliant and non-talkative. He's turning into my favorite gentleman. I kiss him deep again while stroking him. It's dark in the room, and the couple making out in the corner up against the wall is too busy to bother noticing us. I've got a condom in my bra. Never leave home without him is my new motto. A girl's gotta be prepared. Now, I just need to figure out how to smoothly grab it and get his pants down far enough so that I can... That's enough. The deep voice doesn't shout, but it's so loud in my ear and completely unexpected that I fall off the dancer guy's lap. Strong hands catch me. Hands on me. Some big fuck of a stranger has his hands on me. Let go of me. Get the fuck off of me. I yank out of his grasp and stumble backward. My hand immediately goes for the knife at my thigh garter belt, but fuck. I'm not packing because tonight was just supposed to be a girls' night. And here I am in a dark corner where no one will hear me scream over the music with this giant towering over me. I look frantically to the couch for Dancer Guy, but the fucking bastard took off as soon as we were interrupted. Gentleman, my ass. My gaze shoots back to the giant, and I shift my way to the balls of my feet, hands forming into fists. Run! Don't fight. Lydia's instructions from self-defense class ring through my head, but the fucker's blocking the exit of the little room. My blood pounds in my ears, and I open my mouth to shout, "Fire!" at the top of my lungs, but the giant holds up his hands and takes a step back. In an extra bright flash of the laser lights, the side of his face is lit up. Holy shit. It's my ex. Jackson Vale. Chapter 3.
Jackson. I see the moment she recognizes me. The surprise. The shock. "What?" she starts to ask, but I cut her off. I'll be the one asking the questions here. Fuck, but she's beautiful. So beautiful. She always laid me out. Shaped like Venus and smart, too. The only woman I ever met who wasn't interested in me for my money or what I could do for them career-wise. She never wanted anything from me, except me. Until she didn't anymore. And that would be fine. Okay, that's a fucking lie. I barely had a taste of her, but I'm not sure I could ever get over Callie Cruise. But I don't think it was just that she fell out of interest in me. He did something. Bryce Gentry. I don't know what, and I don't know how, but he did something to her that set her spiraling. Matthews did his research on her before I approached her at the Korean cafe months ago. Single mom. Before working for Gentry, she worked long hours at a bar. She didn't have a car, so more often than not, she slept on a worn-out couch in the back office. Matthews interviewed one of her fellow waitresses. She never had boyfriends, never slept around. No, this out-of-control behavior is new. Like she can see what I'm thinking. Callie's eyes flick back to the couch where that bastard had his hands all over her, and her cheeks flame. "What the hell are you doing, Callie?" I step close because I can't help myself, and her eyes drop briefly closed. At first I think it's in shame, but then her nostrils flare, like my nearness is affecting her as much as hers is me. Because she is. Even though I only briefly touched her earlier to pull her away from that fucker. Jesus, touching her. Her skin, her scent. She's imprinted so deep I don't think I'm ever getting her out. Which makes me even more pissed about what she's doing. "So?" I demand. Her face hardens and I can see her stubborn coming out. Are you stalking me? I wouldn't call looking out for her safety stalking, but she takes my silence as confirmation. You are, aren't you? She just stares at me, open-mouthed for a moment. But she finds her voice quick enough. You fucking stalker! She shoves me in the center of my chest, not just a small shove either. It's like she uses all her momentum and aims it just right, so even though she's tiny and I'm over 6'4", she knocks me off balance, so I'm forced to stumble backwards. She stomps past me. Calliope, stop! I call after her. She is not going to just leave now. Not when we're finally having this long overdue conversation. But she just scoffs and gives me the finger over her shoulder. I've never wanted to take her over my knee more, or grab her up in my arms and never let her go. I can't decide which. I follow her either way, but I don't make the mistake of grabbing her. Callie, you need to talk to me. I catch up to her, my long legs easily covering the distance. It helps that she can barely stay upright in those heels. They might make her legs look fucking fantastic, but luckily for me, they aren't ideal for a quick exit. I'm not talking to a fucking stalker, she says, eyes on the exit. Technically, I'm your host, I say. What? She pauses, obviously confused before shaking her head and starting forward again, like she's just reminded herself that she's ignoring me. Where do you think Jamal got those VIP passes? She freezes again at that, and bingo, finally looks my way. What are you even talking about? She lifts a hand to her temple. You know Jamal? I shrug. He works in marketing, and we got to talking after the last niche market strategy session meeting. I smile, because I've been told I have a charming smile, and I'm not above using any weapon at my disposal if it means getting through to her. Apparently she's immune, though, because she just turns and starts walking again, making a beeline for the exit. But when I continue beside her, she starts talking. And you just happened to chat up my best work friend's boyfriend and get him a bunch of VIP passes to a club where you also just happened to show up? What, did you hint that he should get his girlfriend to invite a bunch of her friends from work? She shakes her head. Did you get buddy-buddy enough with Jamal to mention me by name? That's exactly what I did, except for mentioning her by name. Give me a little more credit than that. But I'm done beating around the bush. None of this is addressing the real problem here. We're almost to the club exit and she can't leave before I say what needs saying. It's not safe, what you're doing. I gesture behind us in the general area of the dark corner we came from. With random men like that? I shake my head. Jesus, I don't even know the word for what she's doing. These hookups? Men you don't know, circumstances you can't control. Even saying it out loud has my fists clenching. She's been putting herself in such danger, and I've had to stand helpless from the sidelines. Maybe tonight was extreme, making up the excuse to give Jamal the VIP tickets in an attempt to run her into a setting outside of work. But I had to do something. I couldn't just let her keep, "Oh my God, you have actually been following me," she whispers in horror. "Not just tonight." Her eyes are wide with the sudden realization. We're finally at the club exit and she slams her whole body into the door to shove it open. She's obviously furious, closing it in my face when I try to follow. Shit. This is going all wrong. I had a plan. I was going to be so suave. Why am I such shit when it comes to people? Code, I get. Code, I understand. But people? I've learned to occasionally fake it over the years, but I've always been shit at people. Callie, wait! I call after I get the door open and follow after her. She was stomping away in those damn heels of hers, but she spins and stabs a finger in my direction. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. I am in control. She pounds her chest with her palm. I say when, I say where, I say who, I say how. Nothing happens that I'm not in control of. I don't care about the audience. The bouncer standing only a few feet away by the entry door, or all the people lined up outside the club. I face off with her. Bullshit. I point angrily back at the club. That's not safe. You think you're in control because it's public, but that's bullshit. I know for a fact that 10 feet from where you and that lowlife were, there was an unlocked door to a hallway. What if a couple guys see you and decide to fuck with you? You think you're in control, and then boom. I slap my hands together, and she jumps from the noise, but I don't care. Maybe I'm finally getting through to her. They drag you in there with the doors shut so no one can see or hear you. So I'm just supposed to be scared all the time? She throws her hands in the air. Or feel ashamed? So it's my fault if I get attacked? Her voice takes on a hysterical edge. It's my fault, huh? For dancing suggestively? For daring to tempt the guy because of what I'm wearing? Because I got big tits? Is that what you're fucking saying? She goes to slam me in the chest again, but I catch her wrists before she can. My chest roars at the contact, and all I want to do is pull her into me. Instead, I let her go, even though it takes everything in me to do it. She's in so much pain. I hear it in her voice. I see it in her face, and it is fucking killing me. Killing me. What happened to you, Callie? What did he fucking do to you? No, I say firmly. Christ, I hope you know me better than that. Then again, who am I kidding? I run a hand through my hair and mutter. Not that we had that much time together to get to know each other beyond the basics. Was that it? Was that Gentry's plan? Just to dangle the best thing of my life in front of me and then snatch her away? I don't understand. I don't understand any of it. All I know is that when Callie Cruise came into my life, I realized I'd been asleep for years. Numb. I had my routines, and I had my company, and I thought I was happy. Well, maybe I've always thought true happiness was a myth, but I was content enough anyway. Only to find out I was actually sleepwalking through my life. Because she woke me up. Nerves gone numb from not firing in years came back to life. It was like Dorothy going to Oz. Everything was suddenly in vivid, heartbreaking color. Things mattered again. And maybe the Tin Man could find his heart again after all. The thing is, I did. But it's beating in her chest. I'm staring, I know it, but she's not looking away either. And I feel it again, the connection that's like a fucking hammer to the chest. I'm looking at my future, the only future I'll ever want. And she deserves the truth. I won't play games with her. I'll never be anything like him. I don't know what he did to her, and maybe she'll only be the ghost of my future. A future that could have been, but never will be. Maybe that's what I deserve. And maybe it's a mercy because though she deserves the truth, there are some things about my past I don't think I could ever bring myself to tell her. Maybe I have been stalking you. Her eyes flare at my words. If by stalking, you mean having one of my security guys shadow you when you go out on your own. She gasps and looks furious, her mouth opening like she's about to go off on a tirade, but I hold up a hand. He always stays a respectable distance away. Nothing invasive is involved, and he only follows you when you're in public. So you had some guy fucking watching me? And what, like reporting back to you my every move? She looks so furious and mortified, and for the first time I second-guess my decision to have her followed. I only wanted to keep her safe. More than anyone, I know exactly how dangerous Bryce Gentry can be. It's why I never wanted her working for him in the first place. Some part of me knew the security guard was an invasion of her privacy, but her safety mattered more. It was all I could think about, even if it was too little too late. I hold up my hands again. He never got close enough to see anything. But when you went off alone with certain individuals, I swallow to hold back how I really feel. He felt that they were unsafe scenarios. He just stayed within earshot in case he heard you in any distress, but he never saw anything, I hurry to add. She makes an exasperated noise, and I hurry on. I need to make her understand. I'm worried about you, Callie. Something happened with Gentry. Don't even try to deny it. Her gaze drops at the name, and I watch her closer than ever. She swallows, and then I notice her hands are trembling. Jesus, no, she looks afraid. I've hoped that whatever he did, it was just threaten her. But what if he hurt her, physically? I'll kill him. I'll kill the fucking bastard. She starts to fidget with her hands, and her chin juts out as if she realizes too, and is upset about the fact. Something happened. Something bad, and you changed. Everything in me wants to reach out to her. Please, Callie, just let me hold you. Let me make it better. But I also know that sometimes nothing makes it better. It's a lesson Gentry himself taught me. If only there were a way to take on some of her hurt myself, to bear it for her, if only she would let me. She rubs her temples with both hands, looking tired, looking overwhelmed. Clubgoers stream by us in and out, voices chatter, cars honk, and the beat of the music from inside the club thunders on and on in the background. For a second, when she looks at me, I can see indecision in her eyes, and I think, maybe this is it. The moment she opens up to me. Maybe we can fix this, and we'll be stronger together. Maybe both of us can heal from the wounds Bryce Gentry inflicted on us. Because the truth is, I need her to save me as much as I want to save her. But then she crosses her arms over her chest and glares at me. So? What the fuck is this? Her tone is scathing. An intervention? Are you here to show me the error of my ways and lead me to the righteous path? I can't do anything but let out a dark, self-deprecating laugh at that question. I'm the last person in the world to know anything about righteousness. Our eyes catch again. But I do know a little bit about finding my way back to sanity after Bryce Gentry blows up a person's life. She squirms a little under my gaze, but she doesn't look away. I'm not suggesting that I know what you've been through. I say, whatever happened. I'm not saying that you should tell me what it was or that I have some great wisdom I can impart. What the hell are you saying, then? She throws up her hands. Okay, here's the pitch I've been leading up to all night. Stay calm. Don't let her see how much I want this. There are safer ways to get the same, I cast about for a word, effect, as what you've been doing. She blinks like, okay, and? So I press on. There are ways to do it safely, in controlled environments. One possibility is to do it with a partner that you have an established agreement with, no other attachment or strings. My eyes briefly drop at this. Of course that's what I'd want more than anything, mainly because the thought of her with anyone else makes me want to put a fist through the wall. But by the look on her face, it's clear that's not going to be on the table. Like she thinks I'm saying all of this just in an attempt to get her back in my bed, which I'm not. At least I think I'm not. Jesus, I just want what's best for her. In the end, I swear that even if I do want her, I want what's best for her more. But that's not the only option. I rush the words out. There are groups of people and places, and I'd like to introduce you. It's a world where safe, sane, and consensual are the most important tenets. Her eyes widen like that phrase rings a bell. My breath quickens. And yeah, my cock stiffens a little at the thought that she's even passingly familiar with the idea of what I'm suggesting. As in BDSM? She clarifies, eyebrows at her hairline. Like 50 Shades? I look around. Jesus, say it a little louder. Then I lean in. Of course, first of all, those books and movies got a lot of things wrong. A lot. And second, it doesn't have to be seedy and sleazy. My eyes search hers. Most of us who live the lifestyle have perfectly normal lives on the outside. And like I said, all play is safe, sane, and consensual. Her eyes went wide as saucers when I mentioned the most of us who live the lifestyle part. What is she imagining in her head? Whips and contracts and ball gags? The 50 Shades version of an emotionally distant, overly manipulative dominant? Her eyes are darting every which way, and she's backed up a couple of steps. Shit, am I the one scaring her now? I frown and don't go any closer. I don't move back, though, either. I can't tell if that face means, wow, how interesting, or, wow, How can I distract him because I need to get the hell out of here right now? It's just... She trails off. A lot to take in? Then she nods and repeats. A lot to take in? It's a statement this time. And she's not running. All good signs. I understand. I do. I didn't mean to... I wave a hand. Ambush you like this. I was going to suavely run into you in the VIP lounge, buy a round of drinks for your group. I shake my head before thinking about why the plan went awry before I go looking for walls to put holes in. Just the image of her in that guy's lap. Yeah. My hand goes to the back of my hair, and then I drop it. Jesus. I've never met another woman who gets to me as much as Callie Cruise. But better to leave it here than to press for too much too fast. Well, you have my number, so... I pause, waiting for her to say something, to give some indication of whether she'll call or not, to stop me from leaving and declare her undying love for me. Yeah, she does neither. Time to go. I give her a half smile. I'll see you, Callie. I stop myself from reaching for her as I pass by her to head to the town car, but only just barely. Where is all my normal discipline and iron control? I lock my jaw and start down the sidewalk. Okay. But I never could leave well enough alone. When I reach the corner, I turn back around. She's just standing there in the corner. And God knows what could happen to her if... My driver, Sam, is just around the corner. I call back. And I could... She shakes her head quickly and holds up her phone. My Uber's coming. I'm good. Of course. Callie is nothing if not self-reliant. Or haven't I learned anything after knowing her for 4 months? I flash her a smile, linger looking at her for only a moment because I want to memorize the way she looks tonight, and finally turn to go.
Chapter 4. Callie. The bottle of wine I drank after getting home from that showdown with Jackson didn't really help, and only results in a monster headache on Saturday morning. Seeing him again after all these months, he was as gorgeous as ever. The firm jaw and the rough stubble on his face, his strong eyebrows and the flat arrow shape of his nose. At one point when we were arguing, he stepped so close I could smell his aftershave. The familiar woodsy pine brought on a rush of memories I can't help losing myself in. The stubble of Jackson's cheek rasping on my neck as he kissed his way to my ear, breathing him in while I clutched him close as he thrust into me, over and over again. Him mastering me. But he's been fucking following you. I snap my eyes open and then go to wash my face with cold water. No, I will not be thinking about Jackson Vale anymore. I spend the rest of the weekend marathoning the second season of Outlander with my sister Shannon. Thankfully, Shannon is addicted to 2 things in life: strong coffee and immersive TV shows. When we have marathon TV sessions, she gets more lost in the story of the on-screen characters than anyone I've ever met. Perfect for me since it means she's too caught up to concern herself with what's going on in my life. So, I spend the weekend watching TV, eating ice cream, folding laundry, and texting Lydia. What I do not do, however, is let myself think about any of the things that came out of Jackson Vale's mouth. Nope, not happening. I'm officially checked out for the weekend. The only drama I can handle is of the 18th century Scottish variety. And, in small doses, Lydia's. Lydia rarely has drama after all. She's really into the redhead from Friday night, Shayna. Turns out they didn't hook up that first night. Instead, they hung out and walked around downtown San Fran in what apparently turned into one of those epic all-night get-to-know-you sessions that ended after sunrise and pancakes. She only slept a few hours before waking up and immediately blowing up my phone with texts about every detail of the night. After more pings coming in before I could even text back, I finally just call her and we talk for about an hour. I've never heard her so excited about a girl. When we finally hung up, I feel the briefest stab of something in my gut. Jealousy? No, I don't think that's it. Maybe just the hint of a memory, when I'd been similarly happy at the beginning of what I imagined might be a great relationship. Which leads back to thoughts of Jackson and the confusing tangle of thoughts and emotions and... Come on, Shannon calls. How long does it take to go to the bathroom? They're about to land back in Scotland. That means we'll get to see Jamie in a kilt again. Get your butt back in here. Yeah, time to check out of my own life again. I hurry back into the living room. Just let me grab another pint of Ben & Jerry's. Now, it's Monday, and I'm heading into the CubeThink offices with no better idea of what I would say to Jackson's unorthodox proposal if I ran into him in the elevator. Not that I usually see him in the office, but what if he's waiting in the lobby for me, ready to ambush me as I head into work? When I get there, though, the coast's clear and I let out a small sigh of relief as the elevator climbs to my floor. I check my phone. 7:51. Good. I'm going to be conscientious to be early for a while, so Marcy doesn't hold the one time I was late against me for too long. No one can hold a grudge like that lady. So far, I think she's satisfied with my job performance, but you can never really tell with her. It's not like she gives out compliments. She just seems to berate me less than others on the team. My immediate coworkers are a small group of 4 fellow coders. When I started, we were just scrubbing code that comes down to us from above, debugging and scrutinizing it for errors, and then setting up experiments to check run times. Wash, rinse, repeat. But lately, I've been getting to write some code. The algorithms we were working on in the middle of summer were dubbed too slow for product viability. We were given a shot at increasing data runtime with our own code, not just quality testing other people's work. I was determined to prove myself, and I've actually come up with some solutions that seem to be working. It's the first time in my life where I feel like I'm accomplishing something that I can be proud of, something that I'm earning for real. Not just because I have a pretty face and a big rack. My thoughts are full of the project as I grab a coffee and settle into my cubicle. It's your basic workspace. Small, but not claustrophobically so. Some people plaster thin divider walls of cubicles with hundreds of pictures of their kids or their cats. I don't see the point in that. I'm here to work. I don't want anything else distracting me. Sure, I have a picture of Charlie that I keep taped to the left side of my desk. But that's all. This is not my home away from home. This might be a very good job, but at the end of the day, that's all it is. A job. The morning is all clear, too, so I can get straight to work. Marcy likes us to come off the weekend and jump directly into whatever we're supposed to be working on. She calls it starting off the week right. Weekly meetings are usually on Thursdays and Fridays. I think the whole Friday meeting thing is to try to get us to obsess about work all weekend. Might work with some of the more anal types, but her mind games don't work on me. Not after working for the master of mind fuckery. Plus, I like not having to socialize on a Monday morning when I'm not in the mood. Like today. Another plus to being a little early. No one's congregating around the coffee like they do when everyone gets here right at 8 o'clock. The last thing I need is anyone wanting to do postmortems about our respective weekends. It's bad enough when Bonnie sends me an IM to ask where I disappeared to on a Friday. I just shoot a quick message back that I'm deep into working on something. It does the trick. She leaves me alone for the rest of the morning. It's about an hour till lunchtime when I lift my arms over my head and stretch my neck back and forth that I hear a throat clearing behind me. I swing around in my office chair. A guy stands behind me who looks barely old enough to be in college, shifting awkwardly back and forth from foot to foot. Hi. Are you... He looks down at the paper he's holding in his hands, then frowns. Callie Cruise? I roll my eyes at the complete butchering of my name. Who's asking? The kid looks up at me. It's Mr. Vale. I'm interning for him this semester. He looks very proud of the fact. My stomach goes tight just at the sound of Jackson's name. What the fuck? What's he up to? We don't see each other at work. That's our deal. I told him that before I ever agreed to work here. This job wasn't supposed to come with strings. Does he think just because of whatever Friday was that he suddenly has a right to... I shake my head and hold out my hand. Just give me the note. The kid's eyes widen and I realize how clipped my tone was. I force a smile I don't feel and add, please. He hands the note over and I realize it's not just a note. It's a small envelope. I roll my eyes again, this time at the ceremony of it. Why not just send me an inner office I am like a normal human being? I shove my thumb in the corner of the envelope to rip it open. Inside is just a folded piece of paper with only a few words written in Jackson's neat handwriting. Please come up to my office. I need to talk to you about something. It's extremely important. That's all. No hints as to what he's talking about. My foot starts tapping in frustration. Is this just about what he brought up on Friday? Because so help me God, if he tries to push me about his genius plan of becoming my fuck buddy or whatever, his balls are going to be black and blue by the time I'm done with... Miss? The kid butts into my thoughts. What? Again, my voice comes off as sharp. But hell, what do I care if I come off like a bitch? Men in offices are short with their employees all the time. What should I tell him you said? The intern asks, seeming intimidated by me. The thought makes me sit up taller, and I can't help myself from smirking a little at him. I bite back what I really want to say just in time. Run along, little puppy, and tell your master that I'll answer his summons. I glance at my laptop screen and then click to lock my station. I head to the elevator without another word. The intern follows at my heels. I push the up arrow. So, how do you know Mr. Vale? The kid asks. Silence. I don't have any use for inane conversation with some barely legal guy I'll never see again, so I don't bother. The elevator dings and I step inside. The kid moves to follow, but I smile and give a head shake. You catch the next one. I push the closed door button before he can say anything else. I roll my shoulders and relax as the elevator starts to move up. Damn, I never realized before how good it feels to be a bitch. I think I miss my calling in life. I smile to myself as I step off onto Jackson's floor. His middle-aged cardigan-obsessed secretary only nods and waves me through the door from the lobby that leads to the back offices. I've been here on the top floor just once before, but it's enough to remember that Jackson's office is the last one at the very end. The corner office, naturally. The old-world elegance hits me all over again. The part of the CubeThink offices where I work is perfectly modern, more industry standard, brightly lit, fake plants around for ambiance. Ours has nicer furniture and desk spaces that I might expect at most office jobs. Other than that, though, it's fairly sterile. But up here in the executive offices, comfort and elegance seem to be the watchwords. Even more so when I knock and enter Jackson's space. A hulking cherrywood desk dominates the room, complemented by comfortable leather chairs and a plush beige carpet. Not to mention the intimidating man himself, who immediately stands and comes toward me as I enter. He tries to wrap his arms around me and... Oh God, is that a hug? Is he seriously trying to hug me? Does he know me at all? I'm not a hugger. Then I try to recall some of the anger I felt when his little intern was sent to fetch me and cross my arms over my chest. Desperation isn't a good look on anyone. I take a seat in the chair across the desk from him. What's so important that you decided to drag me here in the middle of my workday? His expression was open when I'd come in the room, but it's shut down now. He strides back around to his desk chair and sits, immediately steepling his fingers under his chin. His features have gone all flat and serious. Okay, what's going on here? I sit up in my chair, suddenly on alert. I thought this was just his super unprofessional way of getting my attention, but maybe... Charlie, I sputter. Is Charlie okay? I'm half out of my chair before Jackson holds up a hand. Charlie's fine. He looks startled. Of course, nothing's wrong with Charlie. I put my hand to my chest and then glare at him. What the fuck, then? You just scared the crap out of me. Jackson rubs one of his hands on his knees as if it's sweaty. I don't know how to tell you this, he confesses. Just spit it out, I say. That usually works for me. Stop with the bullshit suspense and spill. He gives a jerky nod of assent and then starts to talk. I've just learned that your lawyer, your previous lawyer that is, Don Murray, was paid off by David and Regina. I'm so startled by the intro of my former custody lawyer and then my ex and his wife into the conversation that it takes me a second to process what he's saying. That's why he didn't defend you as well as he could have in the last hearing. Jackson continues. I freeze. I can't. What? I mean, I was disappointed when David's attorney kept attacking me and we didn't have anything to volley back with, but Don said we shouldn't stoop to their level, that my case was strong enough without it. I leaned back in my chair and put a hand to my head. That's not all. Not nearly the worst of it. My eyes flicked to Jackson's face. Worse? There's something worse than my own lawyer working against me. The day before your hearing, his jaw goes tense as he talks. Dawn had pastries sent out during your prep session, correct? Bagels and some small cakes. I scrunched my brows trying to remember. That whole period of time before the hearing is pretty much just a blur. I don't know. What does that have to do with... Think. Jackson's voice is hard. Did he have, say, poppy seed bagels that he gave you? Or everything bagels that have poppy seeds mixed in with other seeds? Or poppy seed cake? I closed my eyes and struggled to remember. Bagels? Cake? I hadn't been able to eat anything the day of the hearing itself. I remember that. But the day before? Oh my God. My eyes flash up to Jackson's. Yes! At the strategy session with my lawyer, the day before the hearing, he had bagels set out, but I didn't eat those. It was the poppy seed muffins. I ate 2 of them. I was so stuffed when I was finished, but I was stressed out, and carbs are my downfall when I'm stressed. Then I frowned, confused. Are you saying he spiked the muffins? Like with pot or something, so I'd test positive for drugs the next day. But I didn't feel high or anything. Jackson shakes his head for a second. I'm only more confused before he clarifies. It was the poppy seeds themselves. They set off drug tests, a false positive, because they read as opiates. You know, poppy, as in what opiates have been made from throughout history. I blink several times before finding my voice. And that can affect the outcome of a drug test. My voice goes high-pitched in disbelief. So let me get this straight. You're telling me I failed because of muffins? They took away my son over a couple of fucking muffins? Calm down, Callie. It's only when he says it that I realize I totally shouted that last one, and I'm standing with my hands clenched into fist. I push back my chair as I start pacing his office. You mean to tell me, I stab the air with my forefinger, that the fucking lawyer set me up to lose my son before I even entered the courtroom by fucking poisoning me with fucking seeds in some fucking muffins? I throw my hands up in the air and let out an enraged growl. Then I'm nodding my head. I'm gonna kill him, string him up by his balls, and dangle him on the wall where his law degree used to hang. Motherfucker is gonna be so sorry he ever decided to fuck with me. I swear to fucking God. I'm striding back and forth furiously across Jackson's office. I note that he's approaching, and I'm 2 seconds from ripping into him when he starts nodding with me. I completely agree. I'm going to help you do it. That brings me to a stumbling halt. You are? Fuck yes, I am. It's only now that I realize his face is mottled with fury. He might not have been as angry as I am about all this, but he's close. I've never, in all my years in interactions with sleazy lawyers, and believe me, I've dealt with some really sleazy motherfuckers, come across anyone this low, this willing to shit all over his client, the law, and simple human ethics. Jackson's voice is passionate, and I've never heard him use so many swear words at once. Damn right! I say. We just stand there, face to face. It's a position that anyone else looking in on us would see as a standoff. My chest heaves. There are too many thoughts zooming through my head to focus on a single one. Jackson standing so close. I can see the tiniest cut on the edge of his jaw from where he nicked himself shaving this morning. Fuck. Why is that hot? I grab him by the tie and yank him toward me, and then I kiss him. If he's startled, he reacts quickly enough that it doesn't show. I kiss him hard, but this is Jackson. Within seconds, his mouth demands control of the kiss, which only pisses me off more. I flip my left foot back, lean into it for a moment, and then shift my weight forward again so that I can use my momentum to push Jackson backward toward the wall. I'm not sure if the element of surprise makes him stumble or if he just allows it, because momentum or not, there's no way I'm moving him that far, at least while we're on our feet. Either way, the next moment I've achieved my goal. His back is against the wall exactly where I wanted him. The idea that he might have just willingly submitted to me sends a gush of wetness into my panties. I run my hands through the back of his hair, up to where it's slightly longer on top. Then I bring his head down to mine. I take control of the kiss, going deep. When he tries to take over and master me with his tongue, I pull back so he's forced to chase me. That only makes me move away again. He growls in frustration when I retreat for the third time. I just cluck my tongue at him and shake my head. He narrows his eyebrows at me, and I laugh and swoop down again to tease open the seam of his lips with my tongue. This time, he lets my tongue do the leading, and only engages after I initiate each time, meeting the tip of my tongue with his in a way that shoots electric pulses straight to my clit. That's right, let me direct the show. I can't help letting out a most unladylike moan and sagging against him. He makes my body feel liquid, and god damn him, he was right. This does feel better since I don't have to worry about grabbing for a knife every other second. There's no danger here. I continue kissing him as I hike one of my dress pant-clad legs open around his hips. Well, he's so much taller, it's really his upper thigh, but all that matters is that I'm achieving some friction now. I rub my body up and against him hard, once, twice. Oh, God, that feels amazing. Apparently, Jackson feels the same way because he reaches under both my thighs and hikes me up to his waist, then carries me toward his desk. For a moment, everything's perfect. I'm taken back in time to when he carried me exactly like this from his bathtub to his bed. Today, just like then, I revel in his strength and marvel at how easily he lifts me. Then, exactly like in the movies, he shoves all the papers and a cup of pens off his desk onto the floor without any care and sets me down on the edge. He kisses me, and for a moment, I'm all consumed. There's only Jackson, his body, that scent of pine and spice and male. There's only want and the insistent pulse between my legs. He kisses me deep, and I even let him. Then he presses me down on the desk with his body. He's gentle. He doesn't slam me down. In some sane part of my mind, I realize he even cups the back of my neck and is careful to keep all of his weight on his hands so no part of him crushes me. But the rest of my brain goes to a very not sane place. It's his tie. It flops down into my face as he lowers me, and when I look up, I don't see Jackson. I see the fluorescent lights in the office ceiling tiles. I'm on the conference table again. A hard surface underneath me, bright blinding fluorescence overhead, men in business suits. I'm staring at the ceiling as man after man violates me. Oh God, is it over yet? Why isn't it over yet? How is this even happening? It shouldn't be happening. This is an office, for God's sake. It's supposed to be safe here. These kinds of things happen in the dark back alleys of East San Jose, not the conference room of a well-lit 50th floor office building. Next in line, Gentry says, pointing to the box of condoms someone set out beside the coffee tray. "You don't know where that filthy cunt's been. Better safe than sorry." I scream and struggle to get away, but Gentry holds my shoulders down and the other man, Carl, has a bruising grip on my hips to keep me still. The next man in line, a middle-aged Japanese investor, puts one hand on my knee and with the other rolls on the condom. "No!" I shriek at the top of my lungs. I strike out in all directions. "Callie!" Suddenly there's nothing holding me down anymore, and I scramble off the desk. I bolt toward the wall. Run! I have to run! My heart is hammering 1,000 beats per minute, and I look crazily back and forth for Gentry and the rest of... But none of them are there. There's just one very freaked out looking Jackson, hand to his bloody lip. Fuck me. I'm not in the conference room at Gentry Tech. I blink rapidly as my head jerks back and forth in disorientation. But they were just here. I put a shaky hand to my forehead. It felt so real. God damn it. I thought I was getting better the more time passed. This isn't the first waking flashback I've had, but it's the most intense one ever. I thought I was getting control, getting past it. God, I'm so dumb. I want to laugh at how dumb I am, but mostly, I just want to cry. "Callie," Jackson starts to say, but I hold up a hand. "Don't." He opens his mouth to try again, but again, I cut him off. "Just don't." I try to gather what little dignity is left of me, and I leave the room. Jackson must realize what's good for him because he lets me. Chapter 5.
Jackson. I check my phone for the millionth time. It's 5:05 p.m. Where is she? Sitting here in the back of my town car waiting for her to emerge from the front entrance of Cube Think is starting to make me feel like exactly what she accused me of being, a stalker. Does the fact that it's my building make it any better? Probably not. I'm just trying to find a way to approach her on neutral territory. After what happened this morning, I shudder and curl into myself, remembering the look on her face. The absolute terror as she shoved me off and fought and shouted no like she was a trapped animal with the butcher's knife raised overhead. As if I was her rapist. The shaking that's hit me on and off all day comes back and I clench my fist. And I know now for certain, almost for certain. Did Gentry do it himself? Or have someone else do it? I know he's capable of it. I know. My eyes clench shut along with my fists. Even the idea that someone violated Callie. Fuck, I'm going to be sick again. I already lost what little bit of lunch I managed to get down earlier. "Sir?" At Sam's voice, I look up, and there she is, beautiful as ever with brunette hair like she's trying to dim her shine. It doesn't work. Not even Bryce Gentry could diminish the burning star that is Callie Cruise for long. I step out and stand. Will she approach or hurry away? I give her the choice. I won't chase her. Jesus, but I'll always give her the choice. I swear I'll never take that away from her ever again. For a moment I think she will run. But then she lifts her chin, head high, and comes toward me. So brave. Always so brave. She starts talking the second she's within hearing distance. "Kissing you this morning was a mistake, and I don't want to talk about the other." "I don't want to talk about that either. Now get in." I get in the back seat and move over, gesturing for her to join me inside. Another choice. She glares at me like I'm the most high-handed jerk she's ever seen. "Please, Callie," I entreat, voice softer. "I think you'll find the place I want to take you very enlightening." I can't help a slight smile at the last word, imagining her many possible reactions to the place I want to take her. "Where?" she asks reluctantly. I lift an eyebrow. It's a surprise. Maybe I can tempt her with curiosity. Jesus, but I want this for her, and it's taking everything in me not to show my hand with how bad I want it. She's drowning, I can see it, and I want to put some solid ground underneath her feet. I need to. I need it for her. I need it for me. She rolls her eyes and lets out an unimpressed huff of air, glancing at the sidewalk that would take her to the nearest light rail station. I promise, Callie. Come with me just this once. I won't beg, but I do need her to hear me. If you don't like it, we'll go back to the way we were. This earns me another glare. What, with you stalking me? I hold up my hands. With you never seeing my face. And the guy you have following me? We can discuss the security detail. There's no discussion. It stops immediately. I wish it were that simple. I'm not comfortable leaving you unguarded while your ex has some sleazy, barely licensed PI following you around, trying to catch you in compromising photos. She leans against the car like she's suddenly winded. She must not have known that her ex still had his PI following her. I thought the lawyers got a restraining order against their PI. She looks freaked out, really freaked out. Maybe at the thought of their PI potentially catching her at some of her less than wholesome activities. Her ex would have no compunction about using it in court, but she doesn't have to worry. I get out of the car and join her where she's leaning against the car, her breath coming in quick, panicked gasps. I want to reassure her, but at the same time, she needs to know all of it. They just hired a different PI, and once or twice even used lower associates within the law firm. As soon as we slap a restraining order on whoever they hire, they're on to someone else. Even a restraining order only restricts them to a distance of 100 yards from you. That's nothing for a telephoto lens. She puts a hand to her stomach. I think I'm going to throw up again. No. I shake my head vehemently. Callie, listen. My security guards have made sure none of them have even gotten close to you. If you enter an establishment, my guys pick them out of the crowd and they don't follow you in. You've been safe. Are you sure? She's so panicked, and I hate it. I nod emphatically. I promise. No one got past my guys. Guys? She squeaks. As in plural? I try to move toward her, but she steps away, shaking her head. I guess in some messed up way, I appreciate what you've done. It's clearly a question she hasn't made up her mind about. But no more. She meets my gaze straight on. I refuse to have men I don't know following me around. The shiver that goes through her this time is visible. I nod. I completely understand. And I do. I really do. It was insensitive of me not to consider her feelings from the beginning. She breathes out audibly. So you'll cancel the service? No. She tenses and glares at me. What? I won't cancel the service, I say calmly. Earlier today I requested a change in your detail so that you'll only have female bodyguards from now on. You can meet them and have as much contact with them as you like so you're comfortable with the situation. Her mouth gapes open and then closes. Then opens like she's thought of something else to say, but then she closes it again. I'll quit while I'm ahead. Excellent. Now that that's settled to your satisfaction, shall we go? I hold out a hand in the direction of the town car's open door and move aside so she can step in. Please, Callie, please. She huffs out a breath of frustration, and her eyes dart from the door to me, to the sidewalk, to the door again. She's about 3 seconds from telling me to fuck off, I can tell. But then her mouth purses, and she points a finger right in my face. Don't think this means you're off the hook, stalker. She squeezes past me and slides into the car. Yes. I breathe out and chuckle. Anything you say. Anything you say. Classical music plays quietly through the speakers as we drive. Chopin, Prelude in E minor. I don't say anything. Now that I've got her here, I'm content. Just having her close is enough to soothe that beast that lives inside me. Because just like everything else, her arrival in my life woke him up too. He's the part of me that's always hungry and restless and mad at the world. I've never gone to a shrink, but I know enough to guess that he comes from my screwed-up childhood. Mom died having me, and my biological father was a loser in and out of jail so often all I ever knew was foster homes. But dear old Dad refused to give up his rights to me when I was still young enough to be adopted, and by the time he decided he was done with me, I was 6, too old and too wild for anyone to want to adopt. The beast was already born by then. Nobody wanted me? Fine. I didn't want them either. I'd never want anyone. And I'd take all the things the world had refused to give to me. I was right on track to end up just like my father, in jail by the time I was 20. I'd already come close to going to juvie twice, and I was barely 11. Until the Kents. Until Saul Kent, the only man I'll ever call Dad. Callie's relaxed into the seat beside me, head back and eyes drooping closed. The mere fact that she can do that with me, that she feels safe enough with me, Jesus, it soothes those raw nerves that have been frayed ever since this morning. And it means I can watch her in peace, which probably makes me even more of a stalker, watching her while she sleeps. But it's too rare an opportunity for me to pass up. My security guards don't take pictures of her. It's not surveillance, only security. And going all these months without even a glimpse of her? Jesus, in my worst moments, I wondered if she was even real. Because it wasn't like I could just go back to sleep. No, after her I was wide awake. So I felt every single second of every single day without her, torturing myself worrying about what Gentry had done, fearing the worst, and those fears only getting worse when the security reports came in of her out-of-character behavior. I vacillated between wanting to smash Gentry's face in and ruining his business so badly that he'll never be able to show his face in this or any other city ever again. Antonio and Murray assure me the latter will be the smarter plan in the end, and that we should stay the course. But that does nothing to pacify the beast who wants vengeance now, and wants it bloody. I get angry even thinking about it all. Deep breaths. I close my eyes and try breathing deeply, but it doesn't do shit. So I open them again and look at Callie. Instantly, the tightness in my chest loosens. The beast curls up and goes to sleep. I want her in my life, in my bed, at my kitchen table each morning sharing breakfast. But for now I have this. Maybe it's all I'll ever have. And it's enough. If I repeat the lie over and over to myself enough times, maybe it'll become true. Callie doesn't wake up until an hour and a half later when we're in busy downtown San Francisco traffic. My driver, Sam, weaves expertly in and out of traffic until we pull into a small semicircle in front of a tall brick building with a red awning. There aren't any identifying markers in the building, but I know it well. A valet quickly appears as Sam gets out and hurries around the front of the car. A moment later, Sam opens my door and hands me my small black duffel bag. I step out and shoulder the bag, then hold out a hand for Callie. She rolls her eyes and opens her own door. I chuckle as I walk around the back of her car to meet her as she steps out. She does take my arm when I offer it, though. The beast gives a roar of approval. "Is it really necessary that you have your own driver?" she asks as we head toward the front doors. I smile and struggle not to laugh. I lean in and speak low in her ear. Is it a shameless excuse to get close to her? Yes. Yes, it is. If you saw my driving, believe me, you'd know the driver is necessary. That startles a laugh out of her. Really? The famous Jackson Vale admitting to a flaw? No one takes the shit out of me like this woman. I didn't get my license until I was 18, and the first year I had it, I got in 3 car accidents. Then when I was 24 and made my first $10 million, I totaled a Bugatti. Shut up. She grabs my shirt sleeve right as I reach for the front door to the building. You did not. I incline my head. I'm afraid so. But don't those cars cost like $2 million? she whispers. I lean in and whisper back. 2.4 million, actually.
Oh my God.
She shakes her head.
Fucking rich people.
Then she looks back up at me.
But you had it insured, right?
She always knows how to go straight for the jugular, doesn't she? I was in a bad spot in my life. I shrug. Not really one for thinking things all the way through at the time. The dealer tried to insist I set up insurance before I drove it off the lot, but I assumed he was just trying to sell me a bunch of extra crap I didn't need. I knew I had liability, and I could set the rest up myself. I pause. And then I just kept meaning to get around to it.
Stop talking.
She starts to put her hands over her ears.
This is literally the most painful conversation I've ever had in my life. 2.4 million, you said?
She's so damn adorable. I can't help laughing. I survived the accident. Thank you for caring so much about my welfare. I tease. She waves a hand as if it's unimportant, but the next second her eyes are flicking my way. And I have to say, I do like the feel of it. Jesus, I've missed her. So you can see now why I use the services of a driver from time to time. Besides, this city is full of crazy motorists. Did you see those streets? I gesture behind us at the traffic. As if to make my point, a Tesla cuts off another car and then switches lanes, barely squeezing in between two other cars in time and eliciting honks from everyone around them. I wince. I prefer to have an expert at the wheel if I can afford it.
And obviously you can.
She crosses her arms and raises her eyebrows.
There are less pretentious ways to get around, you know. The light rail and the bus suit the rest of us just fine.
I never said I'm a revolutionary. I can afford the creature comforts. I come close again, so close I'm just a breath away from her ear. So why not indulge? At her sharp intake of air, I pull back and drop my hand to the small of her back, urging her inside the building. Her eyes dart all around from the second we step inside, her curiosity clear on her face. If she's trying to guess where we are by the entrance area, though, there aren't many clues. It's just a small room portioned off by floor-to-ceiling black velvet curtains. The slow thudding beat of club music rumbles from far away. Stephanie's manning the hostess station today. She has her customary red leather bustier on, along with a gold collar around her neck that is definitely a new accessory. I'm glad for her. She always wanted a full-time partner. More than I could ever give her.
Jackson,
she smiles wide at seeing me.
It's been quite a while.
I have the back room reserved. She looks on her computer and types a few things in, then comes around from back behind the hostess station with my keycard, head lowered and lashes flashing.
Martin thought it would be amusing to make me work up here for several hours.
She hands me the keycard, her hand lingering long after I've taken the little card.
But I'll be free later, and I'm sure Martin would be happy to invite you to join, just like old times.
She keeps fluttering her eyelashes, something I bet she practices in the mirror for as much as she's doing it. And I'm about to tell her how happy I am that Martin made it official when Callie suddenly steps in between us.
You got something in your eye?
She asks Stephanie, crossing her arms over her chest.
What?
Stephanie glances over at her, the first time she's acknowledged her existence since we walked in.
Your eyes,
Callie says, pointing over-exaggeratedly at her own eyes.
You just keep blinking them so fast. Seems like there's some kind of problem there.
Callie scrunches her face in pretend sympathy.
Maybe you're starting to develop a pink eye situation.
Stephanie makes an offended noise and looks like she's about to start saying something, but I lose the battle and start chuckling. Stop being a brat, Steph. Martin might put up with it, but I never did. I'm not about to start now. Stephanie shivers and drops her eyes. Damn it, the last thing Callie needs to see is one of my exes yes-sirring me. Follow me, I say to Callie, as I push through one of the curtains and head down a narrow hallway, the walls also painted black. Red bulbs mounted on the wall give the hallway an otherworldly glow. I wince, thinking how all this must look to Callie. I can't remember what I thought the first time. Miranda didn't bring me here, but it was to a place like this. Gentry had used her up and tossed her out, just like he did everyone, and she'd sought me out because he'd told her about me, bragged about what he'd done to me. She thought we could be good for each other, and she was right. More than she knew, in my case. I glance over my shoulder and thank Jesus Callie's actually following and hasn't bolted for the exit. Doors line the black hallway, and a little way down, I stop and open one to a changing room. Callie lets out a breath like she wasn't sure what she was going to find behind the door. But it's just a small room that's empty, except for a large black wardrobe with rounded silver stud ornamentation and hinges. We'll both need to change clothes. There is a certain... I wave my hand in a so-so gesture. Dress code that's generally expected in this club.
And exactly what kind of club is this?
Stephanie and the leather collar didn't give it away. Haven't you guessed?
How about you spell it out for me?
Callie puts her hands on her hips. Even in her loose, bulky work clothes, she still looks delicious enough to devour, and for a second, it's difficult to think. I wanted to introduce her to this world as slowly as possible, but I guess this is it. Time to lay my cards on the table. She's still standing by the door like she hasn't made up her mind about staying or bolting, so I cross the distance. I told you I could introduce you to a safe way of playing out your desires. This is the first step. I gesture around us. This palace, it's a safe space. There are extensive background checks on all members, and beyond that, I have my security monitoring everyone who comes in and out.
So this is a sex club?
She cuts to the chase. It's a social space for like-minded people. She narrows her eyes at me.
A sex club?
I can't help smiling at that. She never lets me get away with any of my shit. Don't knock it till you try it. But her head's shaking firmly back and forth.
Any dude tries to put a collar on me, I'll fucking castrate him.
She's glaring now.
Even you.
No, Callie. My voice is solemn. I don't want her thinking I'm treating this like a joke. I don't think that's what you need at all. That's not why I brought you here.
Then why did you bring me?
It's easier if I show you. It's the truth. I could try to explain it till I'm blue in the face, but it would do nothing compared to showing her a scene. But first, we need to change. I walk over to the bag I brought. I might find her perfect in whatever she wears, but here, what you wear speaks volumes. I pull out her suit and hold it up for her. Her mouth drops open.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. I am not wearing that cat suit.
I sigh. How do I explain? What you wear gives certain signals to the other patrons. No one will ever touch you here without your consent, I hurry to assure. And tonight, no one should approach you since you are with me. But first impressions are always important. This outfit sends the message that no one should fuck with you. She looks startled that I cursed. I generally don't, at least not out loud. I rather think the world could do with more civility, not less, so I do my part. Callie eyes the garment up and down for several long moments, before snatching it out of my hands. She holds it by the shoulders and lets it unfold again. Then her eyes narrow in my direction.
And what exactly are you wearing?
I smile and pull out my leather pants that match her suit, shaking them out so she can see them. She bites her bottom lip as she tests the leather of the catsuit in between her fingers, and goddammit, I swear she's trying to kill me. My own leather pants are going to be a tad difficult to put on if I've got a raging hard-on. We're here for her, dumbass, I remind myself. Her eyes shoot my direction.
Turn your ass around. If you take even one peek.
She picks up the high-heeled boot.
This heel is landing right here.
She jerks the shoe forward and stops the pointed heel half an inch away from my forehead, right between my eyes. Yep, I squawk, in what might come out in slightly less than a manly pitch. Got it, no peeking. Scout's honor. She scoffs.
As if you were ever a Boy Scout.
My mouth tips up as I step back. What gave it away? The part where I once spanked your ass in a limo so you came harder than you had ever before in your life? or bringing you to a sex club where I'm going to put so many fantasies in your head you're not going to be able to sleep for a week. With that, I turn around and start loosening my tie. I pull it off over my head, then my shirt. Is she watching? I haven't heard any shuffling to indicate she's turned around to start undressing, so I go a little slower as I reach and tug my undershirt off my head. With nothing else to do but go insane worrying over her, I've spent more than a little time in my home gym letting out some aggression on my heavy bag. Finally, I hear noise indicating movement, and I grin. She was totally watching. But shit, now that I'm listening for her movements, I can't stop thinking about what each noise means. Is she slipping that skirt down those luscious legs of hers? Taking off her shirt? I close my eyes and my head drops back a little when I remember her fucking amazing breasts. I've never in my whole life touched a more perfect pair of breasts. Are you a tits or ass man? Jesus, I about died on the spot when she whispered those words in my ear the first time we were together. She's lucky I don't have a heart condition. Single hottest moment of my entire life. And now I've got a stiffy to rival all stiffies. Great. I shove my pants and boxers down and grab the leather pants. I've got to figure out how to get the damn things on and hide this hard-on. But can I stop thinking about her naked? Nope. Can't keep my big mouth shut either. Make sure to get completely naked before you put on the suit. I shake my head as I step into the leather pants. It's practical advice, but now there are a million images of her flashing through my head, even though I only saw her naked a handful of times. There's a sharp gasp from behind me, and I freeze. Shit, did I freak her out by saying the naked thing? Or is she breaking the rules and peeking at me? The pants are only up to one thigh, and my ass is out for all to see. Well, just for her to see. I don't hear any noise for a long while, and I grin. She's totally checking me out, isn't she? Maybe there's hope after all. I can't help messing with her. Callie, I don't hear the suit rustling anymore. Did you get stuck, or are you done putting it on? Can I turn around now? I pull the leather pants all the way up, and there's suddenly a flurry of noise behind me. No, she squeaks. Don't turn around. Then follows all manner of grunts and curses. Getting the suit on is obviously a struggle. Callie, I'm fine. Don't you dare turn around. More grunting, more cursing. Is there a mirror somewhere? She asks a full 5 minutes later. Can I turn around now? Not yet. Her voice bites in the quiet room. Is there a mirror? Cabinet in the corner of the room, on the door. I hope that sounded less impatient than I feel, because I really want to see her. Yeah, it's the attire of the club, but I'm still a damn man. You can look. Is it just me, or does she sound excited? I turn around, and holy shit. I try to swallow, but don't do it right and end up coughing. Jesus, but she looks. Fuck, I'm just standing here gawking, but the suit hugs every one of her curves, and she has so many curves. It zips up the front, but she only zipped it midway up her chest, so that her ample cleavage is on display. And oh shit, I'm still standing here gawking. Say something. You look good. I finally manage. Oh, wow, genius. Say something smarter. I mean, very good, great, beautiful. I cringe. Beautiful? That's all I could come up with? Besides, that's not the point tonight. Because I wasn't kidding earlier when I said that clothes have a message here. This entire place is about power. Who holds it? Who gives it up? The suit Callie is wearing screams power. And I'd swear she can feel it. It's like she's standing taller. Or maybe she's realized it. Why I've brought her here. Not, as she put it, to wear a collar. No, that's not what she needs at all, I don't think. Gentry took her power away. It's time she got it back. It was the gift Miranda gave me years ago, and now I want to give it to Callie. Callie glances at herself one more time in the mirror, and then nods. She looks back at me and holds up the wicked, spiked stiletto boots. Help me with my heels? Usually walking into the main galleria of the club calms me down. It means release is near. But not right now. I'm wound tight as a steel guitar string. I can't keep my eyes off Callie. What's she thinking? What's she expecting? We walk inside and everything is familiar to me, but I try to see it through her eyes. We pass by the bar area and continue into the main communal room. The walls are of varnished wood so dark it's just a shade lighter than black. The black tile floor gleams in the ambient yellow light given off from chandeliers studded throughout the ceiling. They're not the only things hanging from the heavy beams running the length of the room far above our heads, though. I watch Callie's eyes as they follow chains linked to pulleys connected to the beam and then trace back down on the other side to attached cuffs and swings. Her eyes widen and then shoot around to the stations set up all around the room. Several spanking benches, a few small areas where scenes can be staged, a St. Andrew's cross. The club is mid-level busy tonight. Naked and half-naked bodies are strung up in one corner, spread eagle over a pommel horse in another, bent on their knees in yet another. A blindfolded naked man with a ball gag in his mouth stands handcuffed to a second St. Andrew's cross in the other corner, wrists and ankles cuffed to the large wooden X. Another dom brings down a flogger on the first man's back. He spasms, and an inflamed pinkish spot joins other similar marks on his reddened shoulders. Callie's eyes grow even wider, though I wouldn't have thought that was possible. Shit. Maybe bringing her here was a bad idea. It's rare that I second-guess myself, but with Callie, I never feel like I'm on solid ground. But it might have been better to discreetly invite a few people I trust to scene at my house and shown her that way rather than tossing her in the deep end like this. I just thought that a public place might make her feel more at ease. Or made her more likely to run for the hills and never talk to you again. Jesus, her hands are trembling. I reach out to take one without thinking. The second I make contact, though, she yanks it away from me. Right. Because I've totally fucked any headway I was making, bringing her here. But it's already done, and there's no stuffing this genie back in the bottle. Do you need another moment? She shakes her head no, vehemently. Do you want to go? I ask roughly. We can leave? She takes a deep breath, eyes still darting everywhere around the room. Is there a reason you brought me here? I mean, something in particular you wanted to show me? Yes, in the back rooms. Mistress Nightblood is doing a scene tonight, and she said we could come observe. She's a friend. Callie's eyes finally come to me. Mistress... She trails off, and her eyes pause on a woman wearing an outfit not dissimilar to her own, leading a man crawling on the floor by a leash. Callie blinks a few times and expels a big breath before nodding. Okay, show me. I gesture for her to follow me, and she holds her head high as we continue through the room. We're almost to the back hallway leading to the private rooms when I realize Callie's no longer beside me. I turn and see she's stopped by a scene several feet back, where a woman is strung upside down. She's strapped into a pair of boots that are chained to the ceiling. Her hands are also cuffed and chained to the ceiling so that her back is parallel to the ground, stomach up. Her head hangs backward, mouth open. A dom steps in front of her, and then without ceremony grabs her blonde braid, adjusts her head slightly, shoves his cock into her mouth and down her throat. She chokes on it, and spittle almost immediately starts to pour out the sides of her mouth, rolling down and into her hair. Callie's mouth falls open, and she looks horrified. Without breaking stride, the dom fucking her mouth signals with his hand to another man. The second man, in black latex chaps with a cutout where the crotch area should be, steps forward. He's already erect, and he moves calmly to the other side of the woman and grabs her hips. He's clearly about to penetrate when Callie jumps forward. Stop it! She shouts. Callie! I put a hand on her arm to stop her as the two doms look over at us. Shit. I hate to restrain her, but she just doesn't understand what she's seeing. They aren't doing anything wrong. I speak as quietly as I can to her. I can tell she wants to argue back, so I continue hurriedly. This is a BDSM club. Nothing goes on here that isn't consensual. Completely consensual. Do you understand what I mean? They aren't doing anything except what that girl has expressly given them the go-ahead for. What she wants them to do. She can't even talk! Callie yanks against my grip and nods toward the man who has the girl's head in a tight grip as he feeds his cock down her throat. When the other man enters her from the other end, I can tell Callie's about to lose it. Her eyes go distant and she makes a gagging noise. Gagging like it's her with the cock down her throat. She's shaking. Her whole body is shaking. Like it's her being held in place and unable to move. What the fuck does that mean? I have to get her out of here. Right fucking now. But the way she yanked away from me earlier... Jesus, I don't want to even touch her right now and make it worse. The next moment, though, she's not frozen anymore. She takes a step forward like she's about to charge the man at the woman's head when he suddenly calls out, "Brake light!" and pulls out of his sub's mouth. The man on the other end pulls back immediately as well. It's only then that I notice the strung-up girl is snapping her fingers rapidly. "Brake light! Brake light!" she gasps as soon as her mouth is free. The dom at her mouth signals with his hand, and the next moment the chains holding her up start lowering to the ground. He catches her in his arms when she's almost to the floor, cradling her body. He immediately starts undoing the cuffs at her wrists, and the man in chaps comes to her feet, working at the combination of chains and cuffs there. Tears stream down the girl's cheeks. I'm sorry," she repeats several times. "I failed to please you." The man is shaking his head adamantly. "Don't ever say sorry for using your safe word." His voice is commanding, and the girl looks up into his eyes, her own large and luminous. "That would displease me." A gentle smile breaks across her face, and she nods. I keep looking back from the girl to Callie, because Callie is frozen again, her features caught somewhere between confusion and fury, and looking like she's about to break out in tears herself. "I told you our motto is safe, sane, and consensual," I whisper. "Nothing that happens here will ever violate any of those 3 cardinal rules." "Safe," she whispers. "Sane. Consensual." She swallows, eyes still on the girl from the scene as she snuggles into her dom's chest. He places a kiss on top of her head, slipping the tie off the end of her braid. Then he runs his fingers through her hair as he continues soothing her. Callie turns away from the scene abruptly and starts walking in the direction we were initially going, toward the back hallways. Okay. Apparently we're moving on. Once we get to the hallway, we pass by several windows that reveal more private scenes being enacted. I glance through each window as we pass before finally stopping. My eyes are on Callie as she takes in the room that's dark inside, except for a single spotlight highlighting a naked man bent over a spanking bench, and my friend Patricia standing behind him. Callie's eyes are wide but curious, not disgusted or afraid. We'll call that progress. I knock twice, and Patricia looks to the window before waving at us to come in. I open the door and step inside. "Hello, Mistress Nightblood," I greet Patricia formally. It's unusual that I even know her apart from her dom name, but she's a friend of Miranda's, and we've socialized together. She inclines her head toward me. "Master Sin?" Callie's head snaps toward me, probably at the moniker. But this is a place we come to fulfill fantasies, and I'm unapologetic about the fact. I meet Callie's gaze head-on, but within seconds, her eyes bounce back to Patricia. Patricia is fuller-figured, a respectable lawyer by day. Right now she's dressed in a red bustier and leather skirt that barely hits the tops of her thighs. "May I introduce my potential apprentice, Mistress..." I look at Callie. I should have asked her earlier what she'd like to go by, but she thinks on her feet, just like always. "Mistress Lee," she says with barely a moment's pause. The second half of her shortened name, Callie. It's strong. A good, dominant name.
Nice to meet you, Mistress Lee.
Patricia smiles at her, and it's warm and genuine. I've always liked that about Patricia. She's real.
Always good to see new doms in training. We need all the help we can to keep these dicks in line, don't we? Speaking of...
Patricia averts her attention, and Callie follows her gaze to the man under the spotlight. He's chained spread-eagled, ass up. He's also completely naked except for a thick leather collar around his neck, a cock ring, and several weighted metal rings around his balls, dragging them toward the floor. Ball stretchers. I can't help shifting uncomfortably just looking at the damn things.
Had enough yet, slave?
Mistress Nightblood picks up a brown flogger with a ton of little leather straps coming out the end. Patricia has disappeared. She's all mistress now. She flicks his ass with it. Once, twice, 3 times. He barely flinches, and his ass only turns a very light pink, as opposed to some of the angry red flesh on the butts we passed outside. The man lets out a groan, but it doesn't sound like he's in pain.
Don't you dare come,
Mistress Nightblood says in a warning voice. She reaches between his legs and tugs on the weights that are attached to his balls. Please, mistress. The sub sounds agonized. Please, please. She smacks him on the ass with the flogger again, this time harder.
Please what?
Callie tenses beside me, like again she has the urge to go forward and stop what's happening. But then the sub starts talking. Please let me come, mistress. I can't take any more. I'm a nasty, bad little slave. His ass wiggles slightly. Well, as much as he can, constrained as he is. But please, please let me come. I watch Callie's face and see the concern morph to surprise.
Oh, you can't take any more?
Mistress's voice takes on a dangerous edge.
Since when do you think you're the one who gets to determine how much you can or cannot take?
I put my hand on the small of Callie's back, the gentlest touch, to lead her a little away from the couple so that we're unobtrusive, but still close enough so we have a clear view of what Mistress Nightblood is doing. She grabs the head of her sub's cock, and he lets out a groan as his whole body shudders. Callie's breath hitches, and my eyes are locked on her as she swallows hard, eyes furrowed in concentration as she watches the scene in front of her. She looks riveted. Is she imagining what she could have? Is she imagining what that kind of control might feel like? Is that what I looked like my first time? Miranda was a sub. We'd been dating for a couple months the first time she asked me to spank her. I was horrified. I'd never hurt her. How could she ask that of me, especially knowing what she did about me? That was when she brought me to my first club. It took a while for me to get it, several visits before it started finally sinking in. It wasn't about hurting someone. Okay, for some doms, the real sadists, it is about hurting their subs, when they're both into it. That was never me. No, what Miranda saw I needed, and what she needed too, though from the opposite end of the spectrum, was the control, the power exchange. The first time we did a scene together, a real scene, and she gave herself up to me in total trust that I'd catch her, well, it started the long road to healing what Gentry had broken. For both of us, I think. I follow Callie's gaze. Mistress Nightblood rubs the skin of her sub's cock up and down over his shaft, all the while hissing in his ear, "Don't you dare come. If you come, I'll be very, very disappointed in you. What happens when Mistress is disappointed in you?" She rubs her cheek against his, her hand still firmly on his cock. With her other hand, she reaches down and pulls on the weight so that his balls are dragged down. He squirms against his cuffs, and his face twists in a mixture of bliss and agony. "Answer me, slave," she says in a tone both calming and menacing. "What happens if you disappoint Mistress?" Callie's breaths grow more uneven the more she watches. She licks her lips, and there I go again, hard as rock, because it's impossible to miss that she's getting turned on by what she's seeing. She shifts in her boots, and I wonder if it's because she needs the friction, so she can get the seam of her suit to rub her just where she needs it. The slave boy stutters.
I get put in chastity,
he finally manages to say, even while he thrusts his constrained hips toward his mistress's palm. Callie shakes her head like she knows Mistress won't like that. And indeed, the next second, Mistress tuts, and pulls her hand away. Stop pushing, slave. I give, and you receive. You know how this works. She turns her back to him and walks toward the back of the room. He whines, sounding absolutely pitiful as he turns his head toward her, begging with his eyes and then his mouth when he realizes she's not looking at him. Please, please, mistress. I'll do anything. I'll worship your pussy for hours with my mouth. I'll cook your every meal. I'll make up your bath and give you the most glorious deep body massage you ever received. Words pour out of his mouth, one after the other. Oh God, just come punish me some more. I'm a naughty, bad little cunt boy. Just give me what I need and I'll give you anything, everything. His body goes taut with excitement when Mistress Nightblood comes back toward him, closer and closer. Then she detours and picks up something from a table set up along the wall opposite us. Callie bites her lip and leans in like she's straining to see what Mistress picked up. It's hard to tell in the dimly lit space outside the spotlight, but I can guess. When she brings it into the light in front of the man's face, I can see that I'm right. It's a ball gag, I whisper in Callie's ear. She jerks a little at my voice like she'd forgotten I was here beside her. But now that I've gotten close, I can't bear to pull away. And for once she's not jerking back, so I continue. Watch, I say, no doubt unnecessarily. No, whines the man. I'm sorry. I know you don't like it when I beg. I'm bad slave. I just want to make you feel good. Mistress, if you would just let me... What's your safe word once the gag is in place? Mistress, please. Safe word or it's chastity now, slave, she demands, looking like she's on the edge of getting pissed off. The sub must realize it too, because he starts to snap both fingers. Good. She lowers the gag. Open wide. He looks like he's going to complain again, but she gives him a sharp glare, and his mouth pops open. She inserts the large ball into his mouth, then buckles the straps into place behind his head. Snap once if it's comfortable, and you are not in any pain. The man snaps once. Good. From now on, only snap if you want the scene to pause or stop. He nods, and she smiles. That's better, my little naughty cunt sucker. You know I don't put up with any fucking bratish behavior from my subs. She picks up the flogger she laid down earlier and moves back around his bent-over body to where his ass sticks out, spotlight right on it. I don't know how your former mistress operated. She raises an eyebrow and drops her voice. But I will be breaking that habit. She brings down the flogger on his ass, working her way down with smacks on alternate cheeks until the whole thing is bright red. She keeps up a running commentary about what a slutty little slave he is, how she wants to fuck him with a giant strap-on, what a fucking clit tease he is, and most of all, how she expects her slave to obey her in thought, word, and action. I whisper in Callie's ear, explaining that is more than just a one-night encounter, like some of the other scenes we passed by. Mistress Nightblood likes to make arrangements with a submissive man to be her weekend slave. She has exclusive relationships with these men that last anywhere from 2 months to several years. The more I talk and Callie watches, the more fascinated she seems. She clasps her hands together, and I wonder if it's to stop herself from fidgeting. She loses the battle against squirming in her suit, too, and watching her watch Mistress Nightblood is the most erotic thing I've seen since having Callie herself in my bed. I chose Mistress Nightblood on purpose because she's not just flogging her sub. She stops constantly to touch him, to give a tug to the ball weights, to rub his hip, to caress down his spine, or to move around and look him in the face to check on how he's doing. which is generally just looking blissed the hell out. She's mastering him, but caring for his needs at the same time. She's everything I want Callie to see being a dom can be. She's in complete control. At least, she should be. I don't know how long the whole scene has been going on. 15 minutes? 20? When everything suddenly comes to a full stop. "Stop that!" Mistress Nightblood's voice is like a bucket of ice water. She's moved in front of us so I can't exactly see what's happening. "Don't you dare," she says in a deadly warning tone. She drops the flogger and jumps back. "Slave!" she barks furiously. Before now, her voice was calm, dominant, yes, but there was an undercurrent of affection. That's completely gone now. She just sounds pissed. Did that little bastard do what I think he did? "Acknowledge your action." Her movements are stiff as she goes around to his head and unbuckles the ball gag. "Acknowledge your action." Silence. "Acknowledge your action or find another mistress." She doesn't shout or even raise her voice, even though it's obvious something's happened to make her absolutely furious. On the outside, she's projecting totally calm. But damn. I came?" he finally says in a contrite whisper. "Yep, that's what I thought." It does not move Mistress Nightblood. "Tell the truth." Her voice is like a whip. The whine is back in his voice. It's just you're so beautiful, and you were making me feel so wonderful for so long, and I just couldn't help it." Mistress Nightblood walks to him and quietly starts to undo his ankles from the cuffs keeping him spread eagle. "What are you doing, mistress? I swear it won't happen again. Mistress, if you just let me explain." His words fade off at her continued silence. She walks around to where his hands are cuffed on the other side of the bench. Without a word, she undoes the straps binding him. "You know your way out, Samuel." He recoils at the name as if she struck him. It's a response much more violent than any when the actual flogger was coming down on him. She stands and goes to turn when he cries out, "Mistress!" For the first time throughout the entire session, the whine is gone from his voice, and it sounds like a genuine plea. He looks absolutely devastated. "Forgive me." Tears stream down his face. Callie looks confused about what's happening, and she glances up to me. "Isn't that the point?" she whispers. "Getting off? This is a sex club." I shake my head. "Just watch." Mistress is still as a statue, staring at him impassively as he falls to pieces in front of her. He peels himself off the pommel bench and drops into a heap at her feet. She stands there straight as an arrow, but for the first time tonight, indecision crosses her face. Does Callie get how big a deal this is? I know from talking to Patricia that she was really hoping for more with this sub, and now it's all breaking down right in front of us, because he refused to give himself completely. Callie's eyes are glued to both of them as Mistress's expression gentles. "Acknowledge your actions. This is your last chance." Her voice is only the tiniest bit softer, but still hard as nails. The sub looks up at her like she's just offered him the sun and the moon and the whole wide world. "I made myself come by rubbing myself against the spanking bench, and I did not ask Mistress if I could come." Mistress Nightblood lets out the smallest breath of relief, and then begins to discuss his punishment. 2 weeks in a chastity cage that she promptly secures around his cock. I lead Callie out of the room afterwards. "But I don't get it," Callie says. "She doesn't get to have sex for 2 weeks either now." "That's not what it's about," I explain. "And she doesn't just want control. She wants the best for him. She wants for him to succeed." Callie frowns. "So all those things he offered? Worshipping her and giving her all the orgasms she could want, cooking for her, giving her massages? I mean, that's the kind of thing you think of when you hear master and slave. But it's not about that, is it?"
She wanted something. The furrow between Callie's eyes grows. I don't know. Something deeper. She looks up at me, and I nod. I wanted to show you Mistress Nightblood at work because she's one of the best. I say. The most important thing between a dominant and their submissive is the bond of trust between them. When you started watching the scene, you might have thought that she had all the power, but that's deceptive. I pause in the corridor and look down at her. Her sub truly holds the power. Callie scoffs. He was tied up and gagged. I raise an eyebrow as I lead her to the right, taking us further down the hall of private rooms. We pass by a few more windows, some with patrons outside watching the scenes unfolding with interest, others just idly chatting. We go past all of them without stopping. Really? You saw in the Galleria earlier. One snap of a finger and it all stops. A dominant can only take a sub as far as they are willing to go. I know at first it all just seems like ball gags and whips and paddles, but the really good doms, domes, and subs know how to take it to another level. I think back to Miranda and all she taught me. They know how to help you discover parts of yourself you never even knew were there. It's always a learning process. You learn from one another. Callie shifts uncomfortably, and for a moment I wonder if I said something wrong, but then she smiles at me. Are you a good dom? I stare at her for a long moment. That is the question, isn't it? We'll see, Callie. We'll see. I start walking again. It's not until we come to several solid doors that I slow down. These doors are numbered with fancy Victorian script. I pull out my wallet and grab the keycard, then swipe it in front of the door. The light flashes green, and then it unlocks. I push the door open, and Callie follows right on my heels. I can only hope her enthusiasm from the last scene carries into this. I only hope this isn't too far too fast. Because if it's not, I could give her a taste of what it really feels like. The control I think she needs so desperately. I think of her this morning, the terror and pain in her eyes as she screamed no and shoved me away from her. So I don't turn around and drag her out of the room, but I do pause before she can pass me and see what's inside. We can leave any time. If you're uncomfortable or you want to go, just say the word. Her frown comes back. Just show me what's in the room, Jackson. I breathe out and step back so she can pass by. They spared no expense with this room. Burnished wood floors, brick walls, and lights tucked away in wall sconces that imitate torches. And in the back, my friend Daniel, shackled naked to the furthermost brick wall, face to the brick. His arms are stretched in a Y up above his head by chains that attach to anchor points farther up the walls. He's prepared just as I instructed, with only his wrists cuffed. His feet are free, but no doubt it's been uncomfortable, standing with his arms in that position for God knows how long. Not that Daniel would care. The more pain involved, the more he's on board. He and Miranda were best friends. They were both such pain sluts. In the end, it was one of the reasons Miranda and I parted ways. She did want me to hurt her, and that aspect of the life never appealed to me. No matter how much I spanked her, she always wanted it harder. She wanted me to choke her during sex. She wanted it rougher, meaner. And in the end, that was the one thing I couldn't give. I watch Callie and she jerks her gaze away from Daniel, cheeks going pink. Because he's chained to the wall, or simply because he's naked? But the next second her eyes flicker back to him like she can't not look. Like earlier with Mistress Nightblood. She's fascinated. All right, then. We're doing this. I walk forward toward the wall where the floggers and canes and paddles hang. I pluck a wooden paddle off the wall and test its weight. I swing it through the air a few times with a quick whip of my wrist, creating a low whistle of air in its wake. That'll do. I nod in satisfaction. Then I go back to the wall and pick up another paddle. I'm being a bit theatrical, if I'm honest. I want Callie to see everything first and have a moment to take it all in. But finally I turn back and hold the second paddle towards her, handle out. Your turn.
Chapter 6. Callie. I ignore the paddle and instead grab the fabric of Jackson's shirt, dragging him over to the corner furthest away from the dude that's chained to the wall. What the hell? Jackson studies me with dark intensity glinting in his eyes. Like he's been soaking up the energy of this place and getting his dom on more and more the longer we stay. The hell? He emphasizes the word as he steps directly into my personal space and firmly places the paddle in my hand. Is that you are going to take this paddle and spank that man's ass. He jerks his head in the direction of the chained-up guy. Jackson comes closer till his chest is pressed up against mine, and his voice is a growl in my ear. I'll show you how. The best way to learn is through hands-on experience. Sexual energy sparks off him. But I scoff at the ridiculousness of his suggestion. It's difficult to think with him standing so close. Why does he always have to smell so damn good? And why the hell am I focused on the way he smells? There are way bigger things to be focusing on here. Like the chained-up guy in the corner and the paddle in my hand. Yeah, holy shit. You what? Jackson asks calmly. I don't know how to spank anybody. I finally managed to whisper, taking a step back and tossing my hand slightly up in the air. There. With a little more distance between us, it's easier to focus. Which is why I said, I'll teach you. I look back and forth between chained-up guy and Jackson. All of the, I can't believe the, I make my voice even quieter, but say with no less vehemence, I'm not having sex with some dude who's chained up. Though, even as I say it, the already moist area between the legs of my suit seems to get even more slick. I look down so Jackson can't read it in my eyes. Who said anything about sex? Okay. Wait. Now I'm seriously confused. Jackson must be able to see enough of my face even though I'm not looking up at him, because he says, Callie, this lifestyle doesn't always have to be about sex. Okay. Now I do look at him full in the face. But, I say slowly, then gesture back in the direction of the main club. Isn't this a sex club? Jackson runs a hand through his hair, something he only does when he's really riled about something. Sure, in BDSM there can be sex, he says, looking in the same direction I am, back at the door. Then his gaze lands back on my face. But there doesn't have to be. In fact, a lot of dominants and doms work with clients that they meet on a completely non-sexual basis, just for the sake of fulfilling a need. People seek this lifestyle for all kinds of reasons. At my skeptical look, he crosses his arms. Yes, sex can be a big part of it for a lot of people, but it's not all there is. Many more are perfectly celibate for long periods of time. Then, they come here to find what they can in the vanilla world for a release every few months. I'm about to call bullshit when Jackson speaks again. Take Daniel here. Jackson gestures at the man chained to the wall. He's perfectly happy with the session, whether it ends in orgasm or not. Jackson starts to walk toward the man and gestures me to follow. I cross my arms, but after tapping my toe and glancing at the door, I give up and hurry after Jackson. I mean, who am I kidding? Stay and see more of the craziest live porno I could imagine? Fuck. I shouldn't like this. After what happened to me, I should really find every bit of this repulsive. What the fuck is wrong with me that the crotch of my catsuit is so slick with my moisture? I'm afraid anyone nearby might hear me squelch if they walk too close to me. I squeeze my eyes shut hard and breathe out a long, hissing breath through my teeth. But God, if I'm messed up, doesn't that mean Jackson is too? And everyone else in this place? No, this is all just a game to them. They aren't fucked in the head because they aren't like you. They don't have your past, your damage. Daniel's interest in BDSM is the M, masochism. Jackson's voice startles me. Even more startling, I'm standing right beside him. Guess my feet and subconscious made the decision for me. Then what he said registers. My eyes shoot to Jackson's. He likes pain? I ask quietly. Maybe I'm wrong and I'm not the only damaged one here. Or I just need to redefine my definition of normal, real quick. No need to whisper on my account. I'm so surprised by the chain guy's voice that I almost lose my footing. These fucking heels. And I didn't expect him to actually talk to us. After Mistress Nightblood ignoring we were there, I don't know, I guess I just assumed that's how it would be with everyone here. Stupid, really. God, what do I think this is, a zoo? Where we just go and stare at the wildlife? Way to be a bitch, Callie. Oh? I ask, hoping he can't read everything I've been thinking on my face. The chained guy, no, Daniel, I corrected my head, laughs. For the first time, I really look up into his face. He's extraordinarily handsome, maybe just shy of pretty. He's got lush, shining brown hair, defined eyebrows, and lashes so long, they almost look fake. His face is the kind of handsome that makes me think of a beautiful woman. He'd just come off as too feminine overall if it weren't for his toned, very male body. But that body, damn, it just doesn't quit. Bronze skin, rippling back muscles that lead down to a ripe, round. Oh yeah, I'm a total pain slut. Daniel smiles at me over his shoulder, showing off a perfect set of teeth that give a dentist a boner. Jackson here can tell you all about it. Is he answering a question? Did I ask one? Oh shit. I've just been standing here ogling, haven't I? It takes me a second to catch up. When I do, I look between the two men and feel the lines start to crease between my brows. Wait, these two? Does Jackson swing that way? I mean, not that I have a problem with that, I just thought. I squint up at Jackson, trying to see him in this new light. Jackson grins wide and then starts laughing, obviously reading my expression. What did I just tell you, Callie? These situations are not always sexual. I know Daniel because we have a mutual friend who asked for my help sometimes disciplining him when Daniel was her sub. I was more than she could handle, you see. Daniel winks at me. Fucking winks at me. While he's strung up naked as the day he was born. A loud thwack echoes throughout the room. I look down, and indeed, the blooming pink on Daniel's ass indicates Jackson just spanked the dude. The problem is, Jackson says, you enjoy the punishments too much. You intentionally try to piss your doms off so you can get more of what you want. I glance back up at Daniel's face. Is this really what he wants? His eyebrows are drawn together, his mouth open, and instead of tensing at the pain, he looks like he's finally relaxing. Without thinking, my eyes drop to Daniel's nether regions. But there's nothing going on down there. He's not even semi-hard. I glance back up to see he's twisted to look over his shoulder again, eyes trained on the paddle Jackson's holding. Now, I recognize the expression for what it is. Not lust. It's longing. He wants this paddling so bad he's almost salivating for it. Some doms like trying to tame a bratty sub, Daniel says. He shrugs like it's not a big deal, but with the way he can't take his eyes off the paddle, he's not doing a very good job of pretending nonchalance. Jackson tilts his head to the side and raises an eyebrow. Any good dom or dom is going to drop you like a hot potato once they realize you won't stop trying to top from the bottom. Well, that's why you and I make such good friends. Daniel finally looks up, adopting the attitude he had when we first entered. Carefree. Fun. You never tried to be my dom. Within moments, though, his eyes track back down to the paddle in Jackson's hand. Which is great, because it means we can do favors for one another. He grins back up at Jackson. Shall we get started? Daniel's gaze moves to me, brown eyes warming. I hear we're breaking in a new dom today. You can do anything you like to me, beautiful. Spank me. Try your hand with the floggers. There are dildos of all sizes. I'm fine with bullwhips and... Enough, Jackson growls. You can't pull that crap when I'm around. No topping from the bottom. You want what the paddle has to offer. You respect your mistress while you're with me. Besides, you know this is just the first session. Jackson snaps his fingers just like Mistress Nightblood did. The scene begins now. Eyes to the floor. Daniel's whole posture changes. His eyes drop and his easy relaxed posture goes on alert. I also don't miss the look of intense and focused concentration that comes over his face. I get the feeling that the Daniel I've met so far has been a mask, except for the brief glimpse of desperate yearning after Jackson first spanked him. I take a step back so that I can't see Daniel's face anymore. This is all just... There's just a lot more to it than I could have ever expected. I mean, bullwhips? Holy shit. What is your safe word? Jackson asks. Red. And yellow if things start to become uncomfortable, correct? Jackson clarifies. Yes, correct. Repeat the safe word one more time. Red. Jackson turns to me and demonstrates how to grip the paddle. A wooden implant implements like a paddle, leave fewer marks but cause more immediate pain than leather. So it's perfect for someone like Daniel, who wants to repeat the experience as often as possible without having marks. That way he gets the most pleasure pain out of the experience. He explains this all so calmly, like a professor discussing a scholarly subject they've put a lot of study into. It's good, though, because somehow it makes it feel easier to ask questions. I don't get it. My brows scrunch together. I mean, I get that some people might want less pain, but can't you just use a wooden paddle more softly? Not leaving marks seems like a good thing. Daniel snorts and Jackson shoots him a glare. Not speaking means no extra noises out of your mouth either, submissive. Show disrespect again and I'll uncuff you. We'll be done before we start. Jackson's voice is a bark, much harsher than his usual measured monotone, and nothing like the gentler, passionate voice he uses with me. Jackson turns back to me. Some subs like to wear their master's marks. He explains. Like the collars. It's another sign of ownership. Ownership? I can't help the hostility in my voice at the word. Every time I start to think that all of this is something I could be into, I learn something else that throws up a red flag. No human being should ever think they can own another person. Jackson keeps his eyes steadily on mine. It's called a power exchange. Exchange, as in giving willingly. The most important part of dominance or submission is the bond of trust between the partners. Think of everything we've seen tonight. He takes my hand, and it's a struggle not to startle at the warmth of the contact. It's so oddly intimate. More intimate than what I've done with a handful of faceless men over the past few weeks. This is Jackson. My stupid breath even hitches. Once he has me positioned behind Daniel, I snatch my hand back. Jackson doesn't comment, he just moves around so that he's right behind me. Again, the intoxicating scent of his aftershave encircles me. So goddamn masculine. His arm comes around me from behind and he covers my hand that holds the paddle with his. Damn, how am I supposed to breathe regularly with him this close? It's so unfair that in such a short time, I've come to associate his scent with a sense of safety. There was a long while there where I never thought I'd be able to ever feel safe again. I want to pull away, but Jackson is back in instruction mode. You want to have a firm hand, but the key to being a good dom is learning to watch your sub for even the most subtle of indicators. A part of that bond of trust I was talking about is trusting them to signal if it's too much for them to handle. The flip side is that they need to be able to trust you to be watching and aware, able to call it if it's getting out of hand, especially if you are playing with more inexperienced subs who don't know their limits yet. How will I know if I'm hitting too hard? I ask, looking over my shoulder to Jackson. I can't stomach the thought of hurting anyone, not after being on the receiving end. That's why I'm showing you. You'll get a feel for it. Plus, he smiles. Daniel's the most willing victim you'll find. If you hit him a little too hard while you're figuring everything out, he'll only enjoy it. Okay. I manage a small smile back. I see now why he picked Daniel. I'm still not quite prepared when Jackson's hand, still covering mine, brings my arm back and then lets loose so that the paddle I'm holding whacks Daniel's ass. Hard. My eyes shoot wide open. I felt that one reverberate all the way up my forearm, but Daniel didn't even so much as flinch. Jackson lets go of my hand. Just so you know, you don't have to be afraid of smacking too hard. That's nothing to Daniel. You don't have to go that hard at first, but you don't have to be afraid either. I blink rapidly and swallow. Damn, I really wish there was like a water fountain around here or something. I'm fucking parched. Then I ignore my dry mouth and turn back to the task at hand, which, is the ass in front of me that I'm supposed to spank. Ever have one of those moments in life where you're like, how the fuck did I get here? Yeah, I'm having one of those for a quick second. And then I get the fuck over it and start paddling the hell out of the ass of a stranger I just met. Chapter 7. Callie. I don't start out spanking nearly as hard as Jackson did. You might almost call them love taps at first. The smack of wood on skin still reverberates with a satisfying wallop through the room. You're doing great, but don't be afraid to put more force behind it. Jackson's arm comes around me from behind again, and I just now realize that the position isn't setting off all my alarms like it has when other men have approached me that way in the past few months. Alternating cheeks like that is a good idea, but remember, the paddle is long enough that you can hit both at once. He demonstrates, and then I try. I smack both Daniel's ass cheeks with the long flat part of the paddle, right in the center. Daniel doesn't flinch. More like a shudder goes throughout his entire body. I move so that I can check his face and gauge how he's doing. Jackson said that's an important part of all this, and I don't want to fuck it up my first run out of the gate. Daniel has his torso pressed into the brick wall. His head is slightly thrown back, and his features are a mottled mix of agonized pleasure. Okay. Wow. Guess everything's good here. I don't get it, but at the same time, I look over at Jackson and the difficult breathing thing. Oh yeah, I'm feeling that majorly. This whole thing is insane, but Jackson's only got eyes for me, and there's a heat that seems to match what I'm feeling. Doing what we're doing together? Holy shit. This is the craziest, hottest fucking thing I've ever done in my life. The Sahara Desert in my mouth only seems drier, but another part of my body is making up for it with moisture in spades. Why don't you try with your own hands now? Jackson's breath is hot in my ear. He caresses a hand from my shoulder down my arm, tracing my forearm to my hand where he finally takes the paddle from me. There's nothing quite like feeling the heat of their skin, feeling them tremble under your dominance. He moves to my other ear. The heat of his breath is on the back of my neck, making goosebumps rise. Try it. You know you want to. My breath hitches. I've always found the low growl of his voice sensual. I twist around to glance up at him, but not at his eyes. I only make it to his lips. They, too, have always fascinated me. The way the top one is a little bit fuller than the bottom. Unlike Daniel, there's nothing feminine about Jackson, or the way he's used those lips on me in the past. Jackson gestures with a head nod back to the naked man in front of us. Startled, I look at Daniel, who started shifting back and forth on his feet as if to get our attention. Submissive, you will stand still, Jackson orders. Obey or the session ends now. Daniel immediately goes motionless. I, on the other hand, feel like I can barely stand still. I'm so alive with too much energy pulsing just beneath my skin. The command in Jackson's voice, holy shit, so fucking hot. I want that, which is just confusing, because I don't want him commanding me, so maybe I just want to be like him? Fuck all this thinking. I rear my hand back and really let loose on Daniel's ass. Daniel lets out a loud oof, the first noise he's made all night. I don't worry that I've hurt him. Even from the little exposure I've had, I'm pretty sure to him that felt amazing. And it only sets off another round of crazy fucking adrenaline shooting through my blood. I glance up at the chain securing Daniel to the wall. I'm completely safe. I could do anything to him. It's a total goddamn rush. Even as I know that he trusts me not to hurt him because these rules we agreed to before we started. God, that's a part of what makes it feel so good. I feel free. Finally free. At least in this moment. But to even have a moment of freedom, there were days I never thought I'd get this. I can't help the growing grin on my face as I spank Daniel again. This time, I go a little softer, but only because I want this to last. Daniel's ass has started to turn pink between the paddle and my spanking. I try to work around the areas that are still white as I continue the spanking. Holy shit. Spanking. Just thinking about what I'm doing as I'm doing it gets me more excited. This shit is forbidden. Completely taboo. Yet the stranger is letting me do it to him. Daniel likes vocalizations too, Jackson says again in my ear. It startles me and more goosebumps shoot up and down my body. It's been quiet in the room except for the sound of my hand meeting Daniel's flesh. I thought Jackson had stepped back, but now, here he is so close again, body warm at my back. As much as I enjoy his voice, his words puzzle me. Vocalizations? He leans in so close that his cheek grazes mine from over my shoulder. If I thought I had goosebumps before, it's nothing compared to the absolute shiver that runs through my body and straight down to my core at his nearness and what he says next. This scene doesn't have to be sexual, but it can be what you want. Humiliation is what turns Daniel on. You're the mistress. This scene is whatever you want it to be. He pulls back, and when I look over my shoulder, I see that his eyes are dilated. Jackson wants me. I'm not the only one completely fucking turned on by what's going on here. Jackson lifts a finger and traces my bottom lip before dipping it inside my mouth. I let out a small growl and then bite down on his finger. He draws in a quick breath and he yanks his finger back, but his eyes don't move from mine. Electricity sparks between us. Yet somehow, I manage my wits enough to say, if I'm the mistress of this scene, stop trying to top me. Half of his mouth lifts in a smile, and he dips his head ever so slightly. I wouldn't dream of it, mistress. I turn my gaze back on Daniel, eyes narrowing quizzically. Humiliation? The question is addressed to Jackson. Continue with your spanking, he whispers again in my ear. Only this time, he ends with a brief bite on my lobe that elicits a sharp gasp before he goes to lean against the wall right beside Daniel. He crosses his arms leisurely as he watches us. You pathetic fucking pain slut, Jackson sneers, bringing your sorry ass to me, of all people. What a sad, sad little cunt. What? You're so fucked up you can't even find your own dom to play with you? I pause mid-wallop in shock at Jackson's harsh words, but he just aims a glare my way and nods toward Daniel's ass. I glare back and deliver a smack anyway, but not a hard one. That's right, pretty boy. Such a pretty face for a fucked up little cunt. No wonder no one wants you. All right, that's enough. I'm about to go slap some sense into Jackson when he nods again. I think he's trying to tell me to keep spanking Daniel, but then he continues talking while gesturing. That's what makes you hard, isn't it, you twisted fuck? Hearing me call you a cunt-faced pussy. I move around Daniel's side and see that Jackson's not wrong. Daniel's cock, which has been totally flaccid throughout the whole session, is now standing at full mast. Red, pulsing, and thick. My mouth drops open and I look at Jackson. He merely shrugs and then gestures to me like I should start talking now. I move back to my position on the left side of Daniel and spank him a few more times. Jackson stays quiet and I notice Daniel's dick starts to deflate. Well, hell. Here he is, letting us use him as a crash test dummy for my spanking skills. And if I don't woman up, he won't get anything out of it. That doesn't seem fair. What? Is your cock that sensitive? It's going to droop because it doesn't get attention for 3 seconds? The words are out of my mouth before I can really think it over. I bite my lip feeling like a total bitch, but when I glance down again, there his cock goes, all the way back up and pointing toward his stomach again. Jackson moves off the wall and comes to stand beside me. Shit-talking is part of being a dom. A lot of subs find it freeing. He raises an eyebrow at me. Doms and doms, too. Try it. Let your inner bitch out. See how good it feels. Don't be such a goddamn motherfucking bastard! I call out as I give Daniel a good wallop, but it's Jackson who I'm staring at as I say it. Nobody likes a fucking know-it-all cunt sucker. Oh my God. I can't believe I just said those things. But that exhilaration I was feeling moments ago, that high is 10 times higher now. Jackson's eyes flare dangerously, but if anything, he only looks like he wants to devour me more. He moves away and returns with one of the small floggers. I spank Daniel a few more times, and then Jackson starts to work the flogger up and down Daniel's back. Like Mistress Nightblood, he flicks his wrist back and forth so that the flogger responds in a complicated X pattern. I step back and watch his mastery with the instrument. At first, I think he's going to calmly instruct me in this too, but no. He's just getting into it. Sweat breaks out on his brow as a rose flush rises all over Daniel's back. Tell me, you cocksucking motherfucker, how did you lose your virginity? Jackson asked Daniel. Did you get your cherry popped when you were repeating your senior year at 19 in a pity fuck? Or was it a prostitute you had to hire because no one else wanted your tiny little cock near them? Daniel lets out what I can only describe as a low-pitched mewl and throws his head back even further. My breath shoots in and out of my lungs in short, stuttered pants. I've never seen Jackson this way. Everything happening is insanely fucking hot. But at the same time, I'm frustrated. Jackson took over with the vocalizations because after my first few attempts, I just couldn't keep it up. I got embarrassed, or I don't even know what, but something keeps holding me back. But as I watch Jackson completely mastering Daniel, I feel, well, Jackson said I got to be the mistress. Yet somehow over the last 10 or 15 minutes, I let myself be completely shut out of it. At the same time, I'm only getting more and more fucking turned on, which makes all of the frustration feel even more acute. Oh, now you want to come, don't you goddamn whore? Jackson taunts, and for the fucking life of me, even though I know he's talking to Daniel, it seems like he's aiming the barb at me. That's it. I'm fucking done with being a spectator. I walk over to the props table, find exactly what I'm looking for, and grab it. I'm about to talk back to Daniel and Jackson when I pause, go back to the table, grab another item, then return to the boys. Jackson's eyes track me as I approach, but I ignore him. I continue ignoring him as I unzip the top of my suit, pull my arms out, then continue unzipping it. Turns out, it's a lot easier to take off than put on. And, yeah, okay. I will admit it is satisfying as hell when Jackson's steady flogger pauses, and I hear him audibly suck in a breath. I still don't look in his direction. My large breasts are on display, but I'm barely aware of it. I'm so focused. I don't take the suit all the way off. I merely unzip it and push it over my hips so that my ass and pussy are exposed. I suck in a sharp breath as my warm and wet nether lips are free to the cool air. I'm so swollen down there, and I can't help rubbing my forefinger several times over my clit. I do this with my eyes to Jackson. I'm not disappointed. His eyes are glued to my hand as I massage myself. I smile. Good. I'm back in control of the show. Now, I look down at the two-way dildo in my hand and the complicated elastic bands. How the hell do I put this thing on? May I assist, mistress? Jackson's voice sounds funny, tight, and a little high-pitched. He hasn't taken any step toward me, and his posture is very stiff. One glance down, and I see his back isn't the only thing that's stiff. I smirk. Then I'm startled at myself because Jackson's not chained up, and we're not in public, and I'm not freaked out at being basically alone in this room with him. I'm comfortable with him. I'm not afraid. And God, it feels so good not to be afraid. I nod to Jackson. Yes. My own voice sounds a little funny, but I don't tense up as he comes closer. He's quite the gentleman. His eyes don't drop to my breast like I anticipate they will. Instead, he takes the large black dildo from my hands, and I feel a zing at the slight contact of his fingers. Put your hands up. He swallows after he says it. Maybe I'm not the only one who wishes they'd brought a water bottle. My chest heaves up and down even faster as I do as he asks. I lift my arms up and he pulls on one of the dildo's elastic bands. It stretches wide, and he lifts it up and over my head. He slides it down over my raised arms, then to my shoulders, then... I've got it, I say, taking over when the band gets to my underarms. He steps back as I roll it over my breast, down my waist, and then just below my hips. Now one end of the two-pronged dildo teases at my entrance, and I shudder, rolling my shoulders at the feel of it. I flick my eyes up to Jackson's as I widen my stance slightly. The tip of the fake cock slips inside me. I stick the tip of my tongue out between my lips and bite down as I grasp the head of the outer dildo and use it to guide the inner one further inside myself. Oh, God. So full. So fucking good. Oh. I moan and arch my breast out toward Jackson. It's going so deep. He takes a step toward me, but I shake my head. Then I snap my fingers at him and point to a chair by the wall. You sit there and watch. He drops his chin and glares at me, more than a glint of defiance in his eyes. He's a dom. He's never on the receiving end of orders. Too damn bad. I stiffen my spine and glare daggers right back at him. I don't care what his normal role is. He better fucking submit. Now, I thunder. He stares at me for only a moment longer before turning and walking to the chair that I pointed to. I gift him with a beatific smile once he's seated. Very good. Now take out your beautiful cock and fuck your hand while I fuck him with this giant dildo. The room isn't very large. Jackson's only sitting about 8 feet from me, so I can see his nostrils flare. My blood sings. My pussy clenches around the rubber cock inside me, and the outer dildo rubs up against my clit, even as I walk the few steps toward Daniel. My steps are constricted because I only slip the suit off down to the tops of my thighs, but it's plenty to work with. I pinch Daniel's ass where the marks are the reddest and get a genuine flinch out of him. It makes me ridiculously gleeful. Fuck. Does it really only take one night for me to become a sadist? I caress the part where I just pinched and then nuzzle my cheek against Daniel's back. I feel a sudden rush of affection for him. He really is doing me a solid favor by letting me use him as my training wheels. I've got a treat for you, you dirty fucking pain slut. I'm going to fuck you with this giant strap-on right here, right in the ass. I grab his ass cheeks in both my hands and squeeze. My thumbs are close to his asshole, and the sudden rush of excitement makes my cunt clench even harder on the dildo inside me. I've never done anything like this before. Ever. I bite my tongue as my thumb inches lower. There it is. That forbidden hole. It's not hairy at all like I might have expected, and I wonder if he waxes it. My thumb probes at the puckered entrance. There's a little bit of resistance, like he's pushing back. I pause for a moment, feeling a sudden stroke of horror. He said this was okay at the beginning. Daniel, would you like to use your safe word at this point? Say continue or use your safe word to stomp. Continue comes out in a rush, very sure and confident. My heartbeat slows and my thumb immediately goes back to his entrance. He's still resisting, but I get it now. That's part of his thing. I take the lube, the second item I grab from the table, and drip some over my thumbs. I rub it around the puckered bit of flesh and then lean over to get a better look. Then I push my thumb in again, and this time I start talking. Don't even try to keep me out, you dumb little fuck. My thumb and a whole lot more coming for this little bitch ass. I thrust my thumb all the way in, and at the same time, my pussy squelches around the dildo buried inside me. I don't even know how to describe what I feel with my thumb. He just sucks it right in. It's warm and snug, but immediately, I want more. I use my free hand and rub lube all over the giant dildo sticking out from my body. Then I pour more liberally over the top crack of Daniel's ass. That's right, cunt. There's no getting off this train. You're getting fucked by a woman, and I'm not taking pity on you, because you deserve to be punished, you sorry, stupid, worthless fuck-up. That's how you like it, isn't it? I jam my other thumb inside him as I finish my tirade. His whole body jerks, and he lets out a high-pitched moan of pleasure. His ass relaxes against my invasion, and my thumbs are easily working inside his ass now. It's so hot inside him. Holy shit. Inside him. I'm inside a man. I pull out my thumbs and shove 2 fingers up deep instead. They fit easily, so I add a third, exploring the contours all the way around. Daniel's breathing heavily now. He's so getting off on this. Holy shit. Holy shit. I twist my fingers around and around, loosening him up even further. Then I remember that touch alone isn't enough for him. Vocalizations. Right. Look at you. You stupid, filthy shithead. I crow in laughter, and it isn't forced, but I think that's only because of the crazy high I'm feeling right now. I rock forward and back a little on my heels, so the dildo inside me gives me friction. Oh, fuck me. That's so... I can't even. You dirty cockslut. I manage to get out between heavy breaths of my own. I start to twist my fingers in his ass more roughly. You fucking love this, don't you? Being used, like the fucking piece of trash you are. Well, I'm going to use you good, you dirty little slut. I'm going to use you so hard, you're going to wish you weren't such a fucking whore. I smack his ass with as much strength as I have in me. Then I grab his hips to brace myself and jam the dildo up his fucking bitch cunt ass, and I fucking ram it all the way home. No fucking mercy. His whole body jolts forward, and the chains above his head rattle. I don't stop there, though. No. I pull out and then slam back in again until my hips are flat against his ass, and my breasts brush up against the reddened skin of his back. It feels good. I can't deny that. Great, even. Everything about tonight has kicked sex up to a level I never knew it could go. but there's still something missing. My head swings over to look at Jackson, and I immediately groan in pleasure. He's leaned forward in his seat, pants dropped, cock in hand. He's not pumping furiously like I might have expected, no. He has himself in what looks like a painful iron grip as he slowly drags up and down on his shaft. I can't make out the expression on his face. It looks like a mix of fury, concentration, and being more turned on than I've ever fucking seen him. Ugh. I groan in pleasure as I pause, jammed to the hilt inside Daniel for a long moment, making slight rolling motions with my hips for friction, all the while staring at Jackson. Fuck me. The dildo is at that perfect spot. Without moving my torso, I tilt my hips back so that the dildo slides out of Daniel slightly. Then I jerk up and in again. And again. The motion rubs the dildo against my clit so good and makes the length inside me hit another spot that brings light near to bursting behind my eyes. Oh shit. I can't be that close already, can I? Oh God, oh God, oh God. I keep Jackson's eyes in laser focus as I reach around Daniel's chest and pinch one of his nipples. Daniel shudders beneath me and I pull my hips back so I can keep fucking him hard. But it's Jackson's response rather than Daniel's that ratchets everything up to an even greater intensity. The anger seems to evaporate from Jackson's face the longer I keep my eyes focused on him. He stands up, hand ever on his cock, and he starts jacking off like he's proud of it. Like he's saying, here's the most glorious goddamn cock you've ever seen in your life. Bow down and worship. Then spontaneously orgasm at the sight. My back arches, forcing my breast into Daniel's back as I continue thrusting in his ass, fucking him. For the first time in my life, I am the one doing the fucking. It's the most erotic goddamn thing I've ever done. I watched Jackson the entire time. Fucking bastard! You motherfucking bitch-face cunt-sucker! I all but shout. Jackson only raises an eyebrow and his tongue comes out. He moves it in sensuous imitation of the act I just mentioned. Like he's sucking my cunt. I start fucking Daniel with an animal fervor. Both of us grunt every time I land. The double-headed dildo jamming deep inside both of us and shitting fucking mother cunt fuck of a whore! I yell. And then there's nothing left except a wordless, high-pitched moan that comes from deep inside my throat as I hit a climax so high, so hard, that I feel like my heart is about to explode in my chest. But I don't stop there either. I give myself 2 seconds to breathe and then I keep going, jerking in and out until I get to a second peak that tops out just a little bit higher than the first. When it finally comes down, I collapse against Daniel's back, head facing Jackson. Jackson still standing, cum dripping down his huge hand. His eyes are wide and his mouth open. He's looking at me like, I don't even fucking know. Any and all brashness is gone. His expression is a mixture of vulnerability, awe, and confusion. Mouth slack, eyebrows drawn together, chest heaving up and down. I felt just as jumbled up. That was just so... God, it was so... I drop my face so that my forehead is braced on Daniel's back while I continue trying to catch my breath. Which is when I remember Daniel. You know, the guy whose ass I've still got a dildo jammed up inside. Shit. Did you come, sub? No, mistress. My shoulders drop. He seems to sense it because he quickly follows up. Mistress did not say that I could. Well, damn. Mistress faux pas. Then I look at the brick wall. It's not exactly friendly for him to rub up against. Maybe I'm expected to jack him off? But no, that is not happening. Somehow, and I know this is totally screwed up, but even though I just fucked this guy in front of Jackson, touching Daniel's dick feels like it would be a betrayal. because that totally makes sense. I shake my head at myself, but figure out a quick solution. We're close enough that I can wrap the top of my catsuit around Daniel's body. Ha! I can even manage to get one of the arm sleeves over his cock. Even though his staff is starting to flag, the work of a dom is never done. I'm exhausted, and all I want to do is go pull off the bottom half of this catsuit, get off these heels, drink a glass of wine, go to sleep, and process all the shit that just went on at a much later date. Like tomorrow. Or next year. Instead, I drop my voice and infuse it with disgust. Rub that pathetic tiny dick against the wall, you sad little shit. I've never before in my life had such a disappointing lover. I wince internally at the cruel words, even though I felt a much more intense connection to Jackson instead of Daniel throughout the scene. This has, hands down, been some of the best sex of my life. But from the way Daniel has started grinding against the wall, his cock safely covered by my suit, my words are obviously doing it for him. All right, whatever floats his boat. I continue calling slurs and insults at him and even moving the dildo in and out of his ass a few times before ordering him to come. Which he does on command. Neat trick. I slide the dildo out of his ass and can only stand there looking down at it for a moment. The top of my catsuit is still wrapped around the front of him, and everything seems to hit me in a rush. Everything that just happened over the past hour. Or has it been longer? Since we walked into the club. It feels like way longer. And also like it's been no time at all. The half of the dildo still inside me feels suddenly huge. I put a hand to my forehead and squeeze my eyes shut. Shit. I swallow, and the fact that I haven't had any liquid in so long seems like a big deal now. I'm so thirsty. Like really, really thirsty. Water, I say to no one in particular. What? I look up in surprise to see that Jackson is right beside me. He's retrieved the top of my suit off of Daniel and knotted the spent arm in on itself. That's a good idea. I should have thought of that. It would have been messy otherwise. I blink at the top half of the catsuit when Jackson lets go of it, and it flops down in front of me. My breasts are completely exposed, but again, Jackson isn't staring. Instead, he moves with a practiced efficiency. He does something in the corner, pushes a button, or engages something because the chains holding Daniel's arms begin to lower. Jackson goes immediately back to Daniel's side. As his arms are lowered, Jackson moves behind Daniel, catching him underneath his armpits when he's no longer being held up by the chains. Daniel staggers backward, and Jackson helps him to the ground. Then he props him up against the wall. Jackson murmurs to him gently while he undoes the padded cuffs around his wrist. Jackson's so gentle with him. It seems incongruous with the insults he was shouting at him 20 minutes ago. Then I remember how the men earlier treated the woman suspended from chains, roughly fucking her one moment and then taking care of her the next. I should be over there, helping him with Daniel. This is probably an important part of what it means to be a dom. What happens after? The things you're supposed to do to make sure your submissive is okay. My feet carry me a step behind instead. I swallow. So thirsty. I'm just so thirsty. I look over to the table. Why didn't Jackson bring water bottles along with his bag of tricks? If only I had some water. But then I notice something else at the end of the table. Towels. I glance back to where Jackson is still talking to Daniel. I really should. I turn away without finishing the thought. I head toward the towels, wrap one around myself, and I open the door as quietly as I can. As I try to slip out without being noticed, Jackson's head pops up and a pair of dark blue eyes meet mine, right before the door closes behind me. Jackson finds me waiting for him in the room where we first changed clothes. I'm back in my work clothes. I don't meet his gaze when he comes in. Tonight was amazing. Beyond what I ever could have. Just beyond. That's a good word for tonight. Fucking beyond. That doesn't mean I have any clue about what this is now between Jackson and me, or how to even describe or wrap my head around those moments back there when we... I pretended to rub at an invisible scuff on my sensible work flats. No more stiletto thigh highs for me, which also leaves me feeling oddly bereft. Ready to go. I expect Jackson's voice to be disapproving for how I acted at the end, disappearing instead of helping him with Daniel. Instead, his tone is warm. Startled, I meet his eyes. The normally dark icy blues are lighter. His whole expression is soft. He already has his shoes and socks on and is buttoning his shirt. He hasn't bothered changing out of his leathers, and the contrast with his work attire is incredibly alluring. Callie, he questions again. Are you ready? I nod. Shit. I'm totally out of it, aren't I? Is there somewhere I can get some water? There's a gravelly quality to my voice, and I'm not sure it's just because I'm so thirsty. His eyebrows go up. Of course, I'm sorry. I should have brought some bottles along. He shakes his head as if disappointed in himself. Wait here, and I'll go grab a couple before we go. I nod again, and he's out the door. Half a minute later, the door opens again. Wow, that was fast. But to my surprise, it's not Jackson's dark head that pops around the corner. It's Daniel's. He just sticks his head in at first, a boyish grin on his face. Mind if I step in for a moment? Huh. Holy shit. He looks so normal. Of course. I wave him in. He slips inside, and I don't know what I'm expecting, but the concert tee, skinny jeans, and Converse All-Stars aren't it. No leather or dog collars in sight. He must think the same thing because he smiles and says, Wow, you look very professional. Bet you're some corporate big shot like Jackson. Not hardly. I laugh as I glance down at myself. It's funny hearing Jackson described like that, actually. I guess that, yes, he is the CEO of a huge company, but I never think of him as very corporate. His mind is too creative for the label. He's an inventor first and foremost. Anyway, Daniel says, charming smile back in full effect. I'm glad I could catch you alone. I wanted to give you my contact information in case you ever want to play one-on-one. He pulls a card out of his pocket. I look down and rub my finger over the cardstock. Daniel Parsons. According to the card, he's a sculptor. I flip it over and see that he's written his number on the back. I look back up at him. He's so relaxed and casual. Like 30 minutes ago, he wasn't chained to a brick wall, and I didn't have a dildo shoved in his ass while I screamed obscenities at him. I have to shake my head a little at the incongruity of the image compared with a completely normal-looking dude standing in front of me. Already, it feels like what went down was too surreal, that it could only have happened in a dream, not the real world. So, give me a call sometime? Daniel asks. I look from the card back up to him. I don't really know what I'm doing. I gesture around us. You got that tonight was my first night, right? Daniel's smile softens. Then he reaches over and his hands close over my fingers, holding the card. How do you think doms and doms start off? It's just a myth that they all have some wonderful mentor. Most of them have subs help them as they figure everything out. I'm happy to be your test subject anytime. Again with a charismatic smile, I really enjoyed my time with you tonight. And I think you have more potential than anyone I've seen in a long time to be a really powerful dom. He dips his head down as if he's shy saying this last part. Then he takes a step away and lifts his head. Anyway, he shrugs and laughs a little. Just remember, I'm here if you ever need me. I nod and raise his card a little for emphasis before putting it in my pocket. I'll keep that in mind. I mainly do it to make him feel good. I might not have done what I should have earlier in caring for him after the scene, but I'm not going to shut him down when he reaches out. I doubt I'll ever call him. If Jackson wants to involve him in the future, I could be down with it, but one-on-one? God, I'm not ready for that. Plus, after tonight, the idea of getting together with Daniel without Jackson there, it makes my stomach twist up. Because it would feel like, again, I just have that feeling of wrongness. What the fuck? I don't owe Jackson anything. What the hell is wrong with me? He takes me out on one date, or whatever you'd call tonight, and I'm suddenly declaring we're exclusive or some shit. This doesn't make us boyfriend and girlfriend. Far, far from it. Daniel waves and I manage to smile for him. He goes to open the door, but just as he does, the knob moves and Jackson pushes the door from the other side. The two men stare at each other in surprise for a second. "I was just saying goodnight to Mistress," Daniel says, a slight tension entering his voice. A crease appears between Jackson's eyebrows. His eyes ping-pong between me and Daniel before he nods. "All right. Good night, Daniel." Daniel hurries out the door, and Jackson holds out a water bottle to me. I grab the bottle and head out into the hallway. I have half the bottle drunk before we're outside. Oh, blessed water. Drinking also effectively keeps me from having to talk to Jackson. Bonus. Unfortunately, that only works until the bottle is empty. Jackson holds out the second bottle to me, but I shake my head. "I'm good," I say, gasping a little because I didn't breathe much while I downed the water. A small smile of amusement curls the edges of his mouth. "Next time, just tell me that you're thirsty." Next time. I look at the cobbled stones in front of the building, where we stand waiting for the valet to bring the car around. I was already thinking in terms of next time too, though, wasn't I? Just moments ago with Daniel. I thought I wouldn't mind being with Daniel again, only as long as Jackson arranged it and was present, because I was wondering when we'd be doing this again. Next time. Fuck, what does this all mean? Even as I question it, scenes from tonight flash on repeat. The absolute exhilaration in the moments where I took control of Daniel, shoving the dildo up his ass and conquering him completely. But not just Daniel. Jackson, too. By the end, I captured his attention so completely, I'd mastered him as well. The heady sense of exhilaration hits me all over again, even while standing on the sidewalk dressed in my completely sensible business attire. Next time. Yes, there will definitely be a next time. Chapter 8. Callie. My muscles burn and I seriously contemplate murder as I stare at the clock on the wall that slowly counts down to 0. 15 seconds to go. "Don't start slacking now," shouts the CrossFit instructor. "Every second counts. You're only cheating yourself." "She means you," my sister Shannon adds oh so playfully from beside me, where she does another squat with a kettlebell. I glare at her, groan, then jump onto the knee-high box again. I make it, thank God. My legs feel like jelly after the 30-minute session. I look to the clock again. 9, 8. "Get those last reps in. I see those of you trying to wait out the clock." The instructor's eyes zero in on me. I'm tired enough that her attempt at shaming only just barely works. "Told you she meant you," Shannon says, straining to get out of the squat. "Mother of the deity, this damn thing weighs 1,000 pounds. "This is your fault," I whisper back. "You were the one who wanted another way to wake up ever since your boyfriend got you off coffee." Damn Sunil, her Buddhist boyfriend. I jump off the box, the instructor still staring at me. 5 seconds left on the clock. Her stare turns into a glare. Motherfucking bag of shit pissing. I jump up on the box one last time, and then the buzzer sounds announcing the end of the session. Shannon drops the kettlebell and collapses on the floor. "Don't blame me," she huffs, gasping for breath. "I wanted," she pants, "the yoga class. CrossFit was your bright idea." She wipes the sweat off her brow with her forearm. I sit my ass down on the box and dangle my feet as I catch my breath. Motherfucking CrossFit. I push some sweaty hair that's fallen out of my ponytail behind my ear. "The whole point was to wake you up. Yoga's shit. It would put you to sleep." I take a swig of the water bottle I brought with me. "Besides, this is whipping our asses into amazing shape just like Lydia said it would." She just makes a face at me. "You suck." I grin. "What are sisters for?" Come on, get your ass up, lazy. Unlike some people, I have to show up at an office on time. Shannon flips me off and I laugh, then stand and hold my hands down to help her off the ground. She takes them and I hike her up until she's standing beside me. Ugh, get off of me. You're all sweaty. She lets go of my hands and pushes me away, which only makes me try to hug her. You're so gross, she squeals and holds out both hands to keep me at arm's length. I relent, but only because I'm fucking exhausted. In spite of what I said to Shannon, I agree with her about CrossFit. There are some things that are just wrong to put your body through at 6:30 on a Thursday morning, especially since I've barely been able to sleep since Monday, tossing and turning in my sheets all night. I can't stop thinking about it, constantly running through every second of what happened with Jackson and Daniel. Jackson. God, I haven't run into him at work at all. When he dropped me off on Monday, he said the next move was mine to make. He's respected my boundaries since, which alternately makes me grateful and irrationally pisses me off. The last thing I need right now is Jackson chasing me. But Monday was just, wow, off the charts intense. I obviously can't stop thinking about it. Was it not that way for Jackson? How the hell has he not even tried to contact me, boundaries or not? I lean my head back and blow out an exhausted breath. Yeah, way too early in the morning for this shit. Not that I'd ever let my sister know I regret signing us up for the class. Great job, class, says the instructor, flashing a bright, toothy smile. I'm so looking forward to working with you all next week while Indira is out visiting family. Make her stop, whispers my sister. I can't handle that much pep before 7 a.m. She pauses as if thinking, then adds, or ever. Really? Did you hear how she introduced herself as Brittany with an I? Like when we're cursing her in our heads for torturing us. Is it really that big of a deal we're internally misspelling her name? I don't do a good job of stifling my bark of laughter as I stumble on my jelly legs for the door. For having such a zen boyfriend, Shannon's kind of a pessimistic bitch, which of course makes me love her. We've never been as close in our whole lives as we have been the past couple of months. Well, maybe when we were really, really young, but we were little more than strangers for most of my adolescence and all of my adulthood, even when she lived with me and was helping raise my son. Then we reached our make-or-break moment when I lost Charlie. To be honest, I thought for sure it would break us. Instead, Shannon stuck with me. We've talked more in the past months than in the whole decade before. We don't talk about a lot of deep shit, but we talk. We're sisterly. She tells me about her boyfriend, her first real serious relationship. I tell her about my new friends at work and my job. She tries not to judge me so harshly and to let up on telling me what to do. I keep half of what's going on in my life, aka my sex life, secret, so she doesn't have shit to lecture me on. I'd say overall, she and I are a work in progress. Don't forget to stretch, Brittany with an eye calls out to the class. Shannon and I ignore her. I might stretch a little bit if I have time. Shannon works from home with her graphic design business, but I've got to get my ass to work. If you don't stretch, lactic acid can build up in the muscles and... The door shutting behind me cuts off Brittany's perky voice. My legs feel shaky. Shit, I say, putting a hand on the wall for balance. Would it make me a pussy to hold on to the wall all the way to the locker room? Shannon looks over at me and glowers. No, it wouldn't, because that would indicate weakness, and pussies, a word I don't like to use by the way, are incredibly strong. They push human beings into the world. I pause and stand up straighter. Damn, I'd high-five you if I could lift my arm. You're just full of hidden depths. Then I realize what I just said and start laughing, cracking myself up. Hidden depths? I manage through a wheezing laugh. Pussies, they're full of hidden depths, get it? She rolled her eyes and puts a hand on her temple. You are so juvenile. Are you ever going to grow up? I grin at her as I stumble along. Not if I can help it. Hey, look, we made it to the locker room. She pushes through the locker room door, still shaking her head at me. Callie! I look up when I hear my voice called and see Lydia coming around the corner of the lockers just ahead of me. Oh, thank God, Lyd. Help me to one of the benches before I collapse. She shakes her head at me and looks to Shannon. I take it you did CrossFit this morning. I told her we should have done yoga. Shannon quips. My legs give out as soon as I make it to the bench that runs along one wall of the locker room. It's your fault, I accuse Lydia. You said we should take it. Lydia holds up her hands in a show of innocence. I said that because Indira's usually the teacher. I don't know anything about this new chick. She's the devil. Shannon only barely lowers her voice to relay this bit of information. I thought you were Miss Peace and Sunshine now. I look at Shannon with an eyebrow raised. We're all connected by universal energy that we can tap into through meditation, blah, blah, blah. She shrugs. My worldview doesn't have to include evil CrossFit taskmasters. I can leave her in the Judeo-Christian realm. There are 4, hell and devils, of which she definitely is one. I can only stare at her for a second. Then I burst out laughing. You are such a piece of work. She gives a mocking smile. All right, I'm off. I've got the meeting with Keller today. See you later. She gives Lydia a little wave. Then she heads off to grab her bag from her locker. She's never one for drawn-out goodbyes or chatting just for the sake of catching up. Since she works from home, she just showers from there. Lydia sits down beside me, and I drop my head onto her shoulder. Why can't you just teach all the classes? Then you could give me special treatment and everything would be perfect. Lydia laughs again and pats my knee. Oh, poor spoiled baby. I'm sorry, are you actually being forced to get in shape? Besides, look at these guns. She pulls back and grabs one of my arms. I put up no resistance, and it's completely floppy under her grasp. She holds it up in a muscle man pose. Then she narrows her eyebrows at me. It doesn't work if you don't flex, bitch. I make a whiny noise, but she just slaps at my bicep without a care. I groan, but do what she asks. I flex, and she feels around the muscle definition. She makes an impressed noise. See? A little torture goes a long way. I pull my arm back out of her grasp and sprawl more on the bench, doing a total man-spread thing. The bench is plenty long, and there's not enough people here for me to be in anyone's way, so I'm not being a dick about it. I just don't want to hold any part of my body up. Oh my gosh. I have never met anybody more dramatic in my life. Don't you have to get to work? I close my eyes and groan. Don't remind me. Lydia smacks me in the stomach and stands up. Ow. I whine, even though it didn't hurt. It's just how Lydia and I are. I sit up straighter as she turns to go. Wait. I haven't gotten any updates on you and Red since last weekend. What's going on with that? Color rises to Lydia's cheeks, and if my muscles didn't feel like pudding, I would have jumped to my feet and demanded answers. I wave a hand instead. Just imagine me jumping up and down and doing the whole girly squeal thing. Now spill. Lydia's hands start to fidget, and she tips back on her heels a little. Not much to tell. She hedges. We've just been texting a lot all week. We may have gotten together last night for a coffee that turned into dinner, that turned into late-night drinks at her place. She trails off and averts her eyes. That turned into breakfast this morning? Oh my God! I drag my tired ass to my feet and hug her. When I pull away, she's smiling, even though she still looks embarrassed as hell. So it's good? I search her eyes. You guys were, I cajole, compatible? God! She pushes me back. Don't ask me things like that. It's my turn to laugh. I forget how much of a prude you are. She narrows her eyes at me. I'm not a prude about doing the things in the moment. Just, She waves a hand. I don't want to go through the play-by-play afterward. She raises her chin. I don't kiss and tell. I bust out laughing at that. She glares. I thought you were too tired to stand up. I groan. Don't remind me. I let out a dramatic sigh. Unfortunately, I do have to drag this tired ass to work now. What's your excuse? Why the hell are you here so early? Especially if you got to wake up in Red's bed. Lydia glances down at her watch. She's quaint like that. She still wears an actual honest-to-goodness watch, instead of just her phone like the rest of us. She uses it for other things, like keeping track of her heartbeat and timing distance when she jogs and things, but still. I'm teaching a spin class in 10 minutes. Speaking of, I better go and get ready. They all abandon me. I make an exaggerated smooching noise as I kiss my palm and then pat her cheek roughly with it. All right, hun. See you later. She squirms away from me and makes a face. Now that I think about it, she and Shannon are a lot alike. They've only spent a little bit of time together, but I should fix that soon. I should call for another girls' night. One that's actually about the girls instead of hooking up. Remind me again why I'm friends with such a freak? Lydia asks. My grin only widens. You know you love me. I call after her as she heads for the locker room door. Yeah. Text you later. She calls over her shoulder as she goes. As soon as she's gone, I start feeling the workout all over again. I think it was those box jumps that really killed me. I need a nap. But instead, I have to go to work. No fair. A quick shower helps loosen my muscles, but I only feel more like laying down once I'm done. I drag my sorry ass to the locker, turn the combo lock, and pull out my gym bag. The locker room is plenty active even though it's still early. Lots of other people have the same idea as me. Get in a workout before they start their days. I strip down without feeling too self-conscious, since there are half-naked women all around me. My work clothes hang crisply from the bar at the top of my locker. I quickly dress in my modest blouse and loose skirt that hits below my knees. No more sex kitten tight pencil skirts for me. I'm just putting up my sweaty gym clothes in the breathable laundry pouch on the side of my bag when I hear the telltale alert tone from my phone that means I've got a text message. I grab my purse and scramble around inside for my phone. At last, my fingers grab onto the small, smooth, flat surface, and I pull it out. I touch the screen to wake it up and am surprised to see that I have 2 unread texts. Usually, the only one who texts me is Lydia, and obviously, I just saw her heading to class. What if Jackson's self-discipline has finally broken down and the texts are from him? I click a little too eagerly on the text icon, only to see the most recent is from Bonnie, asking if I can pick her up some coffee on my way in this morning. She knows I like to treat myself to a mocha from the coffee shop on the corner on days I go to the gym before heading into work. Stupid to think Jackson would text and get all excited about it. What the hell is wrong with me that I'm obsessing so much about a boy? I try to shake it off. My thumbs go to my phone. Me to Bonnie. Sad you know my workout schedule just because it means good coffee for you. Bonnie. Is that a yes? Insert praying hands. I roll my eyes, but I'm smiling. Me to Bonnie. Of course, I'm a sucker for a damsel in distress. Bonnie. Happy face. I shake my head again as I look to the first text that initially came in before hers. I ignore the second stab of disappointment when I see it's from an unknown number, not Jackson. It has a video attachment. What the hell? It must be a wrong number, or some kind of spam. But in the little window, I see the start of the message. Unknown. We need to meet, Calliope. My eyebrows furrow. Well, clicking just on the message itself without opening the attachment shouldn't introduce any viruses to my phone. It seems like it could be from someone I know, though certainly plenty of phishing scams can find people's first names, so that doesn't always mean anything. I won't click the attachment if it's spam after all. I touch the screen to open the message, and then almost drop the phone. Unknown. We need to meet. You pick the time and location, else this video goes viral. G. The first frame of the video shows beneath the message. It's of me on my knees in the Gentry Tech conference room table. Conference room B. My shirt is open and pulled down to my waist. Men are seated all around the table watching the show. Me. On display. My hands shake and my knees buckle. I sink to the ground in front of my locker. Gentry. My former boss and the organizer of and participant in my gang rape. He sent this. Blindly, I reach for my purse. My hand goes inside and I dig around. I'm hardly breathing as I drag out my headphones. My hands tremble so hard I can barely get the cord in the small jack at the top of my phone. It takes about 4 tries before it finally goes in. I bring one of the earbuds up to my ears and jab numbly at the play button with my other hand. Tell us, whore, how much you want it. Gentry's voice. Only the bottom half of him is in the video's range of vision. But me? All of me. There. Completely exposed. The worst day of my life. On screen, Gentry's hand reaches around and grabs my ass. But it's the words that next come out that have me covering my face in horror. I want it. The girl says on screen even as she ducks her head in shame. What was that? Gentry asks. She repeats it louder. I want it. No. No, 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 no. And what do you want, whore? I squeeze my eyes shut. Are you hungry for my cock? Yes. No. He chides, waving a finger in the air. I want to hear you say it. Are you hungry for my cock? There's a long silence, and I want to beg the girl in the video to get off that damn table and run for the door. Run, run. Maybe she wouldn't have made it, but at least she would have fucking tried. Instead, she replies in a stilted, monotone voice. I'm hungry for your cock. The video cuts, and disgusting manly grunts and the slapping of flesh fills my earbuds. Of course, Gentry edited out the part where I said no, where I said stop. I yank it away from my ear and then run for the toilets. I barely make it there in time before emptying the contents of my stomach. Just when I think I'm done, I'm reliving it again in my memories. All of them violating me. One after another, barely waiting for the last to finish before the next one grabs me. I throw up again, even though there's nothing left in my stomach except acid. It burns its way up in my throat. My eyes and nose run. I flush the toilet and then slump back against the stall when I'm finished. I grab some toilet paper and wipe at my mouth and nose. My phone vibrates in my hand, and I jolt at the feel of it. I drop the vile thing to the ground. I'm shocked I didn't drop it back by my locker. I can't. My mind blanks for a long minute. Just nothing. You okay in there? I blink hard and look up at the middle-aged woman peeking in the stall. It's not like I locked the door behind me. I was just aiming for the toilet. My whole body is still shaking, and I look down at myself. Thankfully, there's no vomit on me. I had good aim, at least. But I'm hiding hunched in on myself on the floor in the bathroom stall in the woman's locker room. Are you sick? The kindly woman asks. She's lean and looks to be in her mid-40s with short cropped brown hair that's going gray. She looks down to the phone in my hand. Is there someone I can call to help you home? My hand shoots to the phone, and I grab it before she can touch it. I click the button for the home screen without looking at it. No, I bark out too sharply. I'm fine. She looks a little taken aback, but her eyes are still soft. She reaches a hand down to help me up. Right. She's just trying to help. I take her hand and attempt to smile. It probably comes out like a grimace. She walks with me back to my locker. I continue trying to assure her that I'm fine, and in a strange way, it helps. Putting on a facade for her helps me pull myself back together. Enough so that when I finally convince her I'm okay, I have the strength to look at the new message that came through on my phone. God, please, just let it be from Bonnie asking for something other than her normal caramel macchiato. It's not from Bonnie. It's another message from my rapist. Gentry, who is going to give custody of a child back to a woman who begs for cock and then fucks a room full of men? Message me back to meet, or this goes viral. My legs threaten to give out all over again. Fucking bastard. He already stole my soul. Now he thinks he can take everything else? What the fuck does he even want from me? I want to ignore the message. I swore that man would never have any power over me ever again. But he has this video. God damn him. I think about what my sister said about hell and devils earlier. She has no idea. I've met the devil in person, and his name is Bryce Gentry. There's no other choice. Then I shake my head. No, I've fallen into Gentry's traps by that logic too many times in the past. How many stupid decisions did I make because I convinced myself there was no other choice? I won't do it again. I refuse. I fucking refuse. At the same time, I need to know what it is my enemy wants. It won't do to be blind where he's concerned. And so, although it makes me want to throw up again, I text Gentry back. 3 hours later, I have on the outfit that's the closest thing I own to armor, a black turtleneck, some camo skinny jeans, and my steel-toed boots. And I go to meet my rapist. I called in sick to work earlier, which, in all fairness, wasn't even a lie. I went straight home after the gym and threw up again. Luckily, today was one of the rare occasions Shannon had a face-to-face meeting with a client who was in town. I have no idea how I would have answered her questions about why I look so shell-shocked and pale. Since getting the message, I've been trying to physically and mentally prep myself for this meeting. It had to be today. I couldn't handle putting it off and being tortured knowing it was coming. I'm a rip-off-the-Band-Aid kind of girl. So I armored up, and here I am, walking into a busy open plaza at noon on a Thursday. Oh, and of course, I accessorized. There's a knife strapped on the inside of my boot. This little lady rarely leaves home without one. In addition to the self-defense classes I've taken with Lydia, I signed up for a knife training course that a hiking and survivalist group was offering. It didn't take much batting of my eyelashes to get the instructor to show me how to defend myself with a knife along with the survivalist stuff. I played the little woman all alone in the big city card. As I walk through the plaza and take a seat by the central fountain, I assure myself I'm safe. Perfectly safe. Even if I didn't have the double-blade knife in my boot, there are tons of people milling around. Gentry can't do anything to me here. All I have to do is scream. My vocal cords almost vibrate in memory of all the times I've shouted, "No!" in Lydia's self-defense classes. I might have officially graduated, but I still stop by from time to time to help out and brush up on my own skills. I'm ready for this. I can see the fuckhead face to face without pissing myself. Today is nothing like that June afternoon. Hell, I'm nothing like that pathetic woman I glimpsed on the video this morning. And Bryce Gentry can roast in hell if he thinks he's going to somehow control me with it. But then, unbidden, I hear their grunts in my mind. I remember the bruising grip of Gentry holding me down. I remember how painful it was each time another man. "Miss Cruise, how delightful to see you again." That voice. My eyes snap up, and there the bastard is. That charming, easygoing grin. He's wearing his expensive gray suit, the one with the slight silvery sheen to it. He sits down beside me. Too close. I can smell his cologne. Too heavy. Too much. Oh God, the smell. It takes me back there. I'm back there. Choking on what he's shoving in my mouth. I said no. I said red. I said stop. But he shoved himself in my mouth, and the other man, I can't breathe. I can't. Miss Cruise, is something wrong? Gentry sounds so genuinely concerned. How can he do that? He's a monster, but he hides it so well. It's terrifying. That he can just walk among the rest of us and it's impossible to see before it's too late. I scoot away from him on the bench to put as much distance between us as possible. I'm probably not doing a good job of hiding the horror on my face. I wouldn't give a shit, except I imagine he's enjoying it. You're a sociopath, I finally whisper. He tilts his head to one side as if contemplating my statement. I don't know about that. I just have certain... He strums his fingers on his knees. Appetites, and particular goals, which you are going to help me obtain. I'm already shaking my head. No. You can go fuck yourself. His hand slips out and grabs my forearm. I'd be careful what came out of that mouth if I were you. His voice is cold. He's dropped the Mr. Congeniality act. Or did you forget I hold your son's future in my hands? I can ruin you with a click of a button. I jerk my arm out of his grasp, even though it takes so much force. I know it's going to leave a bruise. And what exactly do you think I'm going to do for you? I need to get this information and then get the fuck out of here. You're going to get me the navigation algorithms to Jackson Vale's newest drone prototype. For a second, I'm speechless. As in, I genuinely can't come up with any words. Soon enough, though, I find my voice again. You want me to commit corporate espionage for you? I choke out. No way. I move to stand. I'm hungry for your cock. I look down in fury to see he's got his phone out and has pushed play on the despicable video. I smack it out of his hands and the phone clatters to the ground. Gentry laughs. Oh, I've got plenty more copies where that came from. Wait a minute. I cut him off. Fury is warring with rationality right now, but I can still manage a bit of coherent thought. Why is it so important to get Jackson's drone anyway? You've already got your own under contract with the DoD. Unless... I look back up at the man I despise and put two and two together. Oh my God. Do you not have a working prototype? The vein in Gentry's forehead jumps, and I know, I've guessed right. But how? I'm speechless for a moment, my brain spinning a mile a minute. The DoD doesn't just give out defense contracts without a demonstrated working model. I felt my eyes open even wider. Unless you blackmailed or bribed someone there, just like you're doing here. Another vein jump. He did. Holy shit. He did. He has a who knows how many $1 million deal on the line with the federal government and no product to show for it. Did he initially think he could develop in time, or did he plan on stealing it all along? Holy shit, I whisper sitting back. Gentry's ice-cold eyes fall on me. Like I said, I hit send, and that video goes viral, with copies specifically emailed directly to your ex, his lawyer, and the judge presiding over your case. Do you really think the judge is going to give precious Charlie to a mommy who participates so enthusiastically in gangbangs? After watching that, it's not a stretch to argue you were involved in prostitution and... I punch him. It's not nearly as satisfying as I would have liked, but it does feel good. I used good form like Lydia taught me when making my fist, so I'm only wincing a little as I shake out my hand. Gentry cries out like a little girl and grabs at his nose, bending over on the bench. When he pulls his hand back, it's covered in blood. You broke my nose, you cunt. He moves like he's going to grab for me, but I'm up and off the bench, ready to scream my head off. The next second, a loud chuckle comes from Gentry. He's gotten control of himself and settled his civilized mask firmly back in place. The brief glimpse of the real Gentry is buried once again. He stands up but keeps his distance from me. I hope you enjoyed that calliope. It's the last hit you'll ever get, because I own you now. He waves the cell phone he picked up off the ground in my face. The disgusting video is still playing. I wince and avert my eyes from the screen. Gentry's sharp grin widens, white teeth bright in the sun. I'll expect regular reports at this phone number. You have 2.5 weeks to deliver. He holds a card right underneath my nose. I jerk back from it and he laughs before tossing it at my feet. 2.5 weeks, Miss Cruise, or you'll lose your son forever. With that, he turns and walks away. I go home. I shower. I scrub. I scrub some more. Hey! Shannon bangs on the bathroom door. Stop wasting all the hot water. You've been in there forever. It's not until I look down and see how red my forearm is from repeatedly brushing the loofah back and forth that I realize just how long I've been showering for. Shit. I throw the loofah against the far wall of the shower like it's toxic. What? Shannon asks. I grit my teeth, then manage to call back in what I hope is a normalish tone. Nothing. I'll be out in a minute. Okay, well, hurry. I made lasagna and it's getting cold. Yeah. I listen and finally there's silence, which I hope to God means she's left me alone. I lean back and bang my head against the shower wall as a spray of water hits my body. I haven't been reduced to this in so long. Yet with one afternoon, one conversation with him, here I am again, feeling as filthy and disgusting as right after it first happened. No. I shake my head back and forth, water droplets flying from my hair. I'm stronger than this. My tiny voice barely makes a sound in the spray of water. I'm stronger than this. I hiss and slap the wall tile for emphasis. I reach behind me and shut off the water, then fling back the curtain. The bathroom mirror is completely steamed up, and now that I'm stopping to think clearly, I realize how hot it is in here. I can barely breathe. I wrap the towel around myself and shove open the door that leads to my bedroom, letting in some much-needed cool air. I grab my clothes from the floor, hating to even touch what I wore in his presence. I shove them in the hamper and close the lid tight. I try to walk away but feel a nervous tick in my jaw. It's like I can still feel him on the clothes. He was sitting so close beside me on the bench. I swear the odor of his cologne seeped into the cloth and I can smell it, even with the hamper lid closed, which is ludicrous. I'm just making shit up now. Laundry day is on Sunday. That's in 2 days. It'll be fine just sitting there until then. I turn away but then pause, because I know myself. Dealing with the clothes on Sunday would just mess up my head all over again. I open the hamper and grab my shirt and pants, holding them with the furthest tips of my fingers. As I head toward the washer and dryer at the back of the apartment, I hear his voice in my head. I own you now. 2.5 weeks to deliver. My hands shake and I overfill the laundry detergent cap. Shit. I pour it on top of the clothes and then slam the lid shut. Or lose your son forever. I jam the gooey lid back on the detergent container, shove it on the shelf over the washer, and press the button for wash. What are you doing? Shannon stands in the door to the tiny laundry room, looking confused. Sunday is laundry day. I avoid her eyes as I squeeze past her through the door. It had a stain. I didn't want it to set. I make a beeline for the bedroom, but she follows. Those weren't your work clothes you came home in. So? I keep walking. The blue detergent that overflowed the little cup is all over my hands. Dirty. I want to shower again. Just one more good scrub down. That would make me feel better. I just need to get clean. So? Shannon repeats, sounding offended. So you came home at the same time as normal, but you weren't in your work clothes. Why? I head into the bathroom and turn on the tap. I put my hands underneath and start scrubbing. I don't know how long I'm doing it before Shannon grabs my elbow. Are you even listening to me? She sounds pissed until I try to pull away and she reaches down to my wrist. God, Callie, are you bleeding? I look down and see that I've been scrubbing my hands so hard together my nails scored my skin over my knuckles, and indeed, little beads of blood are surfacing. My hands clench into fist and I squeeze my eyes shut. I just stand there, frozen in my bathroom like a frightened animal facing down an oncoming car. Damn it. God damn it. I'm past this. I'm fucking past this. He doesn't get to have control over me. There has to be a way. There has to be. I refuse to let that man force himself on me in any way ever again. I look up, straighten my back, and look at my sister. Sorry, Shan. I spaced out for a second there. I put my hands under the water one last time to rinse them, then grab a hand towel to hide the damage I've done. I gotta get dressed now. She just stares at me for a long moment. What's going on? I smile and shake my head. Nothing. Just a stressful day at work. I changed clothes before I came home for a more comfortable commute, grabbed a taco from a food truck and dripped hot sauce on my favorite top. Speaking of, I'm pretty full. I think I'll pass on lasagna. I'm going out. Save me some leftovers. With that, I ushered her out of the bathroom and then waved her from the bedroom too. Scooch. Unless you want to see the headlights up close and in all their glory. I make like I'm going to drop my towel. Shannon covers her eyes and hurries out of the room. You are so weird, she mutters over her shoulder. As soon as the door shuts behind her, I let out a long breath and uncover my hands from my towel. They're scratched up all to hell. Which fucking pisses me off. Because fuck that. Gentry doesn't get to make me feel dirty and cower in the shower for hours on end. No, that's not who I am anymore. No. The word is my fucking motto now. I head straight to my closet and push all the sensible office clothes to the side. Tonight is the back of the closet kind of night. The secret stash of too tight, too short bodycon dresses. I flip through them. There's a plunging red spandex one, or the blue. My eye catches on the back one with the tag still on at the very back. I bought all of these online, too embarrassed to go into an actual store and try anything so revealing on. The black one was an especially daring buy. It's a faux leather strapless mini dress. I tried it on when it came and it suckered to my body like a glove. But even for me, it seemed too much, too loud, even though it's just black and not an in-your-face red. It's a dress that you don't just wear. You have to own it. You have to have presence to pull off a dress like that. It's the dress that men should bow down before. I feel a spike in my heart rate. I aimed straight for my closet because it was habit. I didn't have a particular plan in mind when I told Shannon I was going out. Loosely, that I was headed out to the clubs, I guess. Then Jackson's voice rings in my head. Safe. Sane. Consensual. I can't do what I've been doing. My jaw ticks again, but I can't just sit here cooped up in this apartment eating fucking lasagna and watching whatever crime show Shannon will inevitably want to watch either. I've got the itch. I need this tonight. And now I know there's another way. I drape the black dress over one arm and head toward my purse to grab my phone. I scroll through my contacts and my thumb hovers over Jackson's name. The ride home the other day was awkward. At least for me. Jackson didn't seem uncomfortable in the least. He wanted to talk about the session and go over some of the other things we'd seen. During the scene, I thought I'd want that too. But when it finally came time, all I could give him were monosyllables in response. Everything we'd gone through in the club had hit a little too deep for me to want to dig any further. Jackson let us continue to drive in silence for a long while before speaking up again. Control is central to what this is about. My life felt out of control for several years, and this was a way for me to find center again. He looked at me, and for a second, I allowed the intensity of his dark blue eyes to capture mine. I found this lifestyle at the point when I really needed it, and I guess I hope I can give that to other people. I scoffed as I looked away out the window. Night was just falling. BDSM as therapy? I tried to joke. Is that what this is? Do you need therapy? His tone was completely serious. The question struck a little too close to home. Are you one of those people who always answers a question with a question? I don't know. Am I? A smile tilted the edge of his lips. Ha ha. I was glad he let it go. Maybe he sensed pushing me further wasn't going to get him anywhere. Then, at the end, he told me the ball was in my court, where it's been sitting untouched all week. My fingers drum on my thigh as I stare down at the phone. I've been looking at it for so long the screen goes black. I make an annoyed noise and click it back to life. Jackson's name shines at me from the screen. That's the problem with Jackson, though. He always sees too much. It's too intense between us. Always has been. He'll just look at me and know something's wrong. And everything he said on Monday about how BDSM is supposed to be about trust and openness between partners, I clicked to exit my contacts and grab my purse again. There, in the inner pocket just where I remember shoving it, the card Daniel gave me. I glance at the clock on my phone. It's 6:30. Is that a good or bad time of day to call a sculptor to make a date? And God, my hand goes to my temple. Is that even what I'm asking for? It's not like I want to go out for dinner and drinks. More like, I want to tie you up and... A blush rises on my cheeks as I try to imagine what I even want to do. But, nope. Brain overload. Even the dildo thing. Oh my God. My neck is turning red in embarrassment just thinking about it. Yeah, probably not that either for tonight. Spanking, though, that I can do. Just that image, having a man bent over in that position of submission, like Mistress Nightblood had her slave. It sends a wave of... I can't even describe it. It's like I can take a full breath again for the first time since I saw Gentry's fucking text this morning. I focus on the image, imagining the powerful back of a muscled man, his wrists cuffed in chains, completely at my mercy. My heartbeat, which has been erratic all day, slows. Yes. God, yes. I type the numbers from the card into the phone and save the contact. Then, I debate between texting and calling, but a text seems too passive. It's not the tone I want to set. So I take a deep breath and push call. It only rings twice before a deep voice answers. Yes. Is this Daniel? Yes. He sounds uncertain. Then again, he picked up when an unknown caller flashed across the screen. Everybody else I know just ignores those kinds of calls. This is Mistress Calliope. I hear the expulsion of breath on the other end. How may I serve you, mistress? His voice has dropped several tones and become intimate in a way it wasn't before. I bite my lip but keep my voice confident, commanding. You will clear your schedule. Make yourself available for me tonight. There's not even a moment of hesitation before he replies. Yes, mistress. Where would mistress like to meet? Oh, shit. I should have thought that one through better. We can't exactly meet at my place with Shannon in the other room. And the club, well, Jackson obviously had a membership and signed me in as a guest. Then I brighten. Obviously, Daniel has a membership as well. Perhaps mistress would like to come over to my condo, Daniel says. I have a dungeon with everything that mistress might need. Oh, he has a dungeon? Damn. Maybe this was a bad idea after all. A dungeon is just what we in the community call our playrooms. Daniel offers when I've apparently been quiet for too long. The room we played in the other day was also called a dungeon. Oh, does that make it better? Am I really ready to go over to some stranger's house and head into his dungeon? Willingly. I bite my lip again. Then again. Jackson seemed to know this guy pretty well. The way they talked, they seemed to have been acquaintances for years. Perhaps Mistress would feel more secure if she called a friend and let her know my address. Several of my female friends in the scene do this and arrange a second call at some point in the night. Of course, Lydia and I have actually done this for each other before. Well, she texted me when she's hooked up with people. I've never done it because I've always kept my activities, well, semi-public. Daniel's still talking. I'll also chain myself even before you arrive and toss the key out of my reach. I want you to feel completely safe. My mouth drops open. Whoa, this dude is serious. Why would you do that? You barely know me. I enjoyed our scene the other day very much, and Jackson obviously trusts you. His voice has taken on that intimate quality again. It would be a privilege for me to have the opportunity to help you explore your dominant nature. My mouth dries and I quietly suck in a deep breath. Text me your address. Be ready at 8:15. I hang up before waiting for his response. I clutch the phone to my chest, breathing hard. Holy shit. Am I really doing this? The phone vibrates only seconds later, and I look down to see Daniel's address. He lives in San Leandro. That's about an hour away by public transit. I look to the ceiling again, then down at the dress in my arms. I own you now. Fuck that. No one owns me. My jaw tightens. Hell yes, I'm doing this. I'm the only one in control of my life. It starts now. Chapter 9. Callie. Daniel's place is a townhouse in a nice enough part of San Leandro. It's not mansion in the hills like Jackson has, but all real estate in the Bay Area is insane. I wonder if he's renting or if he actually makes enough as an artist to own a place like this. The building is painted a bright white with pale green accent shutters and window boxes with rows of planted pots along the front. It gives off a very homey vibe. My phone beeps 3 times, signaling a text, right as I'm about to ring the bell. Daniel. The key is under the flower box by the front window. Box velcroed on the front left. Oh. I reach under the window box, bursting with flowers, and, yep, I feel what seems to be a small hide-a-key box, secured on the corner closest to me. I tug at it and hear the familiar noise of Velcro being pulled apart, and a little box comes off in my hand. I slide one side up, and then upend it, dropping the key into my palm. I stare at it for a second. Should I really be doing this? I mean, did he actually handcuff himself in there? And then he's cool telling me, a relative stranger, how to find the key to his house? What if I was a crazy person intent on hurting him? I mean, yeah, sure. Jackson introduced us, but it's not like he gave us full background checks on one another. Doesn't all this violate the safe part of safe, sane, and consensual? More beeps come from my phone, and I look down. It's a FaceTime request from Daniel. I click to accept. Daniel's face comes into view, but at an awkward angle. I can't see much behind him except light from the ceiling. Mistress, I'm so glad you came. His tone is easygoing, but his features don't quite match. He looks tense. Maybe with anxiety? Maybe with excitement. I can't tell. If you come in, the first door on your left leads to the basement. I'm here, waiting. I hesitate for another moment, because the same thing that's true for Daniel is true for me. I don't know him at all either. This isn't safe. Just because Jackson knows him doesn't mean Daniel doesn't have some secret life. What if he just plays at being a submissive so that he can lure women to his house in some kind of trap? I take several steps back from the door. Shit, what am I even doing here? Why am I risking this? But as if he sees my retreat on my face or in the shutter of the camera as I step back, Daniel's eyes go wide with panic. It's safe, I promise, look. The camera shifts from his face to a close-up of his wrist. They are handcuffed to what looks like some kind of large wooden post, centered in on a well-lit room. Fingers fumble with a small key. "I trust you," comes Daniel's voice from off-screen. One of his hands jerk forward and the camera shakes, but catches the trajectory of the key as it sails to the ground halfway across the room. Then the camera focuses back on the handcuffs at an awkward close-up angle, since he's holding the camera in one of his bound hands. The handkerchiefs shake and rattle to show that his wrists are indeed secured tightly. "I'm locked up. You're in complete control. And here, I'll show you the room so you can see that we're the only ones here." The camera jostles crazily again before steadying and doing a slow 360 panorama of the room. In spite of the unsteady cam, I get the picture. It's a bright, clean room, and the walls aren't a garish red or anything. From the little I can make out, the cream-colored walls are perfectly plain, except for two sections where well-organized implements hang like tools in a garage. Other than that, the room's empty except for the wooden post and a few larger pieces of furniture placed around the room, similar to things I saw at the club. At the same time, none of it is large enough to obscure anyone's form. Daniel's telling the truth. There's no one else there. At least, not in that room. But what if he has friends hiding just outside the door, waiting until I let my defenses down? A big part of me wants to turn back, go home where it's safe. "Please, mistress." Daniel suddenly abandons his facade of charm. He's turned the phone back to his face and his eyes plead with me. "I need a session tonight as much as I suspect you do. Your call felt like a gift from God." In any other situation, that line would have sounded too cheesy to believe. But there's something about the sincerity in Daniel's face, a certain need haunting his eyes. Christ. I bit my lip. What was he even thinking? Throwing away the keys like that? What if I decided to turn and leave? He'd just be stuck there for how long? I guess he still has his phone, but damn, it's reckless, a little insane. I know the feeling. Isn't that the same need that drove me to ride the train for over an hour to a stranger's house on a whim? And I keep thinking stranger, but that's not exactly true. It's not like he's just some dude I hooked up with over the internet or at a club, which is something people do all the time. Jackson has spent time with this guy, and they have mutual acquaintances and talk like they'd known each other for a while. Before I can talk myself out of it, I go to the text I already composed to Lydia with Daniel's address and a message about sending in the cavalry if I don't call in 3 hours. Then I put the key in the lock, turn it, and open the door. It opens easily, and then I'm inside the tiled foyer of the townhouse. I close the door behind me and set the key on a side table in the entryway. It's quiet in here. I look around, my nerves jettisoning my heart rate. Hardwood floors. The place is styled in cool tones. Slate gray walls, white accent trim. Very classic. There's a stairway to the left and a small hallway to the right leading to the rest of the house. A quick glance shows the door cut into the wall underneath the stairs. No doubt, that's the one Daniel was talking about that leads down to the basement. It makes sense. The two stairwells are most likely stacked parallel on top of one another. Slowly, I move forward. Instead of opening the door to the basement, I pass it by. I bend over and slip my hunting knife out of my steel-toed boot as I continue creeping forward. Yes, I'm wearing the mini dress with my kick-ass combat boots. I actually like the message it sends. I fuck with you, not the other way around. The hallway opens into a dining room. Framed modern art hangs tastefully on the walls. Bright splashes of color that don't form recognizable shapes, but draw the eye nonetheless. I take all this in, but not with an appreciative eye. I'm scoping out the territory, assessing threats. Other than the walls, the house is sparsely furnished. I check out the whole house to make sure Daniel was telling the truth and no one's hiding and waiting to jump out at me. It all checks out. I don't put the knife back in my boot, though. Not until I open the door to the basement and head down the stairs. The room at the bottom is just as well lit as it was in the video, and bigger than I expected. It's a full basement, equal to the size of the house, and there, in the center, is a large wooden post thick as a telephone pole, which Daniel has indeed handcuffed himself to. Oh, and he's naked, ass toward me. Considering this is how I've spent most of my time with the guy, it's not as startling as I would have thought. A quick glance around shows me that there is no one else here either. No tricks, no traps. Daniel actually chained himself to a post and has been waiting for me to show up. Daniel's watching over his shoulder, and his eyes immediately zero in on the knife in my hand. His eyebrows go up and mouth drops open slightly. Sorry, I apologize, immediately bending and stuffing the knife back into its sheath in my boot. Better safe than sorry. Of course, he says. When I look up again, I see his eyes are on my left boot, where I sheath the knife. You don't know me. Safety's the first rule in this lifestyle, after all. I can't help arching an eyebrow at him. Exactly. So, how is restraining yourself and giving a stranger the key to your house safe? His eyes finally come up and lock on mine. I'm good at reading people. I knew you were someone I could trust. I felt it when we first met. It's a good sentiment, and I can't deny it makes a little something twinge in my chest. I still keep my voice stern when I say, it's still stupid and reckless. You shouldn't do it. Daniel casts his eyes down. Mistress is correct. I was very foolish. I deserve to be punished. His eyes flick hopefully back up at me before returning to the ground. I look to the wall. All kinds of things hang there. Wooden paddles of all shapes and sizes. Leather paddles, too, studded with metal bits. Floggers with thin leather straps and others with wide leather pieces. Some of the flogger strips are knotted at the end, a few even with little bits of metal tied into knots. And then there are the whips. Whips of all lengths, material, braids, and tassels. Suddenly, I felt like exactly the newbie that I am. What does Mistress require of me tonight? Daniel asks. Is there some sort of script I'm supposed to be following? Probably so. At the same time, Jackson did say that it's supposed to be a learning process. Daniel knows I'm inexperienced, and he gave me his card anyway. I step closer to him. You know that I'm new. I need to be in control. I like it when you're tied up. I reach out and give a tug on his bound wrist. It jerks his whole body even closer toward the pole, and I smile. Having him immobilized like this, knowing I can step away and he can't follow. Oh yes, I like that very much. It makes me hot when we spanked you. What about you? I tilt my head at him. What do you like? What do you need? He's been looking at the door, but his eyes come back to mine, and as they watch, they dilate. Pain. I like pain. Yes, I remember that. Pain and humiliation. I nod and paste on my most confident smile. This is all a little weird still, but I don't want him to feel like I'm judging him. All right then. So, the paddle. I look over the wall at the assortment of instruments. The wooden paddle is the only one I've used before. The whip, he says, his voice certain. I look back at him sharply and his cheeks color. His gaze immediately jumps back to the floor. If it pleases, mistress. I bite my lip and feel bad for a second. Jackson said dominant submissive relationships should be about mutual benefit. Doms are supposed to care about their subs' needs before their own. But I came here only concerned with what I needed. Damn, I'm failing even before I begin at this. I reach out and touch Daniel's cheek, urging his face back up. It's not that I don't want to give you what you need, I say. It's just that I don't know how to use those yet. His eyes brighten. I could teach you. It's easy, and a quick lesson would be enough. Then we could play. He seems so earnest. The rubber whips are more like practice ones anyway. He nods toward the wall. Like that green one. Even if you screw up, they'll barely sting. This is how a lot of mistresses learn. Their subs help them pick up new skills. I consider him a moment. and then look up to where he's gesturing. It's easy enough to see the neon green rubber whip. A practice whip. It would be good to learn. And it'd be good for me if tonight turned into a session practicing my dom skills, focusing on what Daniel needs rather than stewing in my own shit. Gentry's smug face flashes in my eyes, but I swallow hard and force the image out. Yes, it would be far better to make tonight about Daniel rather than letting Gentry have any more space in my head. I walk over and retrieve the key to Daniel's handcuffs from the floor, where he tossed it earlier. I come back to him and look at his cuffed hands. His posture is deferent, but he's still a big guy. I bypass his hands and go first to the ankle manacles that lie unused at the bottom of the pole. A heavy chain runs through the iron eyelet screwed into the pole. It's long enough to give the person locked in some leeway to step away from the pole. I have the chain in my hands, then inspect the ankle cuffs. Unlike at the club, these aren't padded leather cuffs, just regular metal cuffs like the police use. The ankle ones do look larger, but that seems to be the only consideration given. Daniel doesn't make a sound of objection as I attach the cuff to his ankle. It's curiously satisfying to hear the small lock click into place, and I know he can't go anywhere unless I allow it. The feeling only gets more intense as I lock the other ankle in. I make sure to leave a lot of extra space so they don't close too tightly and chafe, though I don't imagine the metal cuffs can be comfortable. Really, I'm surprised he doesn't have the leather kind. Everything else in his dungeon seems to be professional-grade equipment, like at the club. I'm slow to stand, taking in his corded legs, high, tight buttocks, narrow waist that leads up to his nicely shaped back. He's not overly muscled. He has something of a jogger's body. I run my hand up his thigh, skip his ass, and then continue up his back, cocking my head to the side as I observe him. He shudders slightly under my touch, and he bows his head. And God, the sight of a man chained and at my mercy. My breath escapes in an erratic stutter, and for a moment, I feel lightheaded. Yeah, that high from Monday night, it's back. Maybe not quite as good because it doesn't have as much sexual edge without Jackson here, but the high is still present. I kick at the chains near Daniel's ankles just to hear them rattle, and it sends another sizzle running through my blood. There's a tiny bit of slack at his wrist cuffs. Grabbing the chain, I yank him forward, just enough to topple his center of balance. His chest rams roughly into the smooth wood grain of the pole, but he keeps his eyes on the floor. It pleases me, even though I can't describe why. Whoa. So maybe this is what the rush is about for me. Everything that happened Monday was all kind of a jumbling flash of sensation. I couldn't separate out which parts especially spoke to me, and what was simply happening and exciting, because it was the first time I was seeing it. From the reading I've been doing since then, dominants and subs usually have a preference in what they're into, which letter or letters of the BDSM acronym particularly call to them, or maybe a kink that's even more specialized. Daniel embraces masochism and being humiliated. So what will my thing be? Bondage obviously goes on my preferred kinks checklist. What else? I lick my lips, taking one more long second to enjoy the sight in front of me. I think about the other letters. Dominance. Sadism. Do I like inflicting pain? A secondary rush hits when it starts to sink in. This isn't just about the sex. I get to discover myself. Find out what's inside me. My fingers grip around the key in my palm. Do I want to know if a sadist lives inside me? What does that even mean if I do like it? Hurting people. If the mistress frees my hands, I can begin the demonstration. Daniel's voice is soft, deferent. Still, he probably shouldn't speak without being spoken to, but I appreciate being pulled out of my thoughts, so I don't chide him. I do make my face stone, though, as I use the key to undo the handcuffs at his wrist. I do a quick inspection of the skin and see red lines from where the cuffs cut into his skin. You had them on too tight. I glare at him. They should have been secured 1 or 2 notches over. I made sure to leave space for 2 fingers when I was tightening his ankle cuffs. He obviously pulled these as tight as he possibly could, and he should know better. His eyes stay downcast. I'm sorry, mistress. Don't do it again. My voice is cutting. I'm totally new to this whole deal, and even I know he deserves a good spanking for that. Then I remember Jackson saying that for Daniel, that would be a treat. So, maybe not. What am I going to do with you? Daniel dares to look up at me, that charming smile on his face. Let me train you in the art of whipping a naughty sub. I give him a wallop on the ass for mouthing off. His face drops immediately to the floor, but I notice the smile remains. What a little. Instead of giving him what he wants with another spanking, I order him to stand up straight. I put the key to his cuffs in my bra. He watches, which of course is part of the point. Look, but never touch. Heading to the wall, I grab the green whip. Which one do you want to demonstrate? Daniel's head pops up and his eyes barely skirt the wall. Brown-lated leather, third to the right from the green. I locate the one he means and hold the 2 whips side by side. Though they are different materials, they have a similar shape and length. I head back toward Daniel and he gestures toward the far corner. You see the mannequin bust over there? It's what doms usually practice on. I arch an eyebrow at him. So I'm not the first you've had to teach these tricks to. He ducks his head. I'm happy to educate when I can. I half laugh, half scoff. I bet. The bust in the corner is heavy, but it's on wheels. Unlike a regular mannequin, it's not flesh-colored, but covered in black latex, and when I touch the shoulders, I can feel that it's more heavy-duty than just pieces of molded fabric. I assumed it was just a part of the decor when I first came in. I roll the bust close to the pole where out of nowhere, the word slave pops into my head. Stands chained. Slave. My glance drops to the 2 whips where I let them fall just out of Daniel's reach. My stomach flips with excitement. Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. What the hell am I doing? I notch my chin up higher. Fuck it. Whatever I'm feeling, I've got to put on a brave face. My slave, might be the one teaching me a new skill tonight, but I'm the one in control. It's not just what's expected. It's what we both need. For the first time all day, I feel like I can really breathe. Inhale. Fill up my lungs with oxygen. And when I exhale, breathe out every toxic feeling. Because in here, I am a master. And for this small, agreed-upon time, this man is my slave. How far away should it be placed, slave? Inside my head, my use of the word is tentative. But outwardly, I keep my voice like steel. Daniel doesn't seem to think I've said anything out of the ordinary. For these whips, a distance of about 8 feet is good. We'll get an even better feel once we begin. I move back out of the strike zone and then toss Daniel his whip of choice. First, we'll start with an easy one, the circle strike. He crouches slightly, and with his right hand, he whips the leather in an arcing horizontal circle. At the end of the circle, the tip of the whip strikes the mannequin's upper back. It's best to aim for the fleshier areas of the back, at least with new subs. An experienced sub like me can take it really anywhere. I just want to let you know the protocols for when you take your new skills elsewhere. He repeats the strike over and over several times. I watch the graceful movement of his arm. It's really more about the wrist, though. My eyebrows furrow as I zero in on the way his wrist rotates to create the circular motion. I repeat it with my own whip in a smaller scale, and without the intensity to make the whip fly. Daniel's whip falls to his side, and with a nod of his head, he indicates it's my turn. Toss me yours. It's a command, and I hold up my arm. This situation might seem on the up and up, but there's no way I'm letting him keep anything that can even remotely be used as a weapon near me. He's the only one that, for whatever reason, has agreed to trust me that far. I never said I'd do the same. He gathers a whip without comment or expression and tosses it in my direction. I let it drop near my feet because me and coordination skills are not best friends. Somehow, I think butterfingering a simple catch wouldn't do great for establishing my dominance. I leave the coil of the leather on the floor and walk forward to reposition the bust so the back faces me. Then I step back again and try out the circle strike. My first few tries, I'm not close enough and I miss the target completely. I step nearer, but the circle I try to make is wobbly and oblong. If you lower your stance slightly, you'll get better results, Daniel says. I do as he instructs, lowering my center of gravity. The first time, I get a satisfying thwack. A jolt of electricity seems to travel from the impact back through the whip, up my arm, and into my chest where it reverberates. Oh yes, that's quite satisfying. I do it again, and 3 out of 5 times get a satisfying whack. Now reverse the direction of the circle so you can strike at the other end of the back. I do as he instructs. It's a little trickier at first to go counterclockwise, but after 10 repetitions, I'm getting the hang of it. I practice switching back and forth for another quarter hour. Daniel also shows me a diagonal technique where I flip my wrist to create an X pattern in the air to deliver equal blows on the upper shoulders, similar to what I saw Jackson do. After half an hour of practice, I feel confident with both strike patterns. Jackson. Shit. Why does thinking about him make me feel a rush of guilt? Like being here alone with Daniel is somehow wrong. God, I'm not even here to have sex with Daniel. This is just a skill-gaining session. What the fuck? Mistress is a natural, Daniel says, bringing my focus back to him. I don't know if he's bullshitting me or not, but when I look over at him, his eyes are focused with intensity on the whip of my hand. Would Mistress like to practice on her slave now? My gaze bounces between the bust and Daniel's back. Am I ready? I fight the urge to bite my lip. That's not what a mistress would do. Damn, if I overthink this, I could put it off forever. I have a feeling it's like diving headfirst into a pool for the first time. No matter how much you stare at the water, there's no way to get a feel for it other than just doing it. With a decisive nod, I turn toward Daniel. Yes. I turn my back to him and bend over at the waist, stretching my hands to my toes, giving him a perfect view of what he'll never have. His intake of breath brings a wicked smile to my face. Did I hear the slave say something? I roll back to standing, then stalk with sure, confident strides toward Daniel. He follows me with his eyes. No, mistress. He swallows hard. I grab his chin roughly with one of my hands, squeezing his cheeks. Good. I make my voice menacing. Keep it that way. But then I remember another important part of play. Unless it's your safe word. What is your safe word? Say it now. Red. Say it again, I command. Red. His voice is confident. Okay, he gets the idea. Other than that, I don't want to hear a single word out of you. My slave is to stay silent. Is that understood? He opens his mouth but then closes it again when I arch an eyebrow. Instead, he nods. Good boy. I croon. I grab one of his unbound wrists and jerk it back toward the cuffs. Reattaching them, one after the other, I make sure that they aren't cutting off his circulation this time. They are tight enough to make sure he's not going anywhere, but he still has good blood flow. Satisfied, I step back to examine my work. And God, does he look pretty. So pretty. Bound and chained there for me to do whatever I want to. He peeks up at me. Eyes on the floor, I command roughly. I don't know where the Dom voice comes from, if it's a role I'm playing at or if it's a real part of me. Hell, maybe it's a mixture of the two here at the beginning while I'm still figuring everything out. Maybe I'll become mistress the more and more I play. And someday, I can be this badass version of myself all the time, queen over all her domain, never bowing under the heel of anyone, man or woman. The high is so high, I want to stand here, feeling it forever. But like all highs, it's unsustainable without continuing to feed it. So I walk back to the whip. What could be more thrilling than knowing I have the little key to someone else's pain and pleasure? It's without much ceremony that I swing the whip in the circle movement and bring it down on Daniel's back. In spite of my determination to inhabit this role, it's a less than decisive strike. Okay, let's call it what it was. Weak. The whip barely has the energy to complete the circle, and Daniel has no reaction to the impact whatsoever. It might as well have been a fly landing on his skin. I remember his body jolting from the flogger when Jackson applied it last Monday. Then again, Daniel did say this was just a practice whip, which is good. I don't need to be marking up anyone's back. But still, a little redness isn't going to do anyone any harm. I make the circle again and strike with a more satisfying hit. Daniel still doesn't move, but the noise that echoes throughout the room is rewarding. A mid-pitched thwack. Very, very nice. I land a few more blows in that direction before alternating counterclockwise for 5 more. Then I switch back to the other and continue, back and forth, until I land 20 more. I pause to examine my work and can't help grinning at the reddened canvas of his upper back. I step forward and gently rub my hands over his skin. It's warm to the touch. I trail my fingers across his shoulders and down his shoulder blades. When I glance around to his face, I'm expecting to see some of the pleasure like I saw in our last session. Instead, I only find consternation. I feel my eyebrows draw together. What's wrong? He's quiet, even going so far as to bite his lip. You can speak now. I've asked you a direct question. His eyes flick up to meet mine. It's nothing. I grab his jaw again. Never lie to your mistress. It's not nothing. I feel him swallow, but only tighten my grip. It's just that I'm a dirty, nasty, stupid slave, and filthy boys require heavier correction. We need to really feel it if we're ever going to do any better. We're stinking, hideous little bitch boys. He strains against his restraints, not because he wants out of them. I realize. He just wants to feel the pain of the metal handcuffs digging into his skin. He didn't just accidentally pull the wrist cuffs too tight earlier. It was on purpose. He'll do anything he can to get to the pain. Which is why he needs me. And I've been neglecting the other half of his psyche, the part that needs to be humiliated. I toss his chin I've been gripping so hard to the side roughly. Why am I even bothering with such a pathetic excuse for a slave? Please, mistress. I'll do whatever you ask. Back to no speaking, you fucking idiot. I forced myself to sneer. You're right about one thing. You are my little bitch for the night. I walk back to the whip and test its weight in my palm. It feels good. Is my whiny little bitch boy going to complain about a little pain? This time, when I land the circle strike, it's a thud. Oh yeah, that one landed. Fuck's sake, did it land? Daniel's body finally jerks just the tiniest bit, and I smile. I bet you love that, you little slut. You're a slut. You know that, right? You let me in your house, almost a complete stranger, because you're so hard up for this, aren't you? Another hard strike. Yes, Daniel cries out. I'm a bitch slut for whoever will give it to me. I told you not to say a word. I move to counterclockwise strikes. Not. Whip swing and strike. A. Swing and thud. Word. I change up my swings and try out the X pattern. I'm a little rough at first, but eventually get the rhythm of it. These land more on the inner part of the back, and I try to distribute the blows so they don't all land in the same place. Twisted pain slut. My heart races as I continue shaming him. I didn't think I'd find this part so thrilling, but damn if I don't. If you could speak, I know you'd be begging for it. But you are my slave, and you can't say a damn thing. You're a helpless little bitch. The next swing is a little off and barely grazes him, but I follow it up with another that lands on the target. From 8 feet away, I can see his back is growing redder and redder. The session has become intense, but awesome. He's probably had about 50 blows by now. Shit, I should have been counting. That's something I bet doms do. Or they have their subs count. Right. I feel like I've read somewhere that that's the thing. Oh well, I won't feel bad about it. Daniel knew going into this that I'm just learning my way around. I let the whip drop to my side and am about to go closer to inspect his back and make sure he's okay when he speaks up. It's bad enough that he's talking out of turn, but then his words register. If I'm a slut, Mistress is a slut too. You came over so willingly. I bet your panties are soaked. His laugh is caustic. Fucking bimbo piece of trash. As if you're even good enough to suck my cock. You'd be lucky if I even wanted to shove my big fat cock down your throat. But if I did, I'd jam it in so far you wouldn't be breathing for a week. You'll choke on it, The whip is singing through the air before I quite realize what I'm doing. Stop him. Stop him from saying another word. That's all I can think. But the crack of the whip on his back only makes him laugh. He looks over his shoulder at me defiantly. Oh yeah, I'd fuck your face so hard you couldn't breathe. I'd make sure you were the one in these fucking chains, locked down here in my basement, so I could use you whenever I want. My own personal cum bucket. That's all a bitch like you is good for. And you'd want it. You'd love it. That's right. You love it, you filthy whore. The words of my rapist, while he was still inside me, violating me from behind while his co-rapist took from the front. Oh God, I feel them, suffocating me from all sides, sickening cologne and rancid breath biting at my breast. Get them off of me. God help me. God, where are you? See, it just takes one session sometimes to break a bitch. That's what this is. Intentionally trying to break me. To crush the bits of my soul into pieces smaller than the finest grains of sand. Until there's nothing left. Because that's how whores like you want it. The voice in the room shouts, taunting and full of menace. You pretend like you don't, but you just need a man to come and shove it in your cunt. Then you're creaming all over. I scream, and the whip flies. I'm not broken. You didn't break me. I bring the whip down again and again and again. You sick motherfucking rapist bastard! I scream. I bring the whip down yet again with all the force I can manage. Tears blur my vision as my arm rears back to strike again when the figure in front of me suddenly slumps to his knees. Wait, what? What's going on? I stumble back, lose my footing, and fall on my ass. I look around, confused and disoriented. Then it comes back to me. Daniel's basement. The scene. Everything was going great until I look over at Daniel. Oh, God. I swipe at my eyes so I can see more clearly, but the image is still the same. Blood. There's blood on his back. A lot of fucking blood. Oh my God. It's a horrified whisper. Did I? My eyes jerk around the room. Of course I fucking did. Who the hell else did I think was here just whipping the helpless man chained to a post? Oh my fucking God, what did I just do? I scramble to my feet and run over to him. I'm so sorry. The broken whisper barely gets past my throat. I grab for the key in my bra and then fumble to unlock his wrist. I jam the key at the little lock, but can't seem to get it in the hole. I shove it again, but my hands are shaking so damn bad. Motherfucker! I swear to myself as I try yet again. It's okay. The hands I'm trying to free grip mine, and I look up to find Daniel's eyes on mine. can he even look at me? I didn't hear your safe word, I swear. I would have stopped if I'd heard it. Tears pour down my cheeks. It's unforgivable, but I'm so sorry. Daniel just shakes his head vehemently back and forth and cuts me off. I didn't say it. I didn't want you to stop, please. I'm sorry for the things I was saying, but please, just a little more. I need it. You don't understand how much. No one else will give me what I need. What? I yank my hands back from him. I want to pretend I didn't hear him right. His whole face has gone hopeful. That's right. He nods toward the whip I discarded. You should punish me for being so disobedient and speaking out when I shouldn't have. Saying such bad things. Give me as many more lashes as you want. I can handle it. There's a manic edge to his voice. He hugs the pole and struggles back to his feet. I step even further back from him. The blood on his back. God, there's so much of it. It's dripping. I whip the man bad enough that his back is dripping blood, and he wants more of it. My stomach goes queasy. I'll get help. I call over my shoulder as I turn and bolt for the stairs. Help. I don't know what it means in this situation, but I just have to get the hell out of here. Out of this dungeon. Away from the man who wants me to injure him more than I already have. So I run. What are you doing? You can't just leave him chained up down there. I hiccup as I try to get enough air in before I have to gasp for another breath. Shit. Running up the stairs like a bat out of hell didn't help the breathing situation. In the hallway at the top, I bend over and put my hands on my knees. In, out, in. My head swims, and I finally manage one longer breath for every 3 short hiccuping ones. After a couple minutes, it seems like there's less of a chance that I'm going to pass out. Great. Okay, one crisis averted. I look around the narrow hallway. It's full dark outside. I'm in this crazy fucker's house all by myself. The crazy fucker in question is still cuffed to a pole downstairs, in need of medical attention. Should I uncuff him and take him to the hospital? And how exactly am I supposed to do that? I don't have a car, and I don't know if Daniel does. Not that it would even matter if he did. My fucking license expired a couple of months ago, and I didn't see the point in renewing it since I don't have a car. The image of me trying to drag a bloody and half-delirious Daniel into public transit pops in my head. He's a foot taller than me and outweighs me by at least 70 pounds. Yeah, not happening. From my brief glance, it didn't seem like the cuts were serious enough for an ambulance, and I don't think an Uber driver would look kindly on me being like, cool, if you take us to the hospital, I'll just put some towels against the seat so, my friend doesn't bleed all over your Honda Fit. My breath starts to stutter again, and I ball my fists. No, I'll just head down there, calmly ask where his first aid equipment is, and, oh shit, I feel sick. I press one hand to my stomach and the other to my mouth. I turn to try to find a trash can and almost trip over my purse where I dropped it in the hallway when I first got here. I stare for a long moment. My stomach settles as an idea hits. Of course, the most obvious solution of all. My hand is still shaking as I crouch down and paw through my purse. There it is, the hard plastic of my phone case. My hand closes around it, and a great whoosh of breath escapes through my teeth. But when I breathe in again, for the first time in 15 minutes, my lungs seem to expand fully. I thumb through my contacts and press call. As a ringtone sounds in my ear, I consider the very real possibility that he might not pick up. It's a Thursday, not Friday, but still, he's undoubtedly a busy man. Probably has a full social life. My stomach tightens unpleasantly at the thought. The phone trills for the 3rd time. Shit, he's not going to pick up. I'm all alone in this. I press my palm to the flat of my forehead. God, it was stupid of me to think of calling him in the first place. Never rely on anyone. That's been my motto for years now. What the fuck is wrong with me? I made this mess. I shake my head in disgust and pull the phone away from my ear to end the call. Yes, Kelly. Jackson's strong voice is distant, but clear, even with the phone inches away from my ear. I stare at the phone, my thumb hovering over the end button. Calliope, are you there? My mind flashes to the man in the basement. Fuck it. This is about more than just me. I bring the phone up to my ear. Jackson? It's me. I need your help. Chapter 10.
Jackson. I rushed to Daniel's house as soon as I got Callie's call. Miranda met me there. As soon as we assured that Callie was okay, shaken, but okay, we went downstairs and found Daniel. It didn't take long to uncover what had happened. I was tempted, so damn tempted to pick up the bullwhip and complete the job Daniel was so desperate to trick Callie into doing. He might be the one bleeding, but it's her who'll have lasting scars from tonight. I saw it in her eyes when we'd briefly checked in with her. The shame and horror at what she'd done. It was like looking in a mirror. The only thing stopping the beast from grabbing the whip was how much pleasure it would have given Daniel. It was good that Miranda was there. She uncuffed Daniel while I prowled the basement, pacing back and forth, trying to shake off my anger at the man. He stumbled as soon as he was free and was too heavy for Miranda to catch, so finally, I joined them and shouldered his weight to get him up the 2 flights of stairs to dump him in the tub and turn the shower spray on. I don't bother waiting for it to heat up. "Wash yourself," I bark, and turn away in disgust. Miranda gives me a what-the-hell look and passes me by to bend over and help Daniel. Aftercare, yeah. She knows just as well as I do that Daniel did this to himself. I thought about calling one of his former damas, but know that none of them would have wanted to come. Not again. He's pulled stunts like this one too many times. Daniel swore he was getting better, going to counseling, and his probationary period at the club's been over for 2 months. Then for him to go and pull this shit? I should never have introduced him to Callie. I keep making mistake after mistake when it comes to her. Fuck. I run my hands through my hair as I stomp into the bedroom and sit down on the bed. I don't go downstairs to Callie. Miranda might still need my help, and I'm not sure if I can face Callie yet. Not after failing her again. I guess I thought I don't know, swoop in like some white knight with all the answers. She'd be my apprentice dame, and I'd be her wise teacher in the art of domination. I envisioned long sessions learning flogging patterns and how to lead a sub through the various devices and stations at the club, about the different toys used in the lifestyle. But nothing's worked out like I imagined. Then again, nothing ever does it? Miranda comes out of the ensuite bathroom, eyes shrewd. I swallow. How is he?
He'll be sore for a few days. Nothing that a little ointment, arnica, and rest won't cure.
He's got bigger problems than a sore back, I say darkly.
Oh, I know,
Miranda says, gaze flicking back toward the bathroom.
But I think he can still come back from this.
I glower at her. As far as I'm concerned, Daniel's done. But Miranda's just shaking her head.
He won't tell me who it was that did it to him.
I frown. What does she mean? Obviously it was Callie who...
I mean who broke him. Who made him so fucked up.
She looks toward the window. The sun is long gone, but her gaze has gone far away.
At least I'm at the place where I can say the name of my demon out loud. Bryce Gentry.
She heaves out a heavy breath after saying the bastard's name.
I have to know we can come back after what they did to us, you know? I have to know it's possible.
I reach over and take her hand. You know you can talk to me at any time. Have the nightmares gotten any better? She attempts a smile, but it barely lifts the edges of her lips and makes it nowhere near her eyes.
Some nights I manage to sleep, which is an improvement, as you know.
It's true. When Miranda and I were together, she could rarely make it through the night in bed beside me. Usually she climbed out of bed somewhere around 3 a.m. and went outside to smoke. Sometimes she'd come back to bed, but more often than not, she'd take her laptop and just go start working.
Does she make you happy?
What? I sit up straighter. Oh, it's not like that. We're just friends. She arches an eyebrow. Damn that eyebrow. She always could say so much with it.
Sorry, but I don't think you'd drop everything and call me and demand I drop everything too if she was just a friend.
I scoff and point to the bathroom. Daniel was in need. She rolls her eyes.
You don't give two shits about Daniel.
That's not fair. I wouldn't have just left him locked down there.
Ha! You attempted.
Nobody could ever read me like you. I grin.
Oh, put away that dimple, pretty boy. You already got your way.
How are you, Miranda? Really? I haven't seen her in months, and though she's putting up a good front, she looks, I don't know, sad underneath. She's the only ex I've ever stayed friends with after a relationship. Genuine friends with. Maybe because I was always more of a project to her than anything else, and we were never the right fit to begin with. We moved out of each other's lives, but we still call every few months to check in. It's been a while, though.
I don't know, Jack. You ever feel like you're just spinning in life? Your wheels are going around and around, but you're not really getting anywhere?
She looks at me, and for once her shields are down.
All I ever wanted was for someone to look at me the way you look at that woman downstairs. But it just might not be in the cards for me.
Don't say that. She sighs.
Where can a girl find a man who will whip the shit out of her at night, but still be a gentleman in the morning?
I lean over and kiss her on the top of her head. He's out there somewhere.
Yeah. Why don't you go downstairs, Prince Charming? I've got Daniel.
I frown. You sure? He might need help getting out of the...
I've got it. Go. She needs you more than we do.
I'm not going to stand around and argue the point. I hurry out of the bedroom and downstairs. Callie is bent over on the couch, her head in her hands. Callie? Her eyes snap up at my voice. Her jaw tightens like she's bracing for something, and her eyes drop to the floor. Callie, look at me. She lets out a heavy breath, and slowly, like it pains her, brings her eyes up to meet mine. I'm so tall she has to all but tip her head back, so I sit down on the couch beside her. Being this close to her is as much treat as it is torture. I can't help reaching for her hand, but like so often lately, she pulls it away. Don't. Her voice comes out thick and choked sounding. Jesus, she's killing me here. She's so obviously hurting and I can't fucking stand it. Calliope? Maybe she'll push me away, but I can't just sit here and not hold her when I see her there looking so devastated. Please don't pull away, I pray as I tug her into my arms and pull her against my chest. When she doesn't resist, I can't help pulling her closer, all but into my lap as I cradle her. I'm so sorry, Callie. This is all my fault. I should never have trusted him or even introduced you, or at least I should have warned you about him. I shake my head. I thought he was better. His probationary period at the club was over, and I thought he was recovered. I nestle my chin over her head. I don't know how long she'll let me hold her, and I want to give her every ounce of comfort I can while she'll let me. I'm an idiot to have even risked exposing you to such a potentially manipulative sub. I'm so sorry. Can you ever forgive me? And then, all too soon, she's struggling to pull away. I give one last squeeze before I loosen my grasp on her. She tries to back away to the other side of the couch, but I just can't let completely go. I keep her hand in mine, and she finally stops trying to pull it away even as she keeps shaking her head. No, Jackson, it was my fault. Daniel was chained to the pole the whole time. I don't know what he told you, but it was all me. I lost control. I just... She waves her hands like she doesn't know how to explain it. Lost it. I kept hitting him, and then when I stopped, there was all that blood, and Tears gather and fall down her cheeks. She looks furious that she's crying and scrubs at her eyes, finally pulling her hand away from mine. But Jesus, she's got it all so backwards. No, I reach for her again. No, Callie, you're the one who doesn't understand. She glares at me furiously. Stop it! I was the one who was there. Why is she always so damn stubborn? Yes, you were, I say, trying to be patient. But you were inexperienced. You trusted Daniel, and he lied to you. Did he or did he not tell you that the rubber whip is a so-called practice whip? She throws both her hands in the air. Yeah, so what? He trained me how to use it, and I ignored everything and started going way too hard. That's all on me. My jaw sets, and I can feel the back of my neck heating. The beast is roaring in my ears. Rubber whips are the most intense impact implements in all of a dominant's arsenal. Did he tell you that? Leather ones are actually much kinder. Besides which, there was no way you should have been anywhere near a whip at this point in your training. I wouldn't let you near a person with the gentlest flogger until you've had at least 3 hours of practice. And a whip? For Christ's sake. Calm the fuck down. I drag my hands through my hair. It takes several moments, but eventually everything I've said seems to finally sink in. Daniel lied to me, she says. I nod. He knew what he was doing. He targeted you on purpose because you are brand new, Dama. He's pushed too far with his previous mistresses, and they've all dropped him for trying to top from the bottom. He's gone outside the club before to find partners who will abuse him. The last time he did, he ended up in the hospital beaten all to hell with broken ribs and internal bleeding. I cut myself off with a sharp shake of the head. Some of us at the club had an intervention. This was a couple years ago. We thought it was rock bottom and that he finally wised up. Then he goes and pulls this shit. I shake my head. Jesus, even thinking about what Daniel did tonight disgusts me. I'll make sure that little shit never steps foot in the club again. Miranda thinks it's just a setback. But I'm done with him. He's through at the club. Callie's gaze goes to the ceiling. The furrow between her brow deepens as she frowns and her eyes dart slightly back and forth. Whatever she's thinking, it's obviously upsetting. But she doesn't say anything for long minutes. I'm trying to be patient and let her talk in her own time, but patience was never one of my strong suits. What are you thinking? What's going on in that head of yours? Nothing, she responds in little more than a monotone. I'm not thinking of anything. Don't give me that Callie Cruise. I grip her upper arms and turn her on the couch cushions so that she's facing me. Don't you dare slip away from me. Not now. She shrugs non-committally. Damn it, I won't let her do this. She's giving up before my very eyes. I give her shoulders a little shake. I'm serious. She shrugs again, the barest lift and sag of her shoulders, as lifeless as a doll. I'm tired. I want to go home. She makes a move like she's going to stand, but I don't let her go. God damn it, I refuse for this to be the way tonight ends. For her to leave here defeated. Maybe this was all my fault, but I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Listen, the only way a dom-sub relationship works is if there's complete trust between the partners. That was broken tonight. As the words come out of my mouth, the solution hits me. Of course. And I can see that I've gone about this all wrong. Trying to mentor you from the sidelines was never going to work. How did I expect you to be able to forge that bond with someone else you don't even know? What was I thinking? I was forgetting the most basic tenet of the lifestyle. It's all about trust. I don't know your history, Callie, but from the little I do, I know it's been shit. You need a sub you can trust completely. She immediately starts shaking her head. No way, no more subs. But there is a way. I can see more denials on her lips, so I barrel ahead. Me, I'll be your submissive. Her head jerks in my direction, and her eyes go wide. But you're a... I slide my hands down her arms until I'm grasping her hands, palm to palm. For you, I'll be whatever I need to be. I nod, everything becoming clearer the more I talk it out. I've known doms who've transitioned to switch relationships before. They made it work. I lift my head up. I can too.
But,
She sputters.
that's crazy.
I settle against the back of the couch, not letting go of her hands. Nothing has ever felt more right. I might have made a shitload of mistakes, but this finally feels right. I don't think so at all. I smile, and it's never felt so natural. I imagine it'll be very easy wanting to be at your beck and call. I already want to fulfill your every desire. I wag my eyebrows at her.
Have you ever done that before?
She looks as surprised by the question as I am, but then she presses on.
Been someone's sub?
I shake my head. No. From the beginning, I trained as a dom. I never wanted to give up control. I always wanted a space where I could exercise it safely. But for her? When she tugs at her hands again, I let them go, though not without a reluctant sigh. I guess if you're going to be my mistress, I better start learning to let you have your way. Even if all I want is to drag you into the back of my town car, push that dress up your thighs, yank down your thong, and eat you out until you're screaming my name. She blinks at me, and that gorgeous blush hits her cheeks. It's a good 10 seconds of her just staring at me open-mouthed, eyes flicking around my face like she can't do anything but take me in. When she does finally speak, all she manages to get out is, I've never grinned wider. Oh yes, this is going to be good. She's not running. She wants it as much as I do. Because I do. The idea of being a submissive or switch has never ever appealed to me before, but kneeling at Callie's feet? Worshipping her? Yeah, that I'm definitely into. Callie sits there looking a little stunned, but not lifeless anymore. I might even say that she looks hopeful. She sits up straighter on the couch.
Your proposal sounds...
She trails off before landing on...
intriguing.
She nods like she's proud of herself for finding the right word.
Maybe we can get together sometime and talk about it more. For tonight, I think it's time for me to go home and get some rest.
She grabs her bag and stands up, and when she does it, she stands with her head held high. Jesus, but she's gorgeous, and amazing, and resilient, and... about to leave. I jump to my feet, too. I'll have my town car pick you up Saturday night, say at 6 o'clock. We could catch a light dinner, and then play. Her nostrils flare slightly at my words, and I don't miss the swift inhale of breath. She blinks rapidly a few times, and then nods tightly.
That sounds acceptable.
Excellent. I'll get you home now. We should both get as much rest as possible the next couple days.
Chapter 11. Callie. My chest is tight when the town car pulls into Jackson's rounded driveway on Saturday evening. I can't tell if it's an anticipation or anxiety. Probably both. Yesterday I had work and my visit with Charlie to distract me, but today was torture. Having this to look forward to / freak out about all day long, and now it's here. My heart pumps a mile a minute when I step out onto the brick walkway and head up to the door. Before I can even press the bell, the door opens and there's Jackson. Immediately my mouth goes dry. He's shirtless and holy shit, I've forgotten how built he is. His barrel chest is a golden expanse of muscles that cut sharply down in a V below his waist. And yep, ab muscles round out the whole sex god vibe he's got going on. A worn pair of jeans sit low on his hips, and my eyes linger on the light dusting of hair that trails down from his navel down to... You look gorgeous. His voice comes out strained with lust, and I look up, startled. I'm not the only one doing some ogling, apparently. His eyes start up from my chest guiltily, like he's embarrassed to have been caught staring. Normally, it always turns me off when guys can't stop staring at my rack, but on this occasion, Jackson gets a pass. After all, I picked this dress with the super low corset top for a reason. It laces up the front, and I went ahead and laced it tight for full effect, meaning my double Ds are spilling so far out of the top edges of my nipples are just barely covered. Thank God Shannon had an early date with Sunil, so she didn't see me getting ready. I made a stop at Miss Monroe's Adult Toy Expo early this afternoon and bought the dress and stiletto boots. I opted not to go for the obviously latex dress and instead picked out a dark maroon velvet number with a bustier bodice and a small bustle in the back. It looks a little more like a burlesque number than a strict dominatrix get-up, but somehow it felt right. It all cost a pretty penny, but I figured looking the part would give me the confidence to truly inhabit the role. The thought of anyone other than Jackson seeing me wear it was crazy embarrassing, but the chauffeur was extremely professional and kept his eyes averted the entire time, even while he held the door open for me. I had to fight back a smile at the thought that he'd make for a good submissive. Jackson swallows hard, and from how intensely he's looking into my eyes, I'm guessing it's taking all of his willpower not to glance back down to my chest. This brings a feline smile to my lips. I have no idea how tonight will go. Since today was Saturday, I spent a lot of it reading up on being a dom, watching instructional videos online. Basically, anything and everything I could get my hands on. Despite the disaster of last night, before everything went to shit, there were some good moments. Even just having Daniel constrained and at my mercy felt amazing. But I'm not going to be caught unaware again. That's for damn sure. I arch an eyebrow at Jackson. Are you just going to stand there? Or are you going to let your mistress in? Jackson's eyes widen and he swings the door open. Of course. Christ. Of course, come in. I smile as I step over the threshold. Jackson Vale, flustered. Oh, tonight is going to be fun. My stiletto heels make a clack-clack noise on the expensive tile of his entryway. Jackson's eyes have dropped, but not in deference. He's staring at my thigh-high boots. I lift my chin, and it creates the effect of looking down my nose at Jackson, in spite of the fact that he's taller than me, even though he's barefoot and I'm wearing 4-inch heels. Speaking of, my gaze lands on his feet. What is it about a guy's bare feet that is so sexy? Well, not any guys. My ex, David, had nasty feet. He never trimmed his nails, and they smelled so bad when he took off his socks. It was like a family of rodents had died in the walls. So, yeah, I either had him wash his feet when he got home or keep his socks on at all times, which is, less than sexy when doing the deed. But Jackson's feet are sculpted and manly, with neatly trimmed nails and, insofar as I can tell from standing right beside him, no problematic odors. The whole package, him shirtless and with bare feet, just makes him look approachable and vulnerable in a way that I've never seen him before. Usually he's in power suits, in perfect control of everything around him. But tonight, he's handing those reins over to me. A sudden rush of giddiness flushes my skin. He seems to notice, and his dark eyes dilate. Dinner is ready and waiting for us. His words seem to contradict the way he's looking at me. He looks like what he really wants to say is, fuck dinner, grab me, shove me up against the nearest wall, and completely ravish me. But he restrains himself. He's keeping it all leashed inside. I tilt my head sideways at him. Will he actually be able to do this? Submit to me. My fingers squeeze reflexively into my palms. Shit. My hands are sweaty. But fuck it. No overthinking it. Stay in the moment. That was the advice from the doms in one of the videos I watched, and I'm thinking she knew her shit. Dinner sounds nice, I say. Jackson nods his head. This way. He turns sharply as if fighting some internal battle with himself. I follow slowly behind him. It's not reluctance that stays my steps. More curiosity. And again, anticipation. I bite my lip. Just how far can I push him? The question sends a somersault through my tummy. Not a fear, but a thrill. He's offered himself up on a platter, and God, I want to bring him to his knees in all senses of the word. He leads me to a dining room full of windows and a skylight so that the room is doused with natural light. One window boasts a view of a tree-lined lot and the other an inner garden courtyard. An antique mahogany table and otherwise simple furnishings make the room elegant without being ostentatious. Jackson surrounds himself with beauty. I don't know why the realization startles me. I've known since I first met him that he has an appreciation for the finer things. But watching him move around in his home reveals a new layer to him. Oh, yes, I'm going to bring this man to his knees, all right. And I'm going to start by doing so literally. He moves to take a seat beside the head of the table, where he gestures for me to sit. But I shake my head at him. I snap my fingers loudly and point to the floor by my feet. I stare him down and continue pointing at my feet. The message couldn't be more clear. There's a spark of rebellion in his eyes. It's as if I can hear his thoughts. This is my house. I'm not going to be reduced to sitting on the floor like a lapdog in my own house. But he doesn't voice any of that out loud. Other than a tick in his jaw, he gives nothing away. Instead, he comes over to stand by my chair and bows his head. Then he gracefully drops to his knees before settling back on his haunches, head still bowed. The thrill I felt earlier races even more forcefully up and down my spine. Oh, God. I knew this would be a rush, but I didn't anticipate feeling this much. And so quickly. We've barely started. All he's done is sit at my feet, and God, I shift in my seat and feel the beginning signs of moisture between my legs. I can't help from reaching out a hand and stroking it through his hair. It's soft and springy to the touch. There is no gunk or product in it. Like everything else about him today, it's all natural. Jackson stripped himself down. For me. All for me. He leans into my touch, going so far as to lay his cheek on my knee. My heart rate speeds up again as I continue running my hands through his hair, caressing down to massage his scalp. I don't stop even when a low groan comes from his throat. I'm only jerked away from our intense little revelry when I hear a polite cough and then look up to see that a middle-aged woman with a tray of 2 steaming bowls of soup has entered the room. She's petite, with mostly gray hair, even though she doesn't seem to be older than her late 40s. Excuse me. She hurries into the room, puts the tray on the table, and then arranges the soup on the table, where 2 places have been set. Like the chauffeur, she doesn't look directly at us. I feel a little Downton Abbey with them serving us like this, but at the same time, in this moment, it's not like I want a lot of attention from outsiders. Jackson doesn't seem fazed by her, even though he's on his knees at my feet. So I decide not to be either. I can make friends at a more appropriate time. You know, when I'm not wearing a barely there corset dress with my lover on the floor like an animal begging for scraps. The thought makes me want to laugh, but I only permit myself a smile. Jackson's doing very good and keeping his eyes to the floor so he doesn't see. I lean over and place a kiss on the top of his head. Go get your soup and bring it here. He moves swiftly to do as I ask. He sets his bowl down beside mine, and I see his eyes dart toward his chair, like he wonders if he should bring it as well. I snap and point to the floor at my feet again. I'll make this very clear for him. His shoulders tense briefly like he wants to argue, but he masters himself just in time and sinks back to his knees. Do you have something to say about this arrangement, slave? The tense of muscles at the back of his neck is the only response for a long moment. No, mistress, comes his eventual response. I stare down at the top of his head, a ridiculous smile of gratification taking over my face. Every moment of this is going to be a fight against his natural inclination. Why does that fact exhilarate me? I don't know, but I'm too into this moment to think about it right now. I dip the large round soup spoon into the thick potato soup and then lift it to his lips. Sip, I order, my other hand going underneath his chin in case any spills. He immediately obeys, his wide mouth opening and taking in the entire spoonful. His gaze meets mine as he slowly releases the clean spoon with a sensuous pop. I can't help staring at his lips. The way his top one is ever so slightly fuller than the bottom. He smirks after a second and my brows narrow. Oh, the big bastard thinks he can gain even the slightest bit of power back over me? I've learned my lesson about being top from the bottom. With the same spoon I used to feed him, I get another spoonful of soup and feed it to myself. I close my eyes and moan in enjoyment at the smooth, buttery flavor of the soup as it slides down my throat. I turn the spoon over and lick it clean, opening my eyes so I'm watching Jackson, all the while my tongue plays suggestively over the metal implement. His pupils dilate and he shifts on his knees like he's trying to adjust himself. Well now, that's better. I'm the only one with the power here. I give the spoon one last lick and then give him another spoonful. He takes his time doing his own tongue acrobatics with the spoon, his eyes continuing to smolder. Holy shit, who knew that some soup and a fucking spoon could be such hot foreplay? I'm not even sure who's winning the battle for dominance at this point. All I know is that I'm turned on as fuck, and I don't want it to end. We continue back and forth, me feeding him a spoonful and then myself, until his bowl is finished and we're halfway through mine. Then the cook/serving woman comes in with the entree. Again, I see Jackson shift uncomfortably on his knees. The woman doesn't look overtly in our direction, but I don't miss the way her eyebrows go up before she schools her expression when she notices where Jackson is still seated. She obviously sees us out of her periphery. The idea only makes me smile wider, and I make sure to feed Jackson another spoonful before she leaves the room. Jackson takes it but scowls at me. I smile beatifically back. Something to say? I arch an eyebrow at him. He averts his eyes back to the floor and shakes his head. I look over the main course. Shrimp pasta with a light cream sauce. Yummy. When I reach over the table to Jackson's setting, my breasts all but smother Jackson's face. He inhales sharply but doesn't say anything. My panties moisten even more at his obvious reaction to me. Still, as much as I want to push everything off the table and order him to lay down so I can mount him, I know I have to exhibit the discipline that I want from him. I can't just play at being a dom. If I'm doing this, I'm fully committing. I withdraw as I lift his plate and bring it over close to my own. Jackson lets out an involuntary little frustrated groan when I do. Excellent. I smile to myself. Right on track. I pick up my fork and use the wide soup spoon to start rolling the pasta. I stab a piece of shrimp at the end for good measure and then put it up to Jackson's mouth. Open, I say cheerfully. He does as I ask, but again, it's as if I can see the wheels turning in his brain. How much longer of this? How much more will I subject him to? I roll another bite, this time for myself, and let out a little moan of my own. It really tastes fantastic. Better than anything I've had at a restaurant in a long time. Granted, I haven't been to very many fancy restaurants in my life, nor can I imagine the kind of lifestyle where you have a cook who comes to your house. I feed Jackson another bite, and some of the pasta falls out of his mouth. His eyes widen in embarrassment, and he tries to turn away, lifting a hand to no doubt push the rest of the pasta in. I slap his hand out of the way right before he reaches his mouth. He tries to slurp the rest of the fettuccine using his mouth, and I pinch him on his nipple. He winces right as I swoop down, kissing him and eating the extra pasta off his lip. I nip his bottom lip with my teeth for extra measure. His eyes are so wide when I pull back that I feel another pulse of slickness coating my underwear. Enough. After the soup, even a few bites of the plate of the pasta was filling. Even if it wasn't, I'm too turned on to bother anymore with it. I grab my ice water and drink half of it, then lift the rest to Jackson's lips. He drinks eagerly, but his eyes stay clasped on mine the entire time. I watch his Adam's apple bob up and down as he chugs the water. God, why is that part of a man so sexy? Then again, I tend to think that about every inch of Jackson. It just depends on what feature I happen to be zeroing in on at the moment. My eyes slide languidly down his chest to his wine-colored nipples and the light tuft of dark hair that circles each one. His muscular biceps, the vein that traces down his forearm and over the top of his head. Those strong, blunt fingers. Mistress. There's a growl in his low voice. How may I serve you? My cheeks flush. It's probably not very mistressly of me, but I can't help it. I'm too fucking excited about what comes next. We haven't discussed your hard and soft limits. See, told you I did my research. Tell me now what you are and aren't comfortable with. I'm open to almost everything. Jackson's voice is calm and sure. Obviously, no play with implements you haven't been trained on yet. Though I guess I do have a couple hard limits beyond that. No knife play. Or, he swallows and looks down, fisting. He says it so quietly that at first I'm not sure I heard him. Then I replay it in my head. Fisting. No fisting. Holy shit! The thought never entered my mind. But now that I think about the implications, my thoughts go there. While fisting is out of the picture, the door is still open for all kinds of other naughty activities. I bite my lip and a rush of adrenaline floods my chest. Got it. What's your safe word? He meets my eyes. Red. Or stiletto. Oh, wicked boy. Anything else I need to know before we begin? I'm all yours. My heartbeat pounds so hard I can hear the blood racing in my ears. Good. Do you have a room to play or just your bedroom? I have a room. The woman who's been serving us all evening comes in with dessert cups full of some kind of chocolate mousse. She's done for the evening. I keep my voice low so that only Jackson can hear. Send her on her way. I don't want anyone in the house except you and me. Thank you, Marie. The dinner was delicious. Jackson's eyes stay on me the whole time he's talking to her. You can leave for the night. Marie looks over, startled. But I need to clean up and... You can do it tomorrow. Thank you again. Marie looks like she wants to argue, but then seems to realize the awkwardness of the situation and maybe to pick up on why he might be asking her to leave without cleaning up. Redness rises to her cheeks and she averts her eyes. Of course, Mr. Vale. Thank you. She turns and ducks out of the room. A smile blooms on my lips and I drape my arms around Jackson's neck. I don't think we're being very subtle. It's my house, fuck subtle. He leans forward to try to capture my lips in a kiss, and I'm this close to giving in. Jackson so rarely curses, and it means one of two things when he does. Either he's pissed or turned the fuck on. So goddamned hot. Still, I pull back and wave my finger in front of his face, just before his lips make contact. Just because you're the boss at work, don't forget who's running the show here. I withdraw my arms from his neck and stand. Now show me to this playroom, slave. I smirk with emphasis on the last word and see his back straighten, which makes me laugh out loud. Oh dear, tonight is going to be fun, isn't it? That's only what? The 20th time I've thought that? I grab the 2 cups of chocolate mousse and follow him out of the dining room and through his labyrinth house. Without him guiding the way, I think I'd get lost in here. I prefer more open space concept houses than this older style involving a network of rooms, but I can't deny the luxury. There's still a lot of light throughout, and I realize that the rooms on the ground floor basically create a circle around an inner courtyard. We head up a flight of stairs and down the hallway. Jackson pauses at the second door on the right and pulls a key out of his pocket. When he pushes the door open, I smile realizing I chose my outfit exactly right. It's like stepping back into the 19th century. If, parlors in the 19th century had floggers, paddles, and nipple clamps hanging on the walls. The floor is covered with an ornate Victorian-era styled rug. A huge antique wooden four-poster bed with an intricate lace and organza canopy dominates the room. All the other furniture looks antique as well, though some of it must be contemporary and just fashioned to look antique. The leather spanking bench, for example, or, hell, maybe the Victorians were into kink, but I doubt it would have survived in such gleaming condition. I walk over to it and run my fingers over the soft leather and down to the ankle restraints. Also, leather. I look up to Jackson. Fancy. He inclines his head. His posture is slightly stiffer than normal, and I wonder if he's nervous. He's probably used all this equipment with other people, but he's always been on the giving end, never receiving. For a moment, I frown. I don't like the idea of Jackson here with women before me. How many? Was he serious about them? When was his last relationship? Why did it end? Then I give my head a rough shake. The fuck? I don't care about any of that. That's not what this is anyway. Besides, no matter who's been here before me, this is the first time he's ever let someone else take the reins. The first time he's ever submitted. The thought fills me with intense satisfaction, and I feel at least a foot or two taller when I turn to examine the rest of the room. I walk over to the leather-padded table that's about 7 feet long and wide as a twin bed. Ankle and wrist restraints hang on their respective corners. A smile curls my lips. Oh, yes, this will do nicely. Slave, I say sharply. Clothes off, then up on this table. I snap and point at the table in front of me. Cock up. I see just a second's hesitation, but then he's doing as I ask. He drops his jeans and I see that he's going commando. A small gasp escapes when I notice that he's already sporting a simi. Under my perusal, he hardens more, even as he walks toward me. Straight toward me, like he's going to brush up against me before getting on the table. I shoot him a warning glare and move to the other side of the table. Don't get yourself in trouble. Slaves who don't obey the rules get punished. His eyes narrow on me. I see the challenge even if he doesn't verbalize it. He's wondering exactly how I think I can punish him. I lift an eyebrow. Oh, darling, I sneer. Please, just try me. I might not have been setting up on this dom business for very long, but everything I read pointed to one basic truth. Men are guided by their dicks. Get control of that, and control of the man will soon follow. Granted, Jackson Vale is certainly one of the most intimidating men I've ever met in my life, but that makes mastering him even more of a triumph. He's not some wimpy boy who will bow at my beck and call to lick my boots. No. He's head-to-toe alpha. Can I tame the lion? Tonight will tell. He pauses, his hot stare on me with the table between us. I flick my eyes down to the leather surface in silent command. We continue standing for another 5 seconds. He's told me that he'll submit, but inside, everything in him rebels against it. It's obvious in each inch of his body. I stand taller and make my voice like ice. On the table, slave. I make sure to over-articulate every word. His nostrils flare, but he finally does as ordered. He turns, hefts himself up, and lays flat on the table. His cock points almost straight up, an arrow to the ceiling. I smile down at him. That wasn't hard now, was it? Then I glance again at his cock. On the other hand, I give him one quick stroke up and down. His dick is hot and hard, and his whole body jolts with the touch, torso lurching up off the table. Another one of those thrills sings through me, but I immediately let go of him. We can't have that, now can we? I quickly move to the head of the table and draw his left arm up over his head. I feel the flex of his muscle as I set his wrist into the padded leather cuff. I smile as I slide the white buckle into place and secure it. He's not getting out of these babies. There's even more tension in his other arm as I fasten it in place. As soon as his arms are secured, I grin so wide I'm afraid my face is going to split. Oh my God. Yes, his legs are free, but already Jackson Vale is so much at my mercy, helpless before me. I stroke my hands down his body, staring at his inner forearms, down his arms to his chest, then his stomach. I continue to his hips and skim down to his thighs, completely bypassing his cock. He lets out a stunted groan of frustration, and my smile grows impossibly wider. When I come to his ankle, I grasp it firmly and secure the buckle. Then, before he can pause or overthink it too much, I move to the other side and lock his last limb in. I look down at my work, and the flare of heat that surges in my core is like nothing I've ever experienced. This isn't just any man laid out before me, handcuffed to a table, naked and at my mercy. This is Jackson Vale. Holy fuck. Never in my wildest dreams. I didn't even know to dream for this. I move up his body, slowly trailing my fingers along his shins, then to his inner thighs. He sucks in a breath as I tease, moving closer and closer up to where I know he longs for me to grasp him. But I don't. He hisses out his disappointment when instead I start to massage his inner thigh, right below his balls. I'm fascinated as his cock grows and grows, surging up toward his stomach. The rush of power I feel is insane. I continue massaging, working my way down to his kneecaps, and then back up. I can see on his face what he's hoping for every time I inch close to the prize. After all, I gave him a tug once. When am I going to do it again? I move my right hand a little farther north so that my thumb just brushes the outside of his sack. With the little bit of slack he has in the restraints, he tries to press into my hand. I laugh and withdraw completely. He swears and presses his head hard back against the leather table, arm muscles flexing against his restraints. The chains rattle against the frame, and the noise makes me rub my legs together in pleasure. He's turning out to be even more of a caged beast than I imagined. I make eye contact and lick my lips. He swears again, and then closes his eyes while he visibly tries to calm his breathing. I turn on my heel and pretend to ignore him while I head to the wall. The implements seem to be arranged in order of impact. From left to right, there are a variety of paddles and floggers, with just a few whips in the very furthest corner. But right in front of me are all kinds of interesting items. I pick up 2 brushes. At first, they look just like hairbrushes, but when I run my fingers over the bristles, I notice that they have different textures, one soft and the other rougher. Interesting. There's a small cabinet as well, and I open it. I find even more fascinating little trinkets on the shelf. Nipple clamps of various sizes with different jewelry and weights attached to them. Several kinds of lubricant. Dildos of all shapes and sizes, too, still in packaging. My attention peaks at those. But maybe not for tonight. In the corner sits a red fat candle and a box of matches. Oh. I read about this earlier today. Hot candle wax. It seemed like something that even beginners couldn't screw up. I grab the candle, the matches, and a little pizza cutter-looking device that has blunt metal knobs notched along the rolling circle. I read about this too. Like the brushes, it's meant for sensual play. And sensation is what I'm after with Jackson tonight. I want to make him insane with sensation so that he's strung tight with desire. He thinks he'll bow to any of my wishes now, but I'm going to bring him to the point of begging. No, weeping to serve me. When I return to him, his cock has flagged only slightly. I put my hands on his stomach and slide them down to his hip again, framing his dick on either side. I lean over and blow hot air right across the tip. It jerks to life, bobbing half an inch away from my lips. I pull away and slap it lightly with my palm. Don't be greedy, I chastise. You'll get what you get when I'm determined you're ready. With that, I start running the soft brush down his chest. He looks confused for a moment, and then his eyes slide closed. He relaxes into it. I brush all the way down his chest and to one thigh. I imagine he thinks I'll move to the next, so I change it up and run the soft bristles down his pulsing shaft. He lets out a groan, and his eyes pop open again. They shift down to observe my movement. I brush his cock up from underneath, then back down again. I lock eyes with his and then bring my mouth right beside his pulsing member. I'm just going to breathe on it again to tease him. But when I get close, I'm shocked by my own desire. The rounded mushroom head is so pretty. Jackson Vale would die if I described his cock to him that way, but it is. My pussy contracts and my mouth waters as I watch the way it jolts under the ministrations of my brush. I glance up to his face, and he's so focused on what I'm doing. Utterly enthralled. My tongue flicks out, and I lick the thick vein that runs the length underneath the shaft. Jackson's entire body trembles, and a muted groan comes from his throat. I pull back and stare at his dick with trepidation. I can't believe I didn't think I'd ever be able to. Memories rush up. The last time I